り抜くわけじゃない。あれが本当に生きてるかどうか確かめに行くんだ。
to Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Now I don't care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. Too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone. Incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that
Damn it.
oh, keep going. Anyway.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. And where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? doesn't. Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure. Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. Somewhere we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, few years flew past you, and you worried, didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described them. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help.
Okay, don't move a muscle. Back. Oh. Still got a vibe or have a glass of peanut or?
Oh, yeah, give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Put your fucking hand.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't didn't say the same, but we laid the blame to waste. By the wayside you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, a lot of change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Bum. Bum. Yo, Celtic. 21 months.
I'm had it with people trying to nut in my hole, like I see you, but I'm finna bust in your soul. Like impregnate my psyche with the cream pie of woke. I don't have a breeding kink, unless the baby is Marxist and knows how to hot wire a 1987 Camry. My special interest is leaking class consciousness, not ass consciousness. Like miss me with that
Ass
cum shit.
consciousness. Ass consciousness. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's up, everybody? Marxist babies, dude? Uh-oh. Yo, Celtic, thank you for 21 months, legend. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I don't know why, but it feels like all of the audio is super loud. Like louder than normal. And I don't know why it feels that way to me. Like, how was the volume of the TTS and stuff? Did that seem like weird or different? Anywho, maybe your ears got an upgrade when you weren't looking. Maybe. Sounded fine to me. Imagine not having a breeding kink in 2023. Yeah, it can never be Alex. I'll put on my headphones. What's up, Manderbo Bander? What's up, J Logic? What's up, Alex Prop? What's up, Classic Banana Milk? What's up, Fridge? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Rain Beastie? What's up, Celticness? I meant to say 21 months Pog Tofu. That was a typo. Whoops. Yeah. I accidentally hit Control V or whatever the fuck. Whoops. This is our mod. What hope is there for the rest of us? Yeah, this is our mod, dog. We ain't getting a fucking safe community. Ay, ay, ay. Your image appears to be frozen? Am I frozen? Shouldn't be. No? Okay. Okay, cool. What's up, everybody? What's up, Malformed? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Classic Banana Milk? What's up, Mr. Noobsta? What's up, Radical Statical? Only in my heart. What's up, Rolling Face? What's up, Liana Spencer? We made partner. We can be weird now. True. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Chat, remember to drink water. Do it now. Oh, that fixed it? Oh, no, I had it on this screen. Sorry, that was me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yup. Not the squeak. That video is so, like, okay, this seems really loud to me for some reason, but it's all the way down here. Like, how is the volume for you guys right now? It's a bit loud. What happened? The vid is loud? Something is like tripping out. Something is like weird about my shit right now. Yo, Environmental Frog, what's up? I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were y'all up to? Environmental Frog stuff? Seems fine. It feels loud. I don't know what it is. It's freaking me out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Movie night and gaming. Let's go. Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Tofu, would you? Oh god. Oh god. What is
The best way to find deals on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace is to The best way to find deals on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace is to take what you're looking for, imagine what an incredibly stupid person would call that item, and then use that as the search term. That's because these are the only people that will sell an item without looking up how much it's worth. Game Boy. Chair. Speaker. Piano. Camera stand. Saw. Light bulb. Guitar. Spinner. Weights. Bass drum.
Bass drum.
Bass drum. Equipment.
What's happening? Am I having
Telescope.
telescope?
Game Boy. Hot dog grill.
Hot dog grill.
Acoustic guitar.
What is this?
Bass drum. Piano. The best way to find deals
Piano.
on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace is to take what you're looking for, imagine what an incredibly stupid person
Piano. Yeah, that was stressing me out, dude. Why I gotta do that? Why I gotta do that? The fuck? What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? What's going on? What's the vibe? I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm having an okay day. I'm tired and I'm really flustered and stuff for some reason. So I also today, unfortunately, I am sorry I wasn't able to like put together the post that I normally do and post in Discord with all the stuff that we're going to be going over today. Kind of a better than yesterday, more put together than it was yesterday, but still not as put together as normal as far as the stream content goes. We have plenty of content to look at, don't get me wrong, but usually I fine tune that shit. Listen, chat, I normally spend like an hour to 2 hours before stream putting everything together and making sure everything like has like a flow like of topics, like flows perfectly, and I have it spaced out so that like it's probably gonna be fine in hour-long segments. Listen, I put a lot of time and thinking into that shit. So unfortunately I wasn't able to do that today because I had a bunch of shit going on. I'm tired of this capitalism. Damn. Very unprofessional. I'm unsubbing. Listen, that's fair. Listen, that's fair. Okay, now this seems like quiet. I don't know. I feel like my audio is all weird, but maybe I'm just losing my mind. That also could be the case. Whatever. Anyway, what's up? What's the word? If you had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, what would it be? Not today in general, not in life in general, but like right now, at this very second. Mine would be flustered. Merry, love that for you. Comfy, love that for you, Liana. This is how I'm feeling. Oh fuck, melting help. I was mayor during. I was like, Are you serious? During 9/11. Jesus Christ. Oh fuck, I'm melting help. I was mayor during 9/11. Don't we have this? I feel like we have this, but I'll add it. Sinuses are fucked up? I'm sorry. 9/11, is that your word? Apathy? Ouch. Restless? Relaxing? Drained? High? Boof? Depressed? I'm sorry to hear that, Radical Statical. I hope it gets better soon. Post-surgical? Oh shit. Well, I hope surgery went well. Holy shit. Ligma? Oh, saying hi to Ligma. I was like, Ligma is your word? Classic banana milk? Okay. What's up, Ligma Nut? Medicated / positive? Love that for you, Flacco Bell. Oh, my word is tired. I feel you. Me too, dude. Me too. I had to take a nap earlier. So I had to wake up early to do a thing that early as in I had to be at a thing at 12, but I was late because my alarm didn't go off. And then yeah, yeah, I also stayed up ridiculously late last night because that's how I do. And so I basically had no fucking sleep. So I took like a couple hour nap a little bit ago. And I'm all just like, blah, all over the place. Mouth hurty had all 4 impacted wisdom teeth removed this morning. Oh God. Yo, you're sending thoughts and prayers. Jesus Christ. When I had my wisdom teeth removed, it was such a, like, I remember just like, okay, so the place that I got my wisdom teeth removed was like on the very corner of a building, right? It was like literally the corner room on on like the medical building that I was in, like the hospital or whatever the fuck. And it had like glass windows, like the corner of the building was like windows. So it was just like window and window that came together at the corner. And you're sitting in there with like literally left and right, the like a nice panoramic view of like the outside. It was like, it's cool, you know, whatever. They injected me with whatever the fuck they injected me with, or did they put it in my mask? Whatever. They put me to sleep, right? They were playing classical music. And they put me to sleep or whatever, and I'm like floating above the fucking city, and then I wake up in the waiting room with blood all over my shirt. Blood all over my shirt, and I had no idea how the fuck I got here. And my stepdad is like with me, and I was just like, I was so confused. And then the next thing I remember is like I'm walking to his truck and I'm zooted. The next thing I remember after that is I'm in the bathroom spitting blood in the fucking in the fucking sink. It was crazy. It was a wild experience. Super wild. So I feel for you. Hope you're doing okay. Did they use a plane? Yeah, to get yeah. That's gonna be me tomorrow. I was gonna take tonight to reset my sleep schedule, but I just remembered I have a thing tomorrow evening and I don't want to be tired / impede my sleep time. I feel it. I feel it. I got my wisdom tooth out awake, and it shattered, and they had to, oh dude, sober? Oh hell no, dude. Oh hell no. I don't think anesthesia works on me like that because my dysautonomia, how do I say that? Am I pronouncing that right? I remember bits and pieces of me crying during the surgery and then apologizing for crying. No. Oh, I'm sorry, Frog. That sounds so fucking horrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, this was literally me. This was literally me getting my wisdom teeth taken out. I'm just like, oh, I'm floating above the city. For me, they did happy gas plus local Novocaine or whatever. They were impacted and I was awake the whole time, but it was fine except when they hit the nerves. Oh, they took the screws out of my leg that I broke when I was awake and it felt weird as hell. Yeah, I imagine. What the fuck? Dysautonomia. It's a condition where your autonomic nervous system doesn't work properly. Oh, okay. Damn. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry. Hope it was okay. I hope you recover soon and quickly. Quickly and well. Anywho, we have lots to look at, chat. Plenty to look at. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos we're gonna watch. Normally I make a post that has all of the news articles links pasted in one neat place in Discord, but I didn't have time to do that, so I will share the articles that we read today as we go. We'll start off with today in history, and then we'll look at a couple pieces of silly and goofy-pilled news. Silly, goofy-pilled news, strange news, light news, before we get into the main headlines of the day. have a full set of dentures, got all my teeth removed on my 29th birthday. Was not Pog. Fuck, I'm sorry to hear that. God damn. So everything automatically controlled by your nerves, like pain receptors, heart rate, digestion, hormones, etc., don't work well. Got it. These videos are pretty cool looking. That's this is Twin Towers, World Trade Center, Vaporwave Mix, 2nd edition, VHS archive. It's a good way to start every day off, you know? That's just the best way to start the day off, you know? But speaking of starting the day off, let's fucking do it. Let's start the day off. Let's get into it. Let's hop into it. What's up, Levelhead? Nope, but I look 50 when I take them out or pop or Popeye. Oh, when you take out your dentures? Yeah. Was his 15 years ago today or yesterday that reporter threw a shoe? Oh, was it 15 years ago today or yesterday the reporter? What? I don't know. Maybe they'll say something about it in Today in History. I hope so, because that's a good moment. That's a good moment. Let's get into it. Today in History, December 15th.
December 15th, 1961. An Israeli court sentences former Nazi official Adolf Eichmann to death for his role in the Holocaust during World War II. He is hanged the following year, denying to the end his responsibility for the Nazis' mass killing of Jews in Europe. 1944. A single-engine plane carrying band leader Glenn Miller disappears over the English Channel on its way to Paris. Miller, at the time a major in the U.S. Army Air Forces during World War II, was 40 years old.
Damn.
1791. The Bill of Rights takes effect after
Cringe.
Virginia ratifies the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
Bro, they can't even spell Congress right, bro. Dumbasses. They said... Congress? What the hell's a Congress? Stupid idiots.
After Virginia ratifies the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution. 1890. In South Dakota, Sioux Indian Chief Sitting Bull and 11 other tribe members are killed during a fight with Indian police. 1966. Walt Disney, founder of an entertainment empire that lasts to this day, dies in Los Angeles at age 65. And in 1939... Atlanta hosts the world premiere of Gone with the Wind, the movie based on Margaret Mitchell's novel. Today in History, December 15th. Sandy Kozel, The Associated Press.
Okay. Cool.
This is what's left of the room where...
Let's look at some crazy news real quick before we get into some funny news. This is crazy. This is not funny. This is crazy. I saw this and I was like, what? A 4-month-old baby found safe in tree after tornado. Bro. Holy shit, dude.
This is what's left of the room where Sydney Moore was laying on top of her 1-year-old, shielding him from the tornado as her 4-month-old baby got sucked away and her mobile home demolished.
Towering over the rubble of her mobile home and shadowing her crushed car, Sydney's kid's playpen is wrapped around a tree, a jarring reminder of how easily the tornado tossed their 4-month-old baby to the wind.
The roof came off first. The tip of the tornado came down and picked up the bassinet with my baby Lord in it. And he was the first thing to go.
Okay, real quick. Quick aside. Your baby's name is Lord? Okay. Wait, what's her last name? Lord. So it'd be Lord Moore.
But the tornado came down and picked up the bassinet with my baby Lord in it. And
okay, bro. I'm just imagining now the tip of a fucking... Okay, the tip of a fucking tornado coming down and picking Lord up into the sky. What, bro?
It was the first thing to go up.
In his attempt to keep the bassinet inside, her boyfriend and father of her children was sucked up with it. At the same time, in the back bedroom, Sydney threw her body on top of their 1-year-old son, shielding him.
Literally, the moment I jumped on him, the walls collapsed. Like, I was being really crushed. Like, I couldn't breathe.
The couple frantically searched through the rubble in the pouring rain for the infant.
I thought he was dead. I was pretty sure he was dead and we weren't going to be able to find him.
Then, a miracle. They found baby Lord alive with just a cut on his face.
It looked like a little tree cradle. He was just laying there.
The entire family survived. Now,
dude.
Now, as she walks back down to where her home used to be, Sydney's recalling how she thought this would never happen to her family.
Everything could be taken like that. You better listen to the warnings. You better stay on top of the news.
The kids that she risked her life to save, sleeping peacefully tonight.
Like, those kids are what saved me. Like, they saved me from everything. And I don't know what I would have done without them.
Thanks for watching.
Holy shit, man. Fucking insane. I hope they get I hope the state or whatever gets them shelter, they get everything figured out. That's just an insane story, dude. Also, that baby's name is Lord. Okay. All right. Anyway, so that happened. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. Are you serious? No. Free Palestine. Oy, oy. Anyway, some light news before we get into the headlines. Look at this from The Guardian. Satanic Temple condemns vandalism of its statue by Christian military veteran. Damn. The leader of an organization whose satanic altar at Iowa State Capitol was torn down by a Christian military veteran on Thursday has dismissed the vandalism as a real act of cowardice. He said he a pussy ass hoe. There's a certain point at which we need some adults in the room to tell people what what is this? Why is it like this? Tell people what liberal democratic values are, what their value is, why we uphold them, what they're good for. And they need to stand up for these values, or we are going to further degenerate in our polarism towards autocracy. The co-founder of the Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves. Okay, I just know this motherfucker said it like hella dramatic. Like, there's a certain point at which we need some adults in the room. I don't know what he sounds like, but I imagine that he sounds like a fucking vampire or some shit. The co-founder of Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves, told CNN. The Satanic Temple obtained permission from Iowa's government to erect a statue of a goat-headed figure at the state capitol in Des Moines, along with the group's 7 fundamental tenets, which call on members, quote, to act with compassion and empathy toward all, and declared people's bodies as inviolable. The statue and its association with the Satanic Temple ignited a fierce debate over the breadth of the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment, which provides Americans their core freedoms of speech and religion. The Satanic Temple makes clear that its members do not actually worship the devil, nor do they believe in either Satan's existence or the supernatural. Instead, Satan is used as a symbol of free will, humanism, and anti-authoritarianism. Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds issued a statement calling the Satanic Temple's display, quote, absolutely objectionable, but suggested it was one a free society should allow to stand. Reynolds call on, quote, all those of faith to pray alongside her and recognize the traditional display honoring Jesus' birth, also put up at the Capitol. Anyway, I don't really care too much about the rest of this. I'm not gonna fucking lie. But I thought it was funny sounding. But I thought it was funny sounding. It's a strange first. It's a strange. I mean, you've had your account since 2020, right? That's a strange first message to come in hot with. Be like, okay, I mean, okay, maybe hang out a while. You know what I mean? Maybe hang out a while. You know, we still have yet to get to Israel-Palestine news, friend. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. All right. Here's that article. I thought that was silly, and I figured I'd share it with you. All right, chat. Next up, we're going to start it off. It's going to be just like yesterday. I have a feeling we're going to get to fun content much sooner rather than later, which is cool. Rejoice. Rejoice. Next up, chat, we're going to look at the headlines. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Top stories from Associated Press. News wrap from PBS. And then top U.S. and world headlines from Democracy Now!, a.k.a. Democracy in a few minutes. We're going to look at this from CBS News. How Los Angeles County plans to shift from imported water to local resources. We're going to look at Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, being broke now. I mean, I don't think he was ever really doing that well, to be honest, but he must now pay $148 million to election workers for harassment, a jury says. Get fucked. We're also going to look at Venezuela-Guyana updates. The two leaders, Maduro and Irfan Ali, I believe his name is, from Guyana, the president of Guyana, met today to discuss the dispute over the territory in Essequibo. We're going to look at this from Al Jazeera. Poverty in Argentina. Over 45% of the population is in need. Not looking good for them when it comes to, you know, their new president and all of that. What else we got? We got this. Labor leaders push President Brandon for Israel-Gaza ceasefire at the U.S. Capitol. Based. This before that. What are the loopholes in the COP28 climate deal? We got this. U.S. rebukes Israel for more than 30 attacks on Lebanese military amid concerns of Gaza conflict widening. And we got this interesting piece of news. Pentagon taps, quote, Tiger team to rush weapons to Israel. So previously not unreported on the organizations that are responsible for getting weapons to Israel. There's specific organizations tasked with getting weapons specifically to Israel that were previously unknown. But we're going to look at this reporting from The Intercept about that. So that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. But here's the thing, chat. Before we get into all of that stuff, we have to run an ad break because it has been about an hour since we started the stream. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content, okay? But here's the thing. If you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. One of our unsubbed comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. We are just starting the day off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, please consider subscribing and supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. Yo, Levelhead, thank you for the gifty to Ink Frog. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Now we are at 1 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Very pog. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 3 minutes Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. We're back. Oh, yo, Classic Banana Milk. Thank you for gifting to Mander. Poggers chatter to Poggers chatter. You love to see it. Thank you so much, Classic Banana Milk. Thank you. And thank you again, Levelhead, for gifting to Ink Frog. Hello, Freedom Evie. All right. Let's get into it, huh? What do you say? It's time to start the day. We'll start off with the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Let's go. Shut up. Oh,
this
God.
is AP News Minute.
Hey. Relax. What's up, Orchestrand? Number 1. What's up, Introma? Israeli forces and Hamas fight fierce battles throughout Gaza as the U.S. nudges its ally to change a strategy that has inflicted a huge civilian death toll. Number 2. Britain's Prince Harry has been awarded £140,600, around $180,700. Thank you for the American translation, Reuters. After a London court ruled he had been the victim of, quote, modest phone hacking. What is modest phone hacking? When does phone hacking, like hacking somebody's phone, you know what I mean, their cell phone, cross over from being modest to like egregious? You know, like what are we talking about? I need to know. I'm curious. I'm really curious. Modest phone hacking. This was ages ago. Introma, how you doing? It's been a while. How you doing? Boom. It's the sun. If it's the sun stuff, yeah. Just get a hold of a few photos to show their friends at the slumber party. No big deal. Oh man. An itsy bitsy wiretap. Yeah, just a little wiretap. They hacked a bunch of people's phones. I'm in the middle of finals. Send help. Written like 2 pages out of 30. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Thoughts and prayers. Introma. Good to see you, though. And other unlawful information gathering by journalists on British newspapers. I mean, British fucking tabloids are absolutely brutal. Are absolutely ruthless. So, I don't know much about that story, but I believe it's probably fucked. Probably fucked. Number 3. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban blocks a major EU aid package for Ukraine and warns he can still halt Kyiv's accession. Is it accession? It's accession because they are assessing. Yeah, okay. Kyiv's accession to the bloc after membership talks won EU approval. Number 4. Oh man, did they find him yet? Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is missing in Russia's penal system, his allies say. Bruh. They're just brushing over that. Yeah, still missing. Oh boy. He just, there's an election coming up where Putin has announced that he's going to run again, for the people. And then Alexei Navalny just like, we can't find him. He's missing in the fucking jail system. I don't know, man. Number 5, Vietnam and China sign a joint declaration and 36 cooperation documents in areas such as infrastructure, trade, security during a visit to Hanoi by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Word. I just get bored sometimes and make things. That's us, dude. Dude, that's literally us. That's literally it's TNN. It's Tofu News Network. Hell yeah. KSOY. Tofu News Network, dude. Let's go. That's actually kind of sick. Put that in the disco. in the disco. All right, top stories from Associated Press. The Israeli military says its soldiers mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages during ground operations in the Gaza Strip. So now this is, we're going to talk about this, so we're not going to get stun locked right now. This is in small arms fire. Like this is like in like ground combat. Meaning like IDF bullets, not like IDF 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs or like cruise missiles or anything. That's IDF bullets. So we're gonna look at that. Meanwhile, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with the Palestinian president to discuss post-war arrangements for Gaza. In a rare public appearance, Melania Trump welcomed new U.S. citizens at a naturalization ceremony at the National Archives. That's my first lady. Melania Trump was born in Slovenia and is the only first lady who is also a naturalized U.S. citizen. Damn, immigrants? Kind of woke, dude. Prince Harry has won his phone hacking lawsuit against the publisher of the British tabloid Daily Mirror. A judge said newspaper executives were aware of the hacking, the modest hacking, mind you, and covered it up. It was modest hacking. A NASA telescope has captured an image of the biggest solar flare in years, which burst from the sun on Thursday. Ooh. The flare caused radio interference in the U.S. and other parts of the world. So that's probably, you know, meanwhile, like all the Twitch streams are like start fucking dropping frames and shit, dude. Damn. Cool. Cool. Now let's look at the news wrap from PBS. Hello?
The day's other headlines, the Congressional Budget Office projected inflation will slow to near 2% next year. That is close to the Federal Reserve's goal, and it could pave the way for lower interest rates. The CBO also estimates that unemployment will rise to 4.4% by late next year. The nation's gross domestic product, or overall economic output, is expected to fall to a rate of 1.5% before rebounding in 2025. Homelessness in the United States has soared to its highest levels on record, more than 650,000 people. Federal data released today showed a 12% increase in January from a year earlier. The numbers are increasingly evident in Chicago, Denver, and other cities. Officials blame sharply higher rents and the end of pandemic-era assistance. European Union leaders...
Yeah. I mean, I read an article today. Where was it from? Homeless. Was it PBS? Fuck. I read an article that said about it today that basically said a solid portion of, I'm trying to remember what the percentage was because I don't want to just lie to you, but a big percentage of that number of homelessness that those that are homeless that has risen, a big percentage of it are newly homeless, meaning they are like they've never been homeless before. You know, they're not like they haven't been like struggling back and forth with homelessness for multiple years. These are brand new, newly homeless. Let me find the article.
Leaders insisted today they will ultimately get more military aid to Ukraine early next year. Germany, France, and others voiced optimism despite Hungary's veto of a $50 billion aid package. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is Russia's closest ally in the EU. He defended his position in Brussels as an EU summit ended.
We can say the situation in Ukraine is bad, so we shouldn't send any more money to finance the war.
I can't find the specific. I can't find the one that I read specifically, but this is about it from AP. U.S. homelessness hits its highest reported level About 653,000 people were homeless, the most since the country began using the yearly point-in-time survey in 2007. The total in the January count represents an increase of about 70,650 from a year earlier. The latest estimate indicates that people becoming homeless for the first time were behind much of the increase. I heard a specific, the article that I read earlier, I wish I remembered which one, where it was from, had a specific percentage. I don't know. Either way, it's fucking bad. It's fucking bad.
Instead, we should stop the war and have a ceasefire and peace talks. Instead of that, now they want to give money to keep the war going.
The EU aid is especially critical for Ukraine, with future U.S. assistance stuck in Congress. Meanwhile, the bloc will begin talks on letting Ukraine join, but Hungary's Orban says he may stop that process later. Russian officials now say the jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been moved from a penal colony east of Moscow. Confirmation came today during a court hearing. But Navalny's whereabouts remain unknown since his lawyer lost touch with him after December 6th.
Damn. Seems bad. You know what I mean? If like your aides and, you know, your team, your aides and your lawyer of all people don't know where the fuck you're at. It's not dude, he got Prigozhined for sure. I can't even, like, he's survived so many attempts. How many attempts has he survived now on his life? He was poisoned before. He's been jailed many times. Crazy. So that's all very, quote, true. But did you think about the optics that makes it seem like homelessness isn't a moral failure and that it could happen to any of us? That's kind of yucking our capitalist yums. Try to consider the feelings of the owner class in the future sweaty. True. You're right. You're right. The most marginalized group. You're right. I need to be more, you know, I need to reflect and look inward. I'm feeling like blocking aid to Ukraine is kind of a W if it gets parties to the peace table. Yeah. I'm not mad at that thought. Viktor Orban is not a W, but you know. Hug a landlord today, chat. Yeah.
Moscow is digging out from one of its biggest snowstorms in 60 years.
If you're cold, chat, they're probably not. They're probably just fine.
Blizzards dumped 8 inches on the Russian capital and other parts of the country today. It amounted to more than 1/5 of Moscow's average December snowfall in just 24 hours. Forecasters say the city could get a record of nearly 20 inches this month. A bitter cold wave has plunged much of China to below freezing temperatures. Snow blanketed Beijing this week and disrupted highway travel in provinces across the north. Today, President Xi Jinping called for an all-out emergency response, with conditions set to worsen over the weekend. Britain's Prince Harry scored a victory today in his legal war with British tabloids. A London court ruled the Daily Mirror used phone hacking to snoop on Harry in the early 2000s, and it awarded him $180,000. Later, lawyers...
Bro, $180,000 is like a nice trip out to the mall for these people. Are you kidding me? $180,000. Thanks.
Read a statement from the prince calling for action against...
Thanks. We'll get a nice dinner tonight.
...publishers who abuse their power.
Today's ruling is vindicating and affirming. I've been told that slaying dragons will get you burned. But in light of today's victory and the importance of doing what is needed for a free and honest press, it is a worthwhile price to pay.
Prince Harry's testimony in the trial was the first by a British royal in more than a century. Back in this country, former President Trump faces a new controversy over highly classified documents that disappeared as he left office. Reports today say it involves a binder of material on Russian efforts to meddle in the 2016 election. Intelligence agencies are said to be worried that secret sources and methods will be compromised. The Virginia woman whose first grader shot and wounded his teacher was sentenced today to 2 years in state prison for child neglect. Deja Taylor's son used her gun in the attack in Newport News. She'd already been sentenced to 21 months in federal prison for using marijuana while owning a gun.
Bro, okay, listen, there are some things wrong with there, you know, things went wrong there, right? But that's not one of them. Like using marijuana while owning a gun, like okay, dude. All right. Stock exchange, don't care. Democracy Now.
This news
Let's
is
go.
funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to
Democracy Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
In the Gaza Strip, at least 33 people were killed when Israel's military struck a UN school in Khan Yunis, being used as a shelter of last resort for Palestinians expelled from their homes. Israeli raids also killed and wounded Palestinians at hospitals in Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah, where more than 1 million displaced Palestinians are sheltering. Abu Mohammed Klab was one of those gathered at the morgue in Rafah's Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital Thursday. They'd come to collect the bodies of loved ones killed by Israeli strikes.
They are looking at the images, but no one is saying anything. The dead are all children, women, and old people. They are not from the resistance. They are all civilians. You know the numbers of civilians, so why are you still silent? How long will you stay silent? Enough. Enough with this life.
The death toll from Israel's assaults on Gaza and the West Bank since October is nearing 19,000. More than a third of those killed are children, an estimated 50,000.
If you count all the people who are missing, that are likely to be still underneath rubble from Israeli strikes, it's closer to like 23 or 24,000 or something like that.
Palestinians have been injured. On Thursday, Israel once again...
Yo, Freedom Evie, thank you for gifting to Sidewalk Connoisseur. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, cut phone and internet service across most of Gaza, further hampering relief efforts. The World Food Program reports half of Gaza's population of 2.3 million people is starving, while 9 out of 10 people are not eating enough and don't know where their next meal will come from. On Thursday, Philippe Lazzarini, the head of the UN's Agency for Palestinian Refugees, said it's become almost impossible to distribute the small amount of aid Israel's allowing into Gaza.
People are stopping aid trucks, taking the food and eating it right away. And this is how desperate and hungry they are. And I witnessed this firsthand.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed an unarmed 17-year-old boy inside the Khalil Suleiman Hospital. Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, also witnessed Israeli soldiers blocking medical workers and ambulances carrying discharged patients home. Drivers were forced to get out of their vehicles, strip down, kneel in the streets. MSF says it's part of a pattern targeting healthcare workers in the West Bank since October 7th.
Yeah, but you see, Amy, did you consider that they're military-aged males? Yeah, okay.
Fire and tear gas at hospitals, blocking emergency vehicles, and humiliating and harassing medical staff. Outside the hospital compound, Israeli soldiers desecrated a mosque in Jenin and read out Jewish prayers.
Yeah, and then you have Itamar Ben-Gvir like defending it, trying to say that we shouldn't be trying to scold our soldiers, our brave soldiers in this time of war. We shouldn't be trying to hold them accountable for petty crimes like this. We should be lifting them up and praising them for their hard work that they're doing in Gaza right now. Just, oh my God.
A style of an Islamic call to prayer. This came as part of a 3-day Israeli raid on the Jenin refugee camp.
Mind you, this is not in Gaza. This is not where Hamas rules. This is in Jenin, not in Gaza.
Largest in 20 years, which killed at least 12 Palestinians. Israeli forces arrested over 100 others. President Joe Biden said Thursday Israel's military should be, quote, more careful to save Palestinian civilian lives.
Be careful,
His comments
Jack.
came as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant told Sullivan Israel's campaign in Gaza will continue well into 2024.
It will take and require a long period of time. It will last more than several months, but we will win and we will destroy them.
According to the White House, Sullivan told Israeli leaders the U.S. expects Israel's military to soon switch to, quote, lower intensity operations. The White House did not give a timeline for the change, but the New York Times cites 4 unnamed U.S. officials who said Biden wants to grant Israel 3 weeks to switch to, quote, more precise tactics.
3 weeks? You know how much damage they did in the last 3 weeks? You know how many people have died in the last 3 weeks? This has only been going on since October. Okay, and we have surpassed civilian deaths that was seen in like Iraq, seen in Ukraine conflict. Like 3 weeks?
Meanwhile, Al Jazeera has obtained an advance.
And mind you, during this 3 weeks, we're also going to be talking about how eager the United States is to get weapons to Israel. Even though yesterday and the day before they started talking about like being worried about whether or not a shipment of M16s might make their way into the hands of settlers in the West Bank. Like, they can say that they're worried about things like this all they want, but they have like teams that are meant to rush weapons to them. Not only like, and this is outside of the weapons that already are in Israel, located in the weapons caches that the United States has throughout the world, but the biggest one being in Israel. Loosening restrictions on Israel's access to those weapons caches on top of all of this. So it's like, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like 3 weeks while you are still rushing all of the guns and bombs to them. It's pointless. It's pointless. It's pointless. It's like the most laziest, like bare minimum of CYA, happening. They're covering their ass, like trying to like make it seem like, on paper that the United States was like, pressuring Israel to not break international law, when we all know who has allowed them to continuously break international law for fucking decades.
The United Nations report detailing the devastating impact of Israel's assault on Gaza. In it, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemns Israeli airstrikes on protected persons, including journalists, health workers, and UN personnel, pleading with the Security Council to approve a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Guterres writes, quote, the magnitude of Israel's military campaign against Hamas and the scope of death and destruction in Gaza has been unprecedented and unbearable to witness, unquote. Jewish-led protests Thursday shut down bridges and highways across 8 U.S. cities demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. The peaceful actions in Seattle, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Portland.
Today, LAX was shut down by protesters. Well, the road there's like one road into the main loop. If anybody's been to LAX, so you know what I'm talking about. There's one road that basically like leads you into the roundabout that is LAX, and protesters blocked it today in LAX base.
Washington, D.C., Chicago, Minneapolis, and Atlanta came on the 8th and final day of Hanukkah. In Portland, protesters blocked the Burnside Bridge as they held a homemade 9-foot menorah and sang Hanukkah songs and prayers.
As Jews, we come from long legacies of resistance and resilience. Rededication is a theme of Hanukkah. So on this last night, we rededicate our lineage of resilience towards the struggle against genocide, against apartheid, against occupation.
That protest in
Base.
Oregon. On Capitol Hill, labor leaders joined progressive
Extra
Congress members
base.
at a rally Thursday demanding President Biden support an immediate ceasefire and allow urgent humanitarian
that's my
aid,
president,
food, and
dude.
water into Gaza. United Auto Workers President
That's
Sean
my
Finney
guy.
spoke alongside Congress members
That's my
Cori Bush
fucking
and
dude.
Rashida Tlaib.
The world's seen enough slaughter and devastation. Peace is the only path forward. While we call for a ceasefire, we also condemn anti-Semitism,
That's right.
Islamophobia,
That's right.
anti-Arab racism,
That's right.
all of which are growing in our nation at this moment and must be stopped.
Leaders of the Postal Workers Union and the
Dang.
United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers of America are also calling for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, Biden administration staffers and other U.S. government employees are continuing to demand a permanent ceasefire.
Based.
Dozens.
This was historic too. We covered this when this started. Apparently, it's still ongoing. Brandon staffers out front of the White House for the past few days, doing this like silent, vigil protest.
Gathered for a vigil outside the White House Wednesday. Staffers concealed their identities with sunglasses and face masks as they read the names of some of the thousands of Palestinians killed in Gaza. The House of Representatives voted 310 to 118 to pass a record $886 billion military bill Thursday, one day after it won Senate approval. Its passage came despite concerns over its extension.
Dude, the last one was record. You know what I mean? Remember the last military spending bill was a record breaking. Let's go.
Section 702 of FISA, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows for warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens. The Congressional Progressive Caucus encouraged its members to oppose the measure, though in the end, just 45 Democrats voted against the largest ever National Defense Authorization Act. The ACLU said, quote, "It's incredibly disheartening that Congress decided to extend an easily abused law with zero of the reforms needed to protect all of our privacy," they said. The bill also includes more military funding for Ukraine, a 5.2% raise for troops, and a measure preventing the president from withdrawing from NATO without congressional approval. The UN.
That's crazy. So they made sure to protect the United States membership in NATO in case of the event that Donald Trump becomes president and does some crazy and pulls us out of NATO. They were able to make sure that Congress has to decide that, but they're not willing to do the same thing for the war powers. Hey.
Money isn't getting into Palestine. The money that we're sending is not getting through. Aid's not getting through. Nothing's getting through. Money isn't getting into Palestine. The money that we're sending is not getting through. Aid's not getting through. Nothing's getting through. There are other places that we can use our money that will still help Palestinians. The only thing that's going to get Israel to stop is disrupting the flow of capital that supports Israel. To do that, we need people striking and blockading, people blocking the entrances to weapons manufacturers, people blocking the entrances to companies that support Israel, people stopping boats from leaving their ports. There are activists who are doing that right now, a bunch of them. They're really amazing. But what's happening is they're getting arrested, and getting arrested is very expensive. Here's where your money comes in. If you donate to bail funds and mutual aid funds for protesters who are arrested for doing these things, then you're making it safer for people to protest. If we show people that if they get arrested for direct action, they will still be loved and protected and supported by their community, then it makes it easier for them to do that, and it encourages more people to do that. That will help Palestinians. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for caring. I love you. Solidarity. Lives depend on us.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Yeah.
Its World Food Program reports nearly 50 million people across Western and Central Africa are expected to go hungry next year, warning international funding for humanitarian aid is failing to keep pace with record levels of acute hunger. An analysis published by the WFP this week found more than 2/3 of households in the region cannot afford healthy diets due to a combination of conflict, climate change, and soaring food prices. Alo Sib is the World Food Program's head of research for Western and Central Africa.
Nearly 80% of the people currently facing food insecurity are
Yeah,
located in conflict zones. We also witnessed the impacts of climate change. For instance, this year, there have been prolonged periods of halted rainfall in certain areas, resulting in significant crop losses for local farmers.
The UN is warning hunger in Sudan's conflict zones is headed toward famine-like conditions, as some Khartoum residents have been surviving on a single small daily meal. Some 30 million people, roughly 2/3 of the population, are in need of assistance in Sudan, according to the UN. That's double the number before fighting broke out in April between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces. The violence and economic woes have devastated Sudan's agricultural sector, which has also been hit by below-average rains. Meanwhile, residents of the city of Omdurman, which lies on the west bank of the Nile River, accuse Sudanese soldiers of looting and shooting civilians in the Ambada district, the only area of the city still controlled by government forces. The RSF has also been accused of looting in areas under its control. A court in Senegal has ordered jailed opposition leader Ousmane Sonko to be reinstated on the electoral roll, paving the way for him to stand in next year's presidential election. Sonko, who's expected to be a key challenger of President Macky Sall, was sentenced in June to a 2-year prison term over an alleged sexual assault charges he's accused the government of manufacturing to derail his candidacy. In late July, Senegalese officials dissolved Sonko's Patriots of Senegal party, the first time a political party has been banned in the West African nation since its independence from France in 1960. The European Union's agreed to open membership talks with Ukraine and Moldova. Leaders of 26 EU member states unanimously approved the accession talks Thursday after Hungary's far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban left
So it is accession, not accession.
room just before votes were cast. Orban, who is widely viewed as an ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, had threatened to veto Ukraine's bid to join the EU. He appeared to back down after European leaders released more than $10 billion worth of aid to Hungary it had withheld after determining Orban's nationalist government was failing to uphold the rule of law. Meanwhile, Hungary's government blocked a European Union financial aid package for Ukraine worth $55 billion. Talks on that package will resume next year. And Brazilian lawmakers have approved a law.
Oh my god, I thought that fucking microphone had like little eyes on it. That's what I would do. That's what I would do if I was a boom mic operator for some news agency. I put little googly eyes on that shit and put it in their face, you know what I mean?
Package will resume next year. And Brazilian lawmakers have approved a law making it harder for indigenous communities to make claims over ancestral territory. The law, which overrides a veto by President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, says such claims are not valid unless indigenous groups physically occupied the land when the 1988 Brazilian Constitution was signed. Many indigenous communities were expelled from their lands over the course of decades, including during the military dictatorship. The measure comes in the wake of a September Supreme Court ruling, which rejected the 1988 timeline for indigenous territorial claims. The new law, backed by powerful agribusiness interests, threatens to open vast portions of indigenous territory to logging, mining, farming, and ranching. Congressmember Célia Chacabrilla was among the minority lawmakers who voted against the legislation.
The defeat is not only for us, the indigenous people. The defeat is for the climate agenda. We, the indigenous people, have been the #1 solution to stop the climate crisis, and today the Congress responded throwing the solution away.
Célia Chacriaba was sitting next to Sonia Guajajara, the first indigenous minister of Brazil. We'll be bringing you an exclusive interview with her next week. Brazil's Supreme Court is expected to now review whether the new law is constitutional. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
The War and Peace Report.
Democracy Now!
I'm Amy Goodman.
By viewers like you.
I'm Amy Goodman.
At democracynow.org.
It is me. Me, I say.
Los Angeles County.
Me, I am. All right, let's see. We'll leave those. We'll look at this first. How Los Angeles County plans to shift from imported water to local resources. I'm curious to see what those local resources are. But if that is possible, it would be really good for the Colorado River, because the Colorado River is like in a fucking crisis. And Los Angeles, you know, is a big user of that water. Water from the homeless, knowing LA. Water from the homeless knowing LA. Imported is a weird word. Yeah, imported is a weird word. I guess it's technically imported because it's moved, right? It does. I don't know. I've already been refilling my water from the LA River. Delicious. Nutritious. It's got minerals, vitamins and minerals and that shit. You know what I mean? It's good for your immune system. What's up, Brett? How you doing?
Los Angeles County has adopted its first plan to move the region away from relying on imported water.
LA is the nation's largest county. It currently only locally sources 40% of its water, but this new plan will double that transition.
I need to know what the local sources are. Like places in the LA, like mountains, like where?
The county to 80% locally sourced water within 20 years. Joining us now is the director of Los Angeles County Public Works, Mark Pastrella. Mark, thanks very much for being with us. So explain why it's so crucial that Los Angeles County locally sources its own water.
Well, first of all, recognizing that what climate is doing to our water system and creating a weather whiplash for us in the state of California and across the globe, the County Board of Supervisors, led by our chair, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, are really demanding that we create a more resilient system. So it's just critical that we harden up the systems that currently convey water to us and get more reliability and more resources locally, manage the local resources in a way that optimizes our local resource first.
Okay, motherfucker, you say local again, I'm gonna fucking scream. All right, where? What are the local resources? I need to know. Does anybody know? Any LA heads?
We're prioritizing these local resources like our reclaimed
He said
water,
local again.
as well as our stormwater here in Los Angeles County.
Mark, it's good for the environment, it's good for reliability, but there's also a question about whether it will be good for residents in terms of how much they pay. Talk to us about how much LA County residents pay for water now and how this project is expected to change that.
Yeah, so our local drinking water can be some of the most expensive in the United States, and it can be some of the cheapest. It's actually quite varied depending upon your water source. What the plan attempts to do is to lift up all communities, including those disadvantaged communities, to even the playing field, if you will, but also to take care of those that just literally can't afford their own water, monitoring with equity. So what we intend to do is use our local resource, which is much cheaper than imported resources, to, again, level and to lift up all of the communities of Los Angeles County when it comes to their water resources.
Mark, I just want to follow up with you on one point.
These they're not even good at just speaking in pure platitudes. These local people I said local, god damn it. Like politicians, it's insane. They're trying, but they're not even doing it well.
The county actually has independent water districts.
He said nothing.
How are they being factored in?
Yeah, so what's happening is...
He said, it's cool for poor people. All right, cool. What? Explain.
And put together an agreement between 200 water agencies. Collectively, those 200 water agencies manage the water of Los Angeles County. And so what's different about this plan is that we actually put everybody in a room under, again, the leadership of our Board of Supervisors, and said we've got to get along and prioritize how we get water to our citizens and break down the barriers that are created by governance, like having 200 water agencies with their own independent priorities.
All right. These motherfuckers. Where does LA drinking water come from? Top sources to know. Imported water. Today, the majority of LA's water comes from imported sources, such as the Los Angeles aqueduct system, built during the 20th century to transport water from the Mono Basin and Owens Valley to Los Angeles. But imported water is not the only method of replenishing LA's basins. The water sector has looked for ways to replenish groundwater basins more sustainably, said Rebecca Kimmich, press office manager at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Imported sources, those are limited, and they're having more stretch because of climate change. Okay, stormwater. LA's development is a challenge for rainwater capture, said Melanie Winter, founder and director of the River Project, a nonprofit organization that encourages responsible management of watershed lands and revitalization of rivers. The spread of asphalt and other human-made surfaces resulted in a loss of permeable surface area where rainwater can absorb into the ground. We have not allowed for the preservation of aqueduct open space, which reduces temperatures, sequesters carbon, provides habitat and biodiversity, and allows rainwater to get into the groundwater basin, she said. Los Angeles County Department of Public Works captures some local stormwater through a system of dams, reservoirs, and spreading grounds. In this way, the agency captures a third of the drinking water supply for Los Angeles County. Recycled water. Wastewater from our sinks, showers, toilets, and beyond that is purified through simple levels of treatment also plays a role in LA's groundwater system. Recycled water right now is a small piece, but in the future it will be a big piece. That's why you always see, if you're in LA, you always see like any area that is like any grass area or landscape that is like watered by the city will always have a little sign in it, a little sign poking out of the ground that says "Do not drink," because it's recycled. This poo-poo water. This water got the dookie in it. Don't drink this. When they drinking it at the Grove, I'll drink it. I feel like replacing the LA riverbanks with concrete was a bad move. Yeah, well, yeah, yes. All water is recycled. Okay, Celtic, but it's tasty. Let's see, where am I? Montebello Bay. So how much groundwater do we actually use? In recent years, groundwater has made up a fairly small percentage of LA's water supply. The reason for that is because of historical contamination, especially within the San Fernando Basin. In the 40s, as the valley started getting industrialized, companies moved in, manufacturing, aerospace, and a lot of the contamination was just buried in the ground. Let's fucking go, dude. To return the basin to a more productive state, the DWP, the Department of Water and Power, is in the process of building 3 groundwater treatment facilities, Lou said. As we pull the water out, it's going to be treated to meet all the state and federal standards, all permit requirements that make it suitable for drinking. Groundwater has constituted about 10% of LA's overall supply of drinking water in the last 5 years. All right, imported water is still important. I mean, one last thing. All right, whatever. Okay, so mostly it's coming from these places, the Mono Basin and Owens Valley, through imported water.
Working sometimes against each other, and then therefore creating a really poor water supply.
Competing with one another.
All the things that come along with it.
Actually competing with one another at times to try and purchase that water, driving up the prices for all of the residents who are then footing the bills on that.
Yeah.
Damn. I'm starting to think that this whole capitalism thing was a mistake.
Right. Very good point. That's exactly true. And in fact, that independent
competing water prices, you say,
has created lots of the wars you hear about here in the West when it comes to water.
I'm wondering, Mark, California, of course, has been facing problems with drought for years. How do you actually source water locally?
Oh, my God. Dude, when am I gonna stop fucking just talking and yapping, speaking Japanese, and just let a motherfucker talk? Okay, I can just like not pause the video and like I'll find out what my question is.
So what we've been doing for a number of years now is capturing our local stormwater and putting it into our reservoir system. And we here locally in the West, we store our water underground in our groundwater basins. So we've been doing a lot of work cleaning up the basins from legacy pollutants so we can store more water underground. And that's how we harvest it. We harvest water right at neighborhood level and at the large level, and then in these gigantic facilities that we call spreading grounds, we put about a third of the drinking water supply into the ground for LA County on an average annual rainfall year. So, we're doing a big part now, but we look to increase that by twice, doubling the amount within 20 years, as was stated at the beginning of the article here.
All right, a precious resource, Mark Pastrella. Thanks so much, Mark, for joining us.
Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ, man. The water wars are coming, chat. The water wars are coming. Okay, what are we going to look at next? Speaking of water wars, maybe we could talk about the COP28 loopholes. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at this. So we know that the president of COP28 is an oil baron. We know that there was a record number of oil industry lobbyists present at COP28, the climate summit, the international climate summit this year. We know that they actually outnumbered climate activists 15-1, which is pretty pog, pretty poggers. It was also held in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, which is like a country that is just definitely known for being super ethical. So that's also pretty cool. We know that they decided there was an international deal struck at COP28 that basically said, instead of phasing out the use of oil, we are going to be phasing down. Not phasing out, just phasing it down. Okay, we're going to wean off of it, but we're not going to ever quit. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's look at some of the ways that they, wrote loopholes into their agreement here with Reuters.com. Nations struck a historic deal on Wednesday at the COP28 climate summit in Dubai to transition the global economy away from fossil fuels. But some delegations and environmental groups say it contains major loopholes that could keep oil, gas, and coal flowing indefinitely. Carbon capture. One of them is the inclusion of a phrase calling for accelerated deployment of carbon capture. Carbon capture is a technology that would theoretically allow users of oil, gas, and coal to keep, or I guess there's probably supposed to be a comma there, oil, gas, and coal to keep their emissions from reaching the atmosphere by capturing them at the source and storing them permanently underground. Lots of people are skeptical about carbon capture. It is expensive and has yet to be proven at the scale needed to impact climate change. And environmental groups call it a false flag that justifies continued drilling. Carbon cope. I can't quit you. Yeah, I can quit anytime. You motherfuckers are crazy. Just one more hit, man. Just one more. On the other hand, if it ever did manage to get off the ground, it would allow for ongoing production and consumption of fossil fuels, presumably without a climate impact. I mean, presumably is doing a lot of work there, right? Theoretically, right? That does not sit well with some countries, especially those most vulnerable to the impacts of warming. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Why do you think that is? Countries most vulnerable, meaning like the poorest countries with the littlest amount of say, where the oil companies like are not based out of. Yeah. We are being asked to endorse technologies that could result in actions that undermine our efforts, said Anne Rasmussen, lead negotiator of the Alliance of Small Island States. The pact also pushes for the acceleration of low carbon hydrogen, which typically means hydrogen produced by electrolyzing water in a process powered by clean energy sources like solar and wind. Practically none of this is made today because it is so expensive. Transitional fuels, which is a very funny use of these two words. The deal also includes the line that the summit, quote, recognizes that transitional fuels can play a role in facilitating the energy transition while ensuring energy security. What are transitional fuels? Well, they are fossil fuels. Oh, got it. U.S. Special Climate Envoy John Kerry said at a press conference on Wednesday that his definition of transitional fuels is natural gas produced in such a way that its greenhouse gas emissions are captured during production. He said that all of the provisions of the COP28 deal have to be in line with the international target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. That means they're going to play either a limited role or temporary role while you're largely phasing out fossil fuels in the system over a period of time, he said. Environmentalists do not like it. They are worried that language like this will encourage ongoing investment in oil and gas development. I mean, of course it will. It means that, don't worry. We're not you can still get some. There will still be some fossil fuels to transition off of or whatever. So yeah, it means that your money is safe your investments are safe. Gas has been a tricky topic since Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year because the Ukraine war has triggered a massive increase in European imports of U.S. liquefied natural gas. Sorry, which systems? Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, which systems? Another area of concern raised by observers is a clause calling upon parties to transition away fossil fuels, quote, in energy systems, as opposed to across the entire economy. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. This, says the International Pollutants Elimination Network, sends a signal that other energy-intensive sectors like plastics and petrochemicals production can continue to rely on fossil fuels. Boom, there you go. So like, don't worry, you'll still be able to sell your products to the companies that are still allowed to use them, like plastics companies. Negotiations around a separate treaty on plastic pollution are split around whether countries should tackle pollution from the production side of the plastics life cycle, drawing opposition from countries like Saudi Arabia. Yeah, because they want to be able to do things like, oh, but we'll just do like big recycling programs or like whatever, things like that, or like maybe charge like a tax on certain plastic products, which is right. You know, you get it. Norway's foreign minister, Espen Barth Eide, told Reuters that the deal means there might be a small space for major fossil fuels, but that will be in the hard to abate sectors. That sounds like cope. Though, yeah, there you have it. There's some of the basic ways in which oil companies are going to continue to do things the way they've been doing, and nothing has fundamentally changed. Wait till they say they're going to plant trees. Yeah, carbon tax offsets, exactly. Companies love carbon offsets. Plant a tree and carbon credits will be fine. Yep. Listen, you guys don't get it. If we get rid of fossil fuels, how will they build their one road mirror city? Damn. True. That's true. And that's what's single-handedly going to save humanity is the one or whatever the fuck, the line, the whatever, what is it called? Called Mirror City, $500 billion mirror line. Yeah, this thing.
Line, the biggest mega project the world has ever seen. It would consist of two 500-meter tall skyscrapers stretching 170 kilometers through Saudi Arabia's desert. This is like building 2,000 One World Trade Centers twice. The insane project aims to create a linear city with mirrored exteriors and space for over 9 million people. The line is part of Saudi Arabia's plan to shift the economy towards tourism and technology. However, it's highly questionable if they manage to build the line and if such a building is even possible.
Yeah, all right. So that's what's going to save the world, chat. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. It seems dumb because it is. Because it is dumb. Did you see the kid who made a machine that took plastic and somehow turned it back into fuel, used it to power his weed whacker or something? No, I mean, that's interesting. That is pretty interesting. Future humans will say aliens built it. Yeah, true. All right, chat. Next up, we are going to talk about Vuvuzela. Or no. Oh, fuck. I forgot. We also have this Rudy Giuliani thing. Next up, we're going to talk about Rudy Giuliani and how he must pay. He's got to cough up $148 million to pay out to election workers after fucking like harassing the fuck, creating, just harassing the fuck out of election workers. After that, we're going to look at Vuvuzela versus Guyana talks today about the dispute over Essequibo. Yo, NRG, thank you for 15 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Then we're going to look at poverty in Argentina, where Javier Milei was just sworn in as president. Over 45% of the population is in need and experiencing extreme poverty. So we're going to have to see how that turns out with their new presidency and everything that's going on over there. And then from there, we're going to hop into all of our Israel-Palestine coverage for the day, of which there is plenty per usual. But here's the thing, chat. Before we get into Rudy's deal, we have to run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But here's the thing. If you would like to support the stream, get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, and also an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat. One of our unsubscribed comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. We are currently at 4 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support so far. I really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please consider supporting. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're fucking back, dude. We're fucking back, dude. Where did we leave off, huh? Oh, that's right. Right here. You redeeming more ads? I gotta change those. I gotta change those redeems to something that will actually do. To something actually worth it for you. Yo, Spike Trees, thank you for 15 or 17 months. Thank you. What's up, Spike Trees? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? No. All right, let's get into it. Rudy Giuliani must pay $148 million to election workers, jury says, from CBS News. Let's go.
Is a form of accountability and justice for these two women.
Rebecca, does this lay the foundation for similar lawsuits in the future with other poll workers?
I think it does. I mean, there are other lawsuits bubbling up, and, obviously this was, this moved along fairly quickly. And
they started this in a really awkward part. Like, this video starts at a really awkward part of the segment. What the fuck? What's up, Buddha?
And it was, it was a clear message from the jury. So
Wait, that's right, Vox. Has COP28 considered that maybe the oil industry just needs to hire Rudy Giuliani because he clearly he secretes oil from his pores on his bald head? You know what I mean? Like, if we're looking for transition fuels, like, why don't we just use Rudy Giuliani's bald head? Like,
others will be considering similar lawsuits.
Time to invade Giuliani's head.
Although, of course, facts differ in each different situation.
Oh no,
Rob, you've been covering so many
a territorial dispute on the top of yeah. The leaders of Guyana and Venezuela are going to be meeting on top of Rudy Giuliani's bald head to discuss the future of Essequibo. Essequibald.
of these post-2020 election cases. What was it about this case?
Fucking wrecked, dude. Wrecked. Owned.
Well, this is one of the first civil cases that we've covered here in Washington, D.C. Just, steps from the Capitol where the January 6th Capitol breach occurred. And so this was one of the first times that we've seen a dollar amount for what has affected specific individuals. A lot of the January 6th criminal cases that we see are the United States versus, right? So those are against, that is the nation, the Justice Department, prosecuting somebody on behalf of the people of the United States. Here, this really went into a micro view where two individuals alleged damages because of what the judge found were lies spread about them. And so we really heard the emotional impact that this testimony had on these women. They went to the stand, both of them, and they described a lot of times through tears the effect of these claims and what it had on their lives. They had to move. They didn't get promotions.
Bro, you guys remember the transcripts? You guys remember this shit? Rudy Giuliani transcripts in full. Read text of shocking conversations. Are they gonna let me get the text? Let me get it. What did he say? March 4th, 2019. He said, "I want to own you officially." Legally with a document. What? On March 12, 2019, he said, "Come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me." Indiscernible. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. I want to claim my mommy milkers. These breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or they give you business cards. These are mine. You got it? I don't care how many business cards they give you. These is my tits. She says, yes. And then he says, understand? I'm very fucking possessive. I've gone easy on you. Bro, relax. Please. Down, boy. Down. Holy fuck, man. Oh, this is good. Who are the other Republicans who are celebrities? Ain't too many. Brad, not Brad Pitt. The other guy that looks like him. Bradley Cooper? No, the other one. What the hell is his name? Well, Matt Damon is very liberal. No, Matt Damon is an F slur. Matt Damon is also 5'2". Eyes are blue. Coochie, 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 coo. Yeah. It sounds like a Dr. Seuss riddle or some shit. You know what I mean? Oh God, man. Dude, look at this one. I'm not even gonna fucking say this. This is like ridiculous. This is so fucked. Oh yeah, and speaking of anti-Semitism, look at this guy. Ay, ay, ay. Anyways, my dude is wild. My dude is wild.
On their job, they got racist, threatening, vulgar messages over the phone, in the mail, and so
coochie coo.
Really, that micro view of the effects of some of these things was really distinct in this case.
And just to take that a step further, Rob, was there a moment on the stand that really stood out to you in terms of the emotional impact and the impact on the jury?
Sure. I think one of the more emotional parts is when Shay Moss discussed the effect that she said this.
Right, Brett? Get over the Passover. Like, what a fucking weird thing to say. Like, holy fuck.
Head on her son. Her son is a teenager.
What a fucking sentence.
Younger at the time when this happened. And she said that one of her greatest fears is that her son will find either her or her mother hanging in their front yard. And so that is really something that I think struck many of us, and I'm sure the jury as well, seeing how that not just affected them, but their family as well.
Yeah, dude.
And then Ruby Freeman herself 2 days ago took the stand and testified. And there she kept saying, I don't have a name anymore. She went by Lady Ruby, and that was the name of her business. And so she really identified with that name. Ugh. And she said she can no longer use her name.
Yo, Azure.
And doesn't introduce herself in public anymore.
Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, Azure? I hope you're doing good. Shouts out, Azure. Azure, I've actually lurked a couple streams while you're playing RP. Very pog. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. We're just going over some Rudy Giuliani news.
And has distanced herself from acquaintances and friends so that they are not affected by it. And so I think
Newsliani, if you will. Hey, it's been a while. Hey, how's it going?
That not just how it affected them, but those they cared about and their businesses, their home, was really interesting.
Rob, thank you for taking us inside the courtroom. Rebecca, the final question to you. Rudy Giuliani told reporters that at the very least he's planning an appeal and may even ask for a new trial. What's the legal feasibility of that strategy?
I mean, of course he's going to appeal this. It's possible that an appellate court might reduce the punitive damages, but, I think it's unlikely that he's going to have a new trial or a redo in a situation like this. I think it's interesting that he remains defiant. He has, on the courtroom steps, said that he does not feel responsible for the suffering of these two women, and that he still maintains that the 2020 election was stolen. And that's, taking a card out of the playbook of the former president, who, despite these legal determinations, continue on as if they hadn't.
Rebecca Roife, thank you for your legal analysis. And Rob Legary, thanks for taking us inside the courtroom. We'll have a lot more on this case on the Weekender at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now we're going to take a quick break. Eye in America.
Her eye makeup always looks so stunning.
Next, I'm Catherine here in Washington. You're streaming CBS News.
Slay. Okay, cool. So that happened. Let's keep it moving. Let's look at Vuvuzela in Argentina. Guyana, the fuck, news. Two presidents discussed disputed oil-rich region, the Essequibo, aka Rudy Giuliani's bald head.
A tentative handshake after days of growing tensions. The presidents of Venezuela and Guyana met face-to-face in the capital of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's their first meeting since Venezuela voted in a referendum to claim 2/3 of the territory of their oil-rich neighbor. The latest twist in a century-old dispute over the Essequibo region. The meeting, promoted by regional multilateral organizations CELAC and CARICOM, with the support of Brazil, was aimed at easing the escalating tensions.
I'm pretty sure Lula was supposed to be there too.
Venezuela promised to do.
We will make the most of this step forward so that our Latin America and the Caribbean remains a zone of peace, as we have approved.
But in the days leading up to the meeting, Maduro has engaged in increasingly aggressive rhetoric and actions, announcing, among other things, the creation of a new Venezuelan state in Guyana's Essequibo region, while also directing Venezuelan oil companies to explore the waters in front of it. In response, Guyana held joint military exercises with the United States.
Great job. Really proud.
Yet despite the calls for peace negotiations,
What was on that plate?
United States.
Oh, it's like an award or something.
Yet despite the calls for peace, negotiations remained tense as the two sides maintained their positions. Speaking during a recess in the talks, the president of Guyana reiterated that he will not negotiate border limits and insisted that the dispute must be solved via a ruling by the International Court of Justice.
We know what this is Guyana. All of it belongs to all of Guyana. This is the map of Guyana. No narrative, propaganda, decree.
After more than 8 hours of talks, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent read a statement saying the sides agreed to continue talking and meet again at a later date.
Force against one another.
However limited, the progress that has come from these talks is seen as a first step to de-escalate a crisis that has brought the threat of war back to a region that has lived peacefully for many decades. Alessandro
Excuse me.
Al Jazeera, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Guyana's not going to lose the region. Guyana was doing military drills off the coast with the United States military. They're not going to do it. I don't know. I mean, I highly doubt that Venezuela would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Sorry, I've read too much about this issue. No, you're fine. New plan, erase all the borders, no more countries, and we just start doing the Star Trek thing. Let's do it. I'm in. What's up, finally, Daisy? All right, now let's go over to Argentina, where 45% of the population is in need.
This is an image that many politicians in Argentina don't want the world to see. 2-month-old Brianna Aragon is malnourished and is infected with the skin disease scabies. She lives with her mother in the northern province of Santiago del Estero, and they come to this NGO for assistance.
I used to get diapers here, but now I'm getting...
I always assume if the US doesn't mess with it, it will be fine. I mean, there are American... Okay, what are the oil companies? Oil companies off Essequibo. I'm trying to remember which oil companies, but there's 2 or 3 oil companies. But basically, there you go. Isn't it Exxon? I think you're right, but I wanted to look it up and make sure I'm not just pulling shit out of my asshole. Either way, I'm pretty sure at least one of them is an American. I mean, they're all international entities, but like as an American oil company, because ExxonMobil is also acquiring, like, for example, among a list of many examples, recently moved to acquire like another Texas oil company. But the existence of those kinds of companies off the coast of Guyana, paired with the United States doing military drills with Guyana, it's like Venezuela's not going to do anything. They're lucky that like there were sanctions lifted or like loosened after the outbreak of the Ukraine war. I can't find anything off rip, but I believe it is ExxonMobil. Those are not only companies, but U.S. citizens in the eyes of the law. True. Stealthy Fed agent. They already negotiating with the Guyanese government because they want to do the usual grift they always do to the poor oil producers company. Well, that's the thing is like the West has interests there, and it would be against the West's economic interests to allow Venezuela to seize those oil fields or those oil sources, I guess, and like, yeah, for themselves to nationalize it or whatever. It would be very much against the interests of capital. If they were U.S. citizens, we could put them in jail or execute them. Yeah. The thing is, the way they don't get put in jail, they just get fined. Right? They just get fined. This lady been through so much. I bet she's still in her 20s. Oh, you're talking about this here? Yeah, let's continue. Let's continue.
Extra milk. What we're able to earn isn't enough because of inflation.
Argentina produces food for more than 400 million people. That's 10 times its population. Many see this as a historic failure.
Yo, classic banana milk. Thank you for gifting to Doom Nukin. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
In addressing endemic hunger and poverty in the country.
Argentina's government provides economic assistance for children in the country, but many say that it's not enough. Soaring inflation and in many cases lack of education make it that many children are not getting the food they need.
Recently elected President Javier Milei devaluated the currency by over 54% this week in an attempt to stimulate the economy.
He literally said, brace for pain, as we transition to our great new Argentinian future, where we have sold off all of our public assets and natural resources to international corporate entities from the West. 45% of the population is in poverty, and he's just willing to let almost half of the population in Argentina just suffer in order to just downsize the government at wherever fucking possible, just completely eliminate all as many institutions as possible, and privatize everything. Pinochet too, electric boogaloo. Yep.
Analysts predict this year's inflation will be close to 200%. And that is a problem in a country where at least 60% of the children are poor. Fatima has 5 children and comes to this clinic to get her children checked.
I've been coming here with all my children. They've helped me a lot. There are many children here and I have no...
Dude, these services, afuera. Services that provide like necessary services to children like this. They said 60% of children are experiencing poverty, which is a fucking insane number. He said, afuera.
Words to thank this organization.
I mean, yeah, Doom Nukin, literally, like, that's the idea, is that in, in the libertarian paradise, it is like do or die, and truly every man for themselves. All of those people who are in need literally get fucked. I mean, that is the paradise that they want. That at least Javier Milei wants.
The new government announced it will increase cash handouts to help the poor. Eduardo Donza says Argentina has been unable to find a path towards development.
No government from the left or the right found a solution to the problems and how to make Argentina grow in a sustainable way.
Yeah, and you know what would be good in order to fix that? Just privatize everything and sell it off to fucking American companies. Like, What did we look at yesterday? Hold on. Argentina. Yeah, this. Like immediately. This is December 13th. This was like a day or two after like right after Javier Milei got sworn in. Top U.S. official Pyle visits Argentina, discusses economy and private investment. They also discuss areas where the United States and Argentina can strengthen their cooperation, including on advancing the clean energy transition and spurring private sector investment in the country, the White House said. Argentina is a major exporter of grains and the fourth largest producer of electric battery metal lithium, which is going to be huge. Which is huge, right? For all the, all the electric cars and all the iPhones or whatever, all,
The government is now trying to implement shock economic measures because all other measures haven't worked.
Javier Milei has only been in office for a few days, but he has promised to transform Argentina. People here hope he will not forget about them. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Santiago del Estero, Argentina.
Yeah.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Ba-boom. All right, damn, we're flying through shit, chat. I told you we're gonna get to comfy shit sooner rather than later. I fucking told you, bro. I fucking told you, bro. What is this? Breaking. Javier Milei announces a total crackdown on an Argentine what? Javier Milei announces a total crackdown on Argentine civil society, calling on armed forces to break strikes, arrest protesters, and protect children from families that bring them to demos, and form a new national registry of all agitating organizations. Yeah. What? I need do we have any more on this? Holy shit. Milei couples total crackdown on protests with economic shocks in Argentina. As the human impact of Argentinian President Javier Milei's, quote, shock treatment to the South American country's economy became increasingly clear with rising prices on Thursday, Security Minister Patricia Bullrich announced what one journalist said were doubtlessly, quote, preemptive new controls on protests to discourage a struggling population from speaking out. Bullrich said 4 security forces, the federal police, the gendarmerie, the naval prefecture, and the airport security police will work together to stop protests that block streets, and suggested the protocol is aimed only at ensuring, quote, that people can live in peace without demonstrators blocking traffic. So we're doing just straight up fascism. It's like we just fast tracked it, But as Progressive International Co-General Coordinator David Adler and others noted, the measures also include calls for armed forces to break labor strikes, create a national registry of people who organize protests, and sanctions against parents who bring their children to demonstrations. Holy shit, man. The new package amounts to, quote, a total crackdown on Argentine civil society, Adler said. Bullrich's announcement came days after Milei, a far-right libertarian economist who has called the climate crisis, quote, a socialist lie, and has been compared to former U.S. President Donald Trump, announced in the first weeks of his presidency an economic, quote, shock treatment package, including a devaluation of the peso by 50%, from 400 pesos to the US dollar to 820 pesos. The administration also said it would cut public spending by closing some government ministries, increasing retirements ordered by decree, reducing energy and transportation subsidies, and freezing public works, with further, quote, profound measures expected in the future. I'm curious. Prices soar in Argentina's. He announced measures that included a peso devaluation of 50% against the dollar, a rapid rise in prices up to 100%. Oh boy. Oh geez. The IMF is wringing its hands right now. I mean, like we were saying, when Pyle pulled up, when the top U.S. Official pulled up to talk about private investment in the country. Yeah, Milei claimed that with the spending cuts, government revenues will ultimately increase by 2.2 points, helping to confront an economic crisis in which an annual inflation exceeds 160%. The country has a trade deficit of $43 billion, and $45 billion is owed to the International Monetary Fund. But as Milei's open heart surgery of the economy, as El País called the package, took hold, prices of some goods and services rose by 100%, and some commuters worried that they will no longer be able to afford their daily commutes if transit agencies are forced to raise prices due to lost subsidies. If the bus fare goes up, my salary will be spent on transport, Julia Gonzalez, who takes 3 buses and a train to her job in downtown Buenos Aires, told the Associated Press. About 40% of Argentinians live below the poverty line, and more than 9% are destitute, reported El País, with incomes insufficient to buy food. Economist Juan Manuel Telechea told the outlet that monthly inflation could reach 30 to 40% due to the devaluation, and that social aid will be, quote, highly insufficient. Presidential spokesperson Manuel Adorni said of the economy Wednesday that Milei, quote, found a patient in intensive care about to die. But one trade unionist told El País the president is exaggerating the inherited crisis situation to justify inadmissible measures which will increase poverty levels in Argentina above 50% in a matter of days. I mean, this is going to be the biggest, this is going to be a huge transfer of wealth from the poor, the people, to the international corporate entities. This is going to be a huge transfer of wealth. A country that was already struggling is now going to be squeezed for everything else that it's worth by international corporations. The mega devaluation that is being carried out is a matter of concern because it may devolve into hyperinflation, Pato Latera, an economist at the National University of La Plata, told the newspaper. Mark Weisbrot, co-director of the Center for Economic and Policy Research, said last month that Argentina's current economic crisis is the result of right-wing former President Mauricio Macri's administration, which took out the largest loan ever from the IMF and pushed the economy into a recession, with poverty and inflation rising by 50% or more. But a crazed, economically suicidal approach would only make things worse. You don't say. And as Argentina has experienced, things can get a lot worse, said Weisbrot. Milei displays a callous disregard for people's living standards, values, and well-being, as well as a commitment to widely discredited economic policies that is unprecedented. Jacob Sugarman of the Buenos Aires Herald said Wednesday that it remains to be seen, quote, how long Argentine society is willing to tolerate this kind of pain, and suggested that Bullrich's announcement of a crackdown on dissent is likely to further anger the public. Protest is elemental to Argentine social and political life, so it's not difficult to imagine how this ends, said Sugarman, especially with Bullrich announcing that the government will use federal forces, including the National Military Police, to break picket lines. Which is so funny, because this is being done in the name of, like, giving power back to the people and taking it away from the federal government. A self-described anarcho-capitalist, a libertarian, talking about how he's going to use federal police to crack down on dissent. Classic. Because it's all about limiting the federal government's power when it comes to when it comes to any sort of like progressive policy. They're perfectly willing and able to use the power of the federal government to do fascism. The market, he doesn't care about civil liberties. This might collapse their economy to the place where company towns are, quote, good, only in that they guarantee food and shelter. But is that the plan? Do figures like Milei do this to usher in corporate ownership of the human experience? That's my personal feeling. They want financial handcuffs on your mind and erosion of the dream of escape. Very poetic. Anarchism and capitalism are incompatible. True. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Yeah. Yep. It's an incoherent ideology, but it does funnel pretty hard to fascism. I mean, yeah, it inherently ushers in fascism. It's like inevitable. It's inevitable. Like, anarcho-capitalism is that you're asking for that, right? You like competing corporate entities. You like everything being privatized, and you like that. You like the idea that things tend to, things will eventually move towards monopoly. You like that. You know what I mean? You're into it. Sounds like a line from Shrek. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to do. Literally, I think that is from Shrek. Literally handing power over to corpos. Exactly. Well, that's fucking dark. It's a lot darker than I even realized. Thanks for sharing that, whoever shared this. Man, I want to know what this person's problem is. You know, like, what's your deal? What's your deal? You a fan of that? You a fan of like what's about to happen to 40% of your population in Argentina? You're into that? like okay. These Ayn Rand style US libertarians don't care about liberty as we know it. They aren't in it for freedom of the masses. To be fair, that's not an American, but I know what you're saying. But maximal freedom of the strong leaders, of the figureheads, those with the power to rise must be free. And so governments, democracy, laws, regulation, this ties up our talented and our genius to them. This limits the best from doing what must be done. It was me. I wish I didn't get consumed by pain of seeing people go hungry and just not okay living. Don't ever wish that for yourself. Don't ever wish that for yourself, because that feeling, although it may be extremely unpleasant, proves that you have like a heart, that you are capable of empathy, that you have compassion. Don't ever wish that for yourself. I love that about you, that you are a compassionate person. Okay. Let's keep it moving though. Next we're gonna transition into greatness. No, just kidding. Israel-Palestine coverage. We'll start off with this. Labor leaders push President Brandon for Israel-Gaza ceasefire at U.S. Capitol. Incredibly based. Labor leaders push President Brandon for Israel-Gaza ceasefire U.S. Capitol. Washington, D.C. Influential labor leaders have joined progressive legislators in the United States Capitol to push the administration of President Joe Brandon to support a ceasefire in war-torn Gaza. In a news conference on Thursday, representatives from United Auto Workers, the UAW, United Electrical Workers, and the American Postal Workers Union framed their appeal as part of a long history of labor movements supporting human rights at home and abroad. We know unions provide a bridge toward fighting all forms of hatred, phobias, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia, and more, said Sean Fain, president of the UAW. Now it's time for the rest of our elected leaders to step up and do what it takes to end the violence. The news conference was organized by Democratic Representatives Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib, who introduced legislation in October calling for a ceasefire. Over 18,700 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza so far amid an ongoing Israeli military offensive. As an activist and organizer and a proud daughter of a former union member, I know that the foundational message of every guild is to stand with the people, to fight for their dignity, and to advocate for those most marginalized, Bush said at the press conference. Our humanity needs a ceasefire, and that is precisely why I'm so happy to have unions here today to join in this fight, because we know that unions know how to organize. True. Unions know how to mobilize and galvanize and energize. True. Time for workers to leverage our labor power, baby. Both the Congress members and the labor leaders used the press conference to underscore the political power that unions wield. The UAW, for instance, represents an estimated 400,000 active members, while the American Postal Service Union boasts 330,000 workers. They hinted there could be consequences for Brandon at the ballot box should he fail to heed their call for a ceasefire. As the U.S. funds Israel's campaign of terror, we, the workers, are footing the bill for the massacre of innocents in Palestine, said Janvi Madhani of the United Electrical Workers. This is the time for workers to leverage our labor power and electoral power, to stand in uncompromising solidarity with the cause of Palestinian freedom. Judy Beard, a representative of the American Postal Workers Union, indicated that her organization's call for a ceasefire reflected wider views among the U.S. public. As a union that stands for equality, social justice, human labor rights, and international solidarity, we unite with millions of good people and members of Congress, she said. Her union first announced its support for a ceasefire on November 8th. Most pro-labor president in history. Kappa. Biden has long touted himself as the most pro-union president in American history, but while he enjoyed the endorsement of both the UAW and the American Postal Workers Union during the 2020 presidential race, his unwillingness to call for a ceasefire could alienate the unions as he seeks re-election in 2024. The Democratic president has been reluctant to criticize Israel's military offensive in Gaza, citing the country's, quote, right to defend itself in the wake of an October 7th attack that left 1,200 people dead. But the subsequent war on Gaza has killed thousands, many of them women and children. Entire neighborhoods have been leveled, with United Nations experts warning of a, quote, grave risk of genocide in the Palestinian territory. The spiraling humanitarian crisis in Gaza has provoked widespread outcry. Even Brandon has warned that, quote, indiscriminate bombing, a war crime under international law, could cause Israel to lose public support. Still, many with Brandon's own party have criticized him for his, quote, unwavering support for Israel. As of Wednesday, an estimated 62 members of the U.S. Congress have called for a ceasefire, according to the Working Families Party, a left-leaning political group. A Reuters Ipsos poll released last month also showed 68% of Americans supported calls for a ceasefire. That number was even higher among Democrats alone. As the 2024 presidential race nears, surveys show Biden is falling behind his chief Republican rival, Donald Trump, in key swing states like Michigan, which boasts large Arab and Muslim American communities. One sec. A Bloomberg News / Morning Consult poll released this month showed Trump leading Biden 46% to 42% in a one-on-one matchup in the state. But Brandon has made strides in trying to woo Michigan's relatively large body of union workers. An estimated 14% of, quote, wage and salary workers in the state belong to a union higher than the national average of 10%. In September, Brandon flew to Michigan, where he became the first sitting U.S. president to visit a picket line of striking UAW workers. The auto union at the time was in the midst of its first ever strike against all of the big three car companies, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. The strike was also the union's largest in nearly a quarter century, and it resulted in higher wages and better benefits for auto workers, unionized and ununionized alike, for auto workers across the industry, despite their union membership. But Trump also sought to appeal to auto workers during the strike, holding a rally a day after Brandon's appearance on the picket line, which was bullshit. We all saw it, and it was bullshit. It wasn't actually union members. It was a bunch of scabs, and it was a bunch of bullshit. The UAW has yet to endorse a candidate for the 2024 race. With its headquarters based in Detroit, Michigan, it has significant sway in so-called Rust Belt states, where manufacturing has been a historic driver of the local economy. I call on the rest of the labor movement to join us in this mission for peace and social justice for all of humanity, Fain, the UAW president, said on Thursday, pushing other union leaders to join the call for a ceasefire. I just love how much Shawn Fain speaks to other unions and calls on other unions, for example, to sync their contract termination dates with other unions and other companies and other industries, to make it more possible for like economy-wide collective action. I love how he's also doing that now to call for a fucking ceasefire. It's fucking awesome. I love how often he brings up class war in his speeches and in his press conferences. I love how much he talks about all of these issues that we care so deeply about being working class issues. I love it. I think he's fucking awesome. An absolute fucking legend. A king, if you will. Why they lied again about Trump being there, making seem like why they lied again about Trump being there, making, I mean, this is Al Jazeera. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't like the way that they worded that either. But you know, you just got to call it out when you see it, I guess. You just got to call it out when you see it, I guess. So there's that in the chat if you want that article. Now, let's see. Let's start off with this horrible fucking story. Horrible fucking story. Israeli military says it killed 3 Israeli hostages by mistake. The Israeli military says it mistakenly killed 3 hostages in Gaza. I would like to update the public with difficult and painful news about an event that occurred earlier today. During the battles in Shijaya and the entire IDF mistakenly identified 3 kidnapped Israelis as a threat. Damn, that's crazy. Maybe if y'all weren't just like treating everybody, you know, everybody as a combatant on the ground, you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe if you were more careful, more precise in the way you were going about this, you wouldn't have murdered 3 of your own fucking citizens, your hostages. Citizens being held hostage anyway, excuse me. And this is not airstrikes. This is with fucking gunfire. At least it seems that that's the information that I have so far. Maybe, you know, I guess things could change, but it seems to be that they were shot, not like, you know, collateral damage in the unrelenting bombing campaign, which we know has probably killed other civilians. Well, civilians we know for sure, but Israeli hostages. As a result, the force fired at them and they were killed. Yeah, so there you go. Like, they were shot with guns. Somebody had to look at them and decide that that's a bad guy and fucking pull the trigger. Now, why would that be the case? Did these hostages, like, have guns in their hands? Like, what are we talking about? Is this, like, a clue at how you're kind of treating everybody in Gaza right now? Because I doubt very much that these 3 hostages looked like a threat. You know what I mean? Or are you just like shooting everybody in Gaza? After the shooting, during a scan and examination, an immediate suspension arose regarding the identity of the dead, and their bodies were quickly transferred for examination in Israel, and there the hostages were identified. Yotam Haim, his memory is blessed. Let me turn this down a little bit. Who was kidnapped from Kfar Aza by the terrorist organization Hamas on October 7th. Samir Talaka, his memory is blessed, who was kidnapped from Nir Am by the terrorist organization Hamas on October 7th. And another hostage whose name we will not mention at the request of his family. Wait, but they fucking showed it anyway? The Israeli army later identified the third person as Alon Shamriz. Wait. Bro, did they request that you not show this? That's fucked. Either way, killed at the hands of the Israeli military. Killed at the fucking hands of the Israeli military. I thought that it was a big, you know, one of their main priorities was to recover the hostages. You would think so, right? Since they seem to be so important, obviously, since they are being used as the reason for this entire operation. The reason why they're even in Gaza doing what they're doing right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I say this all the time, but it's almost like they were worth more as a concept, as an idea. The idea of hostages is worth more to the IDF and the state of Israel than they are worth alive and in the safety of their own home, in the loving arms of their family and loved ones. Fucking insane. Let's keep looking at this. See what other information we can get. The Israeli military says it has mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages during its ground operations in the Gaza Strip. The deaths occurred in Shajia, where troops have engaged in fierce battles against Hamas militants in recent days. During combat in Shajia, the IDF... Oh, okay, we kind of already heard this. As a result, the troops fired toward them and they were killed. So I need details. Like, how were they identified as a threat? What identified them as a threat? Don't you think you should be doing your best to reassure your citizens, Israelis, especially the family members and loved ones and friends of those that are being held hostage in Gaza? You know, reassure them of like your methods. Like, what was it that identified them as a threat, and how are you going to ensure that you change the policy that led to that false assessment? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not even trying. They're just being like, damn, damn, dude, fuck. Dude, our bad, bro, our bad. Oops, oopsie.
עלה חשד מיידי לגבי זהות ההרוגים וגופותיהם הועברו במהירות לבדיקה בארץ ושם זוהו החטופים.
The Army's chief spokesman said it was not clear if the hostages had escaped their captors or been abandoned. But like either way, were they running around with AK-47s and green Hamas headbands in Al-Qassam Brigade's gear? Like, or are you just shooting at fucking anybody that you see moving in Gaza? Tell us the truth, dude. Quit fucking capping. Just admit it. Just admit it. Just admit it. While Israel has vowed to keep fighting until it wipes out Gaza's Hamas rulers, the international call for ceasefire has grown in volume. Oh, damn, that's a big-ass fire. Wait, that's like a huge fire, no? Holy shit. More than 18,700 Palestinians have been killed since Israel declared war on Hamas, according to the health ministry in Gaza. Now, let's look at this piece from CNN on this. IDF says it mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages in Gaza.
Saying that it mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages in Gaza.
Yeah, and an IDF spokesman says the victims were misidentified as a threat and shot dead. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Sderot.
Like, how are they misidentified as a threat? Like, I need to know. Tell me.
Israel with more on this tragic development. Jeremy, what more is the IDF saying about this?
Yeah, it's very sad news, and the Israeli military is admitting that soldiers effectively mistakenly identified these 3 Israeli hostages as a...
Now, can you imagine how many hostages have been killed by Israeli bombs? You know what I mean? If we can confirm that 3 have been killed by IDF bullets, how many do you think have been killed by the insane bombing campaigns on Gaza? And if not that, what about maybe the flooding of tunnels beneath Gaza with salt water pumped in from the ocean? How many of them have died at the hands of Israel and not at the hands of Hamas? Insane, dude. Fucking insane.
Threat and shot and
like, what makes you better than Hamas? All this condemning that we've been doing over the past couple months. All of this condemning that we've been doing, right? What exactly makes you better than Hamas now? Like, I'm like, both are, you know, both are the ruling government entities, right? The Likud party in Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Both are like extremist, radical, fundamentalists. Fucking, you know, what the fuck? What's the difference? What's the difference? I'll sit here waiting patiently for your condemnations of the IDF, okay? Your condemnations of Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the whole Likud party. Like, I'll be here. I'll be waiting.
During combat operations being conducted in Shajaiya, which has been the scene of
no Kraut Goblin. The only hostages that have made it safely back into the arms of their loved ones, their friends and family, are those that were released during ceasefires. You know what I mean? But remember, we really don't want a ceasefire. Ceasefires would just allow Hamas to prepare and do another October 7th or whatever.
Very heavy fighting between Israel and Hamas over the course of the last week. 2 of the 3 hostages have been identified. One of the families of one of the deceased hostages asked that their name not be broadcast, but the
Reuters, or was it Associated Press? One of the 2 just fucking did. So I don't know what happened there.
Can tell you are Yotam Chaim, who was kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza on October 7th, and the second is Samer Talalka, who was kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Am, also on October 7th. The Israeli military effectively recovered these bodies in Gaza, moved them to Israel, where they were taken to a forensic center, and then subsequently positively identified as the bodies of 3 hostages who have been who were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. Now, we should.
Do you rightfully think that the murder of Israeli innocent civilians is wrong? Then I will be waiting for your condemnation of the IDF.
Should note amid all of this that this comes as the Israeli military had loosened its rules of engagement as it began this.
Can't wait for they wouldn't have died to the IDF if they weren't ever kidnapped. I mean, that's what everything falls back on. Crotch lick me off. Crotch lick me off. Welcome in. That's what it always falls back on. Well, Hamas shouldn't have invaded Israel on October 7th. Well, Hamas shouldn't have done war crimes on October 7th. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That shouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? A lot of things shouldn't have happened that led up to what happened on October 7th. A ton of things shouldn't have happened because October 7th shouldn't have happened. Now look at what the state of Israel is doing to their own citizens. If this doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then you are just like lying to yourself and are in immense amounts of denial. You know what I mean? You really want to own the left or something really hard if you are still justifying what Israel is doing. It's crazy. That's crazy, man. I will literally have people look me in the face and say that 20,000 civilians is acceptable because of the 1,200 on October 7th. And it's like, oh, okay, you're just racist. Got it. October 7th is questionable. There's no evidence. I'm not sure what you mean. Whole 75 years of shouldn't have happened. Exactly, Naughty Fox. Yeah, let's send all the war criminals to The Hague. Yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's what I'm in favor of. All war criminals, whether they are from Hamas or anywhere else, if you broke an international law, if you did a war crime, you should be tried in The Hague. You should be.
War in Gaza following those October 7th attacks, allowing Israeli soldiers to fire upon suspected terrorists while conducting fewer checks than they normally would have. The Israeli military, we're told, is taking lessons from this incident and transmitting them to soldiers in the field. They also say that they, quote, express their deep remorse over the tragic incident and send the families their heartfelt condolences. This also comes as we know that some of those former
thoughts and prayers.
Hostages who were freed as part of that week-long truce between Israel and Hamas, they angrily confronted the Israeli prime minister.
Yeah, there's no real coverage. I mean, there is starting to be now. Excuse me, in the Western mainstream media. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Because it's getting harder and harder to cover up for the Israeli military. Because it's that fucking bad on the ground. It is just that bad. You know, and the Israeli spokespeople and government and IDF is not giving the West enough to work with. So even though, CNN is covering it. But we see in Israel the silencing of people's voices, like family members and friends and loved ones of those kidnapped and being held hostage in Gaza. They're being silenced. They want a ceasefire. They want a ceasefire because they want to see their family members come home safe. They want a ceasefire, but they, don't listen to them. They're self-hating Jews or whatever.
Last week, with one of those former hostages accusing the Israeli government of having no information and no intelligence about the whereabouts of these hostages, noting that the location where she was being kept by Hamas was actually shelled by the Israeli military. And today, we're learning of a far more tragic and direct incident where Israeli forces appear to have fired upon Israeli hostages.
Yeah, you see, they even say it, a far more devastating or tragic and direct tragedy or whatever he said exactly. Direct being that it was with bullets, a motherfucker had to see them, aim their gun at them, pull the trigger, decide that they were an enemy combatant and shoot at them. It's not like, oh, the AI, the gospel AI just decided that we're gonna fucking level this building because there may be somebody who once talked to somebody we suspected of being a Hamas militant at a market, and we're gonna level the whole building filled with families and shit. Like it's much more direct than that, you know. You don't have like the plausible like deniability afforded to you through like the bombings. So Crash Test Zombie. No, you don't understand. Hamas was in that refugee camp, so they had to bomb it twice. Yeah. Do the IDF soldiers actually know how to conduct combat? See, that's the thing is like I'm not a military expert, obviously. Obviously, I'm not. But like I don't know how much of it is due. My mind always goes in thinking about stuff like this goes to the concept of a largely conscripted military. But I don't know, like I don't know how like where you would even get the numbers or like how you would even look at that. I don't know. I have no idea. We talk about it all the time that like, yeah, Alex, like we talk about it very often that like they have some of the most elite counterterrorism groups in Israel. They train counterterrorism groups throughout the fucking world, including here, obviously here in the United States. We talk regularly about how the IDF has trained New York Police Department police officers and the Los Angeles Police Department police officers. You know, what that would look like with Cop City and yada, 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 yada. So I don't know, like at a certain point, like I don't know how much we can really chalk up to being like just bad at their job, just being bad at their job, being bad at what they do, inadequacy, or I don't know what the correct word off the top of my head would be for that, but or if it's just like purely just like being evil and like wanting to do bad things and doing bad things on purpose. Like I don't know. I don't fucking know. I can't help but feel like if they knew that they were definitely Israeli hostages, they probably wouldn't have shot them, right? But like also, what the fuck made you think that they were combatants? Did they have Al-Qassam gear on? Did they have green bandanas? Did they have AK-47s? Like what? Or did they just look like regular civilians in regular civilian clothing in the bombed out streets of fucking Gaza? Like what was it?
Hostages in Gaza, believing that they were a threat, and then ultimately realizing later after the fact that they were indeed hostages. Boris, Pam.
Jeremy, you mentioned the loosened rules of engagement. Obviously, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in the Middle East right now. He's expressed the Biden administration's concern about the intensity of the IDF offensive. Of course, President...
Concerning. Looking into this. Yo, Catboy. What's up? Thank you so much. Pog. Thank you, Catboy. How you doing? Good to see you.
Biden's desire for Israel to tone it down. How do you think this news is going to play into the tone of these talks?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, hostage negotiations are one of the key elements of Jake Sullivan's visit and meetings with Israeli officials. But as you noted,
when will Jake Sullivan be, and the Brandon administration, will they be like, angered, irritated by the idea of IDF soldiers shooting his hostages down in the streets of Gaza? When there are Americans still being held hostage in Gaza? Like, how many American citizens have been killed at the hands of the IDF since October 7th? Like, have any of those American citizens still being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza been killed by IDF bombs or by bullets, in a more direct fashion? Like,
one of the other focuses is indeed
they don't actually care about things, Tofu.
I mean, we have watched as now nearly 19,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. Some of those combatants, many of those non-combatants, including over 7,000 children who are believed to be among those who have been killed in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. And Jake Sullivan said earlier today that he believes Israel intends to distinguish between Hamas targets and civilians, but that intention does not always line up with the reality on the ground. And that reality, that mismatch, has really, up until now, mostly applied.
Shut the fuck up. Not children. Terror toddlers. Okay.
To Palestinian civilians.
Toddlerists.
In this case, it appears to also be matching up to a reality that has now affected and resulted in the loss of life of 3 Israeli civilians who were held hostage by Hamas and unfortunately today killed by Israeli forces.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, thank you so much.
That's just regular children, yeah. Every child, once they turn 2, once they hit the terrible 2s, they become terrorists. That's just true. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Morbert. Pog, thank you so much, Anonymous. I really appreciate it, whoever you are. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus.
Oh, what is this asshole gonna fucking say? Is he just gonna point at some weird fucking object on the ground and be like, Hamas? Like,
Jonathan, how did this happen?
What are we gonna do?
What can you tell us?
Yes, good evening. It's night here in Israel. A very sad and tragic event, one that the IDF, of course, terribly regrets and has told that to the families.
Okay, but how did it happen? Let's go.
We are investigating how it happened.
Okay.
One of the contributing factors are obviously related to the fact, or can obviously be related to the fact that so far what we have encountered on the battlefield are many Hamas combatants that have been dressed in civilian clothes. And I'm quite sure that
So, like, there you go, right? They're used to just shooting people who look like civilians. You know what I mean? The people will say like, oh, well, you know, there are Hamas combatants who are wearing civilian clothes. Yeah, it's almost like they're not really like a fully functioning military, right? Like it's almost like, you know, they don't really have much for uniforms. Some people have uniforms, but like, you know, it's kind of mostly just like you know, like homemade rockets and AK-47s that have been smuggled in, you know what I mean, by people who are probably just picking up guns and deciding in the moment, you know, after watching their whole family get blown to fucking smithereens, deciding in the moment that they are now a part of the resistance. So I don't know, like, here you go. You know, Conricus himself saying that, like, yeah, you know, we're used to shooting at people who look like civilians. So, like, listen, it's not our fault because everybody is so dangerous and scary. Even and especially, if anything, people who look like civilians, which is why we mistook these 2 Israeli hostages, or 3, excuse me, Israeli hostages for terrorists. They were, you know, they were just military-aged men, which is literally it. Military-aged men. Must be a fucking terrorist. Must be somebody that's gonna hurt me. Right? No, but these 3 military-aged men, Israeli hostages, you dumb idiot. I guarantee you, I mean, I don't guarantee you, but I find it extremely unlikely, like extremely unlikely, that any of these 3 Israeli hostages were carrying weapons or had any Al-Qassam Brigade gear on, flying the green flag of Hamas. Like, I doubt very much that they were like running towards the IDF screaming like Allahu Akbar and shit. Like, I doubt very much. They were just like military-aged men in the streets of Gaza, so shoot them down. So fucking shoot them down.
Has been part of the issue here, but it's still very early to understand and to say certain things. What we can say and confirm is what we have issued officially. A very sad event, tragic event. It of course goes against everything that what we have been trying to do.
Yeah, you don't say. You don't say. The one time he said the truth, he just did. Yo, chat. He just told the truth. He just said a true thing for once.
Event, it of course goes against everything that what we have been trying to do for the last.
This goes against everything that you've been trying to do, or at least have been telling us that you've been trying to do. You are so correct, sir. That is in fact against everything that you've been telling us anyway you've been trying to do. That's right.
2 months, more than 2 months. It's day 70 of the fighting. But even a sad event like this will not shake our resolve, and it will not divert us from...
No one's asking you. Okay, brother, we just asked you, how the fuck did this happen? How did the IDF just kill hostages that they are saying that they are there to avenge and retrieve? And you tell us, well, you know, this tragedy will not divert us from our mission in Gaza to wipe out Hamas, you know, completely wipe Hamas from the face of the earth. This will, I assure you, this will not deter us from our mission. Nobody asked you if this was going to deter you from your mission. We were asking you how the fuck this happened. Why the fuck did IDF soldiers mistake Israeli hostages for combatants? And why were they shot down? This is crazy, right? Does anybody else think this is crazy? Am I losing my mind? Maybe.
Which is clear, to dismantle Hamas and safety to Israelis.
Sir, you broke up there at the end, but I'm curious because you mentioned that the IDF is still trying to get details on exactly what transpired. In a statement from the IDF, it says that immediate lessons from the event have been learned, which have been passed on to all IDF troops in the field. Can you share what those lessons were? If there's going to be...
Thank you for doing bare minimum fucking journalism, CNN. What the fuck were those lessons?
Approach by the IDF now?
Yeah, how are you going to prevent this from happening in the future? How can you assure us that this hasn't happened many times before already since October 7th? How do we know that the rest of the fucking hostages, including American citizens, aren't fucking dead? Fuck, man.
Yeah, we're looking into how it happened.
We're looking into this. Very concerning.
These hostages were out and trying to understand how that happened, whether it was intentional or by Hamas or whether it wasn't intentional.
Wait. What?
To how it happened, how it came about that these hostages were out and trying to understand how that happened, whether it was intentional or by Hamas or whether it wasn't intentional.
So we're still trying. Are you fucking kidding me? The first thing you say when asked that question, what lessons did you learn? And how are you going to prevent this from happening again going forward? The first thing you said, well, we're still looking into how this happened, or you know, whether or not it was done intentionally by Hamas. It's Hamas's fault that you shot Israeli citizens, Israeli hostages. It's Hamas's fault. Oh. Okay, we're still looking into it though. We're trying to figure out how this all happened. And holy fucking shit. Hamas made the IDF pull the trigger on 3 people, excuse me, that were hostages. There's no way they looked like combatants. There's no way. And if you were actually being careful, you wouldn't have been shooting first and asking questions later when it's too late. That's something you can get away with when it's Palestinians. Why, you know, if anything, you should learn that that's not something you can get away with when it comes to fucking Israeli hostages, you dumbass. You gave away your whole game. You done gave it all away with this. And then your answer is so crazy. It's so crazy. I need everybody to condemn this guy. Okay? I'm going to start demanding people condemn this guy before saying anything about the conflict. What the fuck? Yo, Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Fizz Gizen. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To exercise additional caution when being confronted with people in civilian clothes. Again, part of the complexity here is that we're fighting in a civilian environment where...
They released a statement on this? Look what you made me do. Are you...
Almost all of the RPG crews and
Yo, Nori, thank you for the... Oh, speaking of which, Nori, thank you for the 500 biddies, and Twitch, you know, forcing Twitch to throw an extra 50 biddies on top of that. Very pog. We got like, I can't remember off the top of my head the exact number, but it's around $190 raised this last month since we started the biddies for the city fundraising thing. We got $190 that I'm going to use to purchase and put together care packages for homeless in my city. So shouts out to you guys. You made that fucking possible. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Crews that have attacking our tanks and our troops have been dressed in civilian clothes. So it creates a very dynamic...
Yo, Maverick, thank you so much for 17 months. Let's fucking go, dude.
Challenging combat environment. And what we have told our troops is to be extra vigilant and
welcome
do
in. Thank you.
more safety check before dealing with kinetics, with any threat that they face on the battlefield. But
shouldn't you already be doing that? Shouldn't you be confirming that this is in fact a combatant? Well, I mean, that's if, you know, I think the answer is probably pretty obvious there, that no, that's not how they roll, right? But you should be making sure, right? Any like just military operation would also include, you know, double checking whether or not the person you are about to fucking shoot is an innocent civilian or not, or even an Israeli hostage that you have been supposedly sent there to fucking, you know, save. Yo, Maverick, thank you for 200 biddies. Let's go. Thank you so much, Maverick.
It's a very challenging environment that our troops are in.
Just to follow up on what you said these hostages were out. Can you just expand on that a little bit? What do you mean by that? Just the circumstances around this. And as we just heard our Jeremy Diamond talk about the fact that the rules of engagement have been loosened since the October 7th attack. Do you think that could have played a role in the killings of these 3 Israeli hostages?
Yeah, I don't know what Jeremy bases that on, and I am not aware of any different rules of engagement. Our rules of engagement are those of a military at war against a terrorist organization that uses civilian infrastructure, uses schools and hospitals and mosques and ambulances and all the things that we have seen and you have reported on during the last 2 months. So I'm not aware that we have changed any of our rules of engagement. There are.
Listen, if you found that Israeli hostages are in danger of getting shot by the IDF, meaning they're roaming around freely on the surface, that probably means that bombing the area, like unforgivingly, is probably also killing hostages.
According to the laws of all countries.
Like maybe the building that they were held in was fucking blown the fuck up by your bombs. Maybe you blew it up. Or maybe the tunnel that they were in was flooded with seawater, so they had to leave.
Okay. And according to our standard practice in war. We will have to look into and analyze exactly what happened. And what I can say so far is that the 3 Israelis, former hostages, they were above ground in Syria, in close proximity to one of our units in the area, and then were misidentified as posing a threat.
Like how? Does that mean, does a threat include strictly somebody holding a firearm or something like that? Were they holding firearms?
And therefore, Israeli troops...
Like, we also know that hella soldiers be wearing GoPros on their helmets. Like, where's the fucking body cam footage, you know? Misidentified, you know, we thought they were Palestinian civilians instead of Israeli civilians.
Fired and unfortunately killed.
Holy fucking dank. Holy dank. Jesus Christ. All right, chat. Next up, we're going to look at the shelling that is intensifying in Khan Yunis. A Khan Yunis hospital receiving injured people after a UNRWA school suffered a strike. Yo, Evie, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Let's go. Enforcing Twitch to throw an extra 200 bits towards me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Evie. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. After that, we're gonna look at this piece here. This is what 24 hours of our lives in Gaza looks like. We're gonna talk about released Palestinian prisoners reporting torture and abuse and all kinds of fucking terrible, evil shit. We're going to look at eyewitness testimony of Israeli occupation tactics in the West Bank. We have so much more to look at, chat. Yo, Maverick, thank you for 400 more biddies. Thank you. I don't know what it is for, so I am stoked now, Tofu. I didn't know what it is for. Oh, you're talking about the biddies for the city? Hell yeah. Thanks for helping. I really appreciate it, chat. We're going to get into all of this and more after a quick ad break because the ads are about to run automatically. I apologize, chat. So here's how we get around the ads that run automatically. We run them by choice, but while I'm away from the stream, that way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content, okay? But here's the thing. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you enjoy being a part of the community, if you would like access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. One of our unsubbed comrades in the community that might not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience. I'm seeing a lot of unsubbed friends in the chat. If you are one of them, say hi, and maybe somebody will feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Tofu, look at this modernization of Dublin. Modernization, huh? I hate this. I really hate this. Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of a nice looking entryway, to be fair, but this is definitely a lot prettier. Don't show this to the fascist architecture accounts. Don't show this to them. Yo, Classic Banana Milk, thank you for the 300 biddies. Oh, are we in a hypey? Oh, we're in a hypey. Twitch, or Classic Banana Milk, thank you for the 300 biddies, forcing Twitch to give us 60 more biddies. Crash Test Zombie, thank you for gifting to Pajama Jamma. Adrian Vixen, thank you for gifting to Riot Vision 710. Let's fucking go. Maverick, thank you for the 400 other biddies, forcing Twitch to give us 60 biddies. Freedom Evie with a 2000 again. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The hype train ended. The hype train ended. Don't worry. That's funny. Almost as funny as
Funny monkey, lovable. I love funny monkey. Funny monkey, funny monkey. Funny monkey Jeff. Funny monkey Jeff.
Funny monkey Jeff.
Funny monkey Jeff.
Look at the monkey. It's a monkey. Yeah, let's go. Look at the monkey chat. Funny monkey. I said, look at the monkey. Hey, 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 hey. Thank you, chat. Enjoy this funny monkey. Thank you for all the support. I really, really appreciate it. That's a monkey. That's a monkey. All right. Thanks for the hypees, chat. I really appreciate it. Very generous, very kind. Let's get back into it, though, huh? Yeah, don't show the fascist return to greatness architecture accounts. Culture. This is my favorite fascist. I follow the funniest shit on Twitter, dude. This is my favorite fascist architecture account. Culture critic, yeah. Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire. Yeah. It's like you may be thinking it's like, oh, like they just post like nice photos of cool old architecture. No, this is just all fascist dog whistles. You're not even sub to them, Toby. What it takes? You should I? Fascist architecture is a thing. So here's the thing. Here's what it is. It's not fascist architecture, but it's fascist enjoying, fascist highlighting things. Like this guy is highlighting like old architecture, things like this as a we must return to greatness type beat. Yeah, return type shit. It's like take me back type shit. When they start talking, they'll like squeeze in a little bit of politics here and there, and you'll start to get it. But like, look at who follows them. Look at who follows them. End wokeness. I mean, we got some good ones, fine ones. Jackson Hinkle, Kara McKinney from OAN. Oops. Historic Vids, I think, is another one of the fascist like history accounts. A lot of OAN heads. Charlie Kirk. James Blake, no. Dr. Jordan Peterson, Rob Schneider, Jesse Waters, Ian Miles Wrong, Michael Knowles, Elon Musk, Jeffrey Bezos. Dude, like, we got all the worst people in here, Cat Turd. Here's another like fascist architecture thing. They love this shit. They will take me back to a time where we were great. Real cringe. It's real cringe. But you know what is great? Following them. You know what I mean? Following them is a never-ending supply of content. You know what I'm saying? And Tofu Ghost, right. What's up, Barberlin? Did you see Joe Rogan is going full on? Full on what? Must be hard to go on this moron show and not call him an idiot. Oh, dude. Stavi.
Today of people in 1255. Yeah. Did you see that video? There's a video that was going around today of people in Chicago that are furious that the government is giving so much money to all of these immigrants that have illegally migrated into Chicago.
No, I didn't see that.
They're giving them cell phone and $1,200 whatever it is, and these people are fucking freaking out.
Yeah.
And
say base, Stavi.
Like, hey, if Trump wants to talk to us, come talk to us. Like, we're tired of this shit. And I'm like, wow, this is wild to see. And these people are waking up. Like, why are you giving people that aren't even from here all this money and a free phone and all this shit? You're not giving anything to us.
That is fucked. It's like
fucked.
Stavi.
Those people deserve, but that's like we're seeing. That's like, why aren't regular people getting that same shit? Why doesn't everybody just get that? Why is that person getting special treatment where it's like we're just fucked?
Okay, turn it around.
Again, the safety net.
They shouldn't get it either. What they're doing.
Ooh, Stavi, push back. Come on, buddy.
They're trying to buy votes. That's what I think they're doing. They're trying to get rid of voter ID, and they're trying to bring people in, or allow people to get in, and make it easy for them to travel all around the country. And if someone like let you in the country, wouldn't you vote for them?
But they can't vote, can they?
Well, what if they can?
It's a
motherfucker, but they can't.
I mean,
but they're talking about not having voter ID.
But you have
like. What do you think that they were talking about in New York? They were going to try to make it so that if you weren't a citizen, you could still vote in New York.
Interesting.
That was something that was discussed, right?
I don't know.
No, dude, no. Nobody's been discussing people who are not citizens being able to vote, dude. Dude, it's not the same thing as giving like people health care, allowing, it's not the same thing as allowing people to work. It's not the same thing. Like, dude, that's crazy. Oh my God. Come on, dog. You know what they are doing though? There are bills which is based trying to give the right to vote back to or I don't know if it would be back, but give the right to vote to people who are currently incarcerated. That is what's happening. Like, what are your thoughts on that, Joe? You probably hate that, but nobody's fucking giving them the right to vote. Like, you're doing this weird. You're feeding into, which is very popular among your audience, Joe, the great replacement theory shit. Like, there's this thing where, like, there's like this plan where people can come and fucking, we're gonna make them all able to vote and they're gonna take your country away from you. I mean, motherfucker, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Stavi, started with a good point there. Like, well, why isn't anybody getting it then? Like, everybody should be getting it. Yeah, it's fucked up that, somebody's getting it and everybody else is. You know what I mean? He started with a good thing, but he's not like very political, really, right? And he's also like not trying to like push back too hard on Joe Rogan. So I don't fucking know, man. Another clip where Stavi tries to push back. What's up, Mode?
I think I prefer what you're saying is like, let's cover our bases, which we don't do right now.
Right.
And I think the thing that I think just as likely for if you give somebody free money, they're not going to do shit. We're fucking trapped in this opposite thing where it's like people have to fucking work hard as shit to barely make it.
Yeah.
Where it's like that zapping all that human potential too, because those people are just surviving at shit that they don't have time to fucking. They just have to make rent. Fucking everything is more expensive.
Right.
You don't have any time to
so what is?
And I do agree
what
with
is?
kind of.
God damn it. Fuck you. What is Joe Rogan's? God damn it. What is Joe Rogan's solution to that? You know what I mean? Be, work harder, work out more, do shrooms, like, like just try harder. like Goggins that shit.
Okay, so like, hey, if Trump wants to talk to us, come talk to us. Like, we're tired.
Wait, what happened? Was this the one you sent? I don't remember which one it was. Buy more self-help books? No, don't read. That's fucking gay. Listen to Jordan Peterson, you know? Talk about cleaning your room and shit. That's what.
Let's cover our bases, which we don't do right now.
Right.
And I think the thing that I think just as likely for if you give somebody free money, they're not going to do shit. We're fucking trapped in this opposite thing where it's like people have to fucking work hard as shit to barely make it.
Yeah.
Where it's like that zapping all that human potential too, because those people are just surviving at shit that they don't have time to fucking, because they
100%.
just have to make rent. Fucking everything is more expensive.
Right.
You don't have any time to fucking, and I do agree with you that kind of the middle ground is get their basic needs met and then let them be able to work, but not have to fucking work, 60 hours a week or whatever the fuck, or work 40 hours, but it's grueling for less pay. Like, because you do need that time. You need that space to, I think
If you want to get
correct.
ahead and you want to figure your own path in life, you got to have some time.
Yeah.
It's going to either cut into your sleep or it's going to cut into your social life. It's going to cut but you're going to need some time.
Totally.
And that's
like he's saying that like as if like people are sleeping and doing fun stuff instead of working. He's like, well, it's going to cut into your personal time, dude. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, well, you're saying that as if like people are replacing the time that they were working with just like fun shit. Which is like based. You should do that. I mean, I am for sure. I mean, based. But the thing is like, that's not what's actually happening on a large scale level. That's not what's fucking happening, dude. That's not what's happening. And it's so funny to me that like people of immense privilege are always the ones to fucking point that out.
one benefit for a motivated person for universal basic income.
Right.
But my feeling was when I watched everybody during the pandemic when they were all getting like unemployment.
If anything, he should know better, right, about the universal basic income thing. He's the one who fucking popularized Andrew Yang. Like, he should fucking know that a universal basic income doesn't fucking mean that you don't have to work, motherfucker. Nowhere in America can you survive on Andrew Yang's fucking suggestion when he got popularized from his fucking podcast. $1,000 a month is not enough to live anywhere in America. It's not enough. You still have to work. You still have to work. Like, it's come on, dude. You should know better.
How
Shut
many
the
people
fuck
didn't
up.
want to go back to work? They just wanted that free money.
How many people had jobs? How many people that had jobs, I am included, that had jobs that were sucking the life force out of them? That it came to a fucking it came to a terribly fucking horrible point during the pandemic. It got so bad that I decided that I was willing to fucking live with much less income and risk it on being just a producer and quit my really good job of 7 years after the pandemic, because I realized how little I have to show for all of the time that I've spent my one life to live, working for something that doesn't do anything for me, that doesn't advance anything about my own personal vision for a good life. I realized that, like, man, yeah, like, this job is going to be literally the end of me. I better fucking quit and do something that I fucking love, or else, like, I'm gonna die. Like, this will literally kill me. Literally kill me. Like, how many of the situations were similar to that? And I'm still working. I'm still being a productive member of society. You know, being a producer, being an artist, doing SW on the side. Now I've become a streamer where I talk about politics. Like, come on, dude, you should know better. You should fucking know better. Oh, fuck me.
I was like, ooh, this is wild.
I mean, but some of that also is that they were like, because my friends were like, what the fuck? This is like like, I'm making less money working hard as fuck on what unemployment pays. Like, this is what the government thinks you barely need to subsist. And when I go back to work, I make less than this, and I work fucking hard as shit. I mean, it's also a problem of, like, I think people also saw in that moment how mistreated they were being. And
yes, thank you, Stavi. Thank you, Stavi. The fucking dude, the curtain was drawn back, was ripped open. We all saw how this shit works. We all saw how quickly everything can just crumble. We literally watched it happen. Holy shit, dude. Some people of privilege, like your dumbass Joe Rogan, fled California because they had the money to, and two, they were like, oh no, my taxes, and all these woke people protesting in the street for Black lives. So you up and left for fucking Texas. Meanwhile, you know, the rest of us, we shaw, bro. Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of us had to sit and fucking stay here and deal with it and try to fucking live. Try to continue on. But you can't. But I couldn't. Here's my anecdotal experience. Like I told you. The soul-crushing nature of my job and the life that I was living was amplified tenfold during the pandemic. And it got worse every single month that I spent alone in my fucking house. Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting. Feeling very fucking worthless. With nothing but time to think about all of the things that I hate about myself, and is what finally forced me over the edge and forced me to finally transition. Thank goodness for that. But like, you know, just like, it's just holy fuck, the immense levels of privilege that like you have to come from to be able to say shit like that. Nobody wants to work type beat. Like, motherfucker, you haven't been working in retail. You haven't been working at a restaurant. You haven't been working as a contracted worker for Uber or Postmates or like, you know, whatever, DoorDash. Your ass isn't a fucking starving artist. You're like, you don't know how fucking miserable that is. Fuck off. It's so fucking annoying, dude. Well, it's gonna cut into your free time. You have to make the sacrifices. It's gonna cut into your sleep time. It's gonna come into your cut into your fun time, your you time. Motherfucker, you're acting like anybody else is like instead people are out there partying in the streets instead of having jobs. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And even if that is the case, based. Good for them. Good for them. I hope they're enjoying the one life they have to live in any possible way they can, by any means necessary, even if it means not being a, quote, productive member of this fucking society that is not organized in a way that does anything for those who do the most for it. There's no returns. I don't see any return on my investment. What the fuck are you, like, who are you to fucking scold people into like working and not work? It's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Yeah, jobs are bullshit anyways, largely. Yeah, most jobs don't actually matter and don't actually do anything for society. They don't actually, like, make the world a better place. They are worthless jobs. Worthless jobs. Most people are stuck spending most of their life at a job that doesn't do anything for society and doesn't, and even worse, doesn't do anything for them in their own personal life. It doesn't make them feel fulfilled. It doesn't make them feel needed. Most people are doing jobs that don't fucking matter to anybody. Like, fuck, man, fuck. But Tofu, he's a millionaire. Yeah, well, looking kind of tasty right about now.
A lot of the time where it's like this low pay, which it wasn't that much money, right?
Well, they started ramping up pay at a lot of places after the pandemic.
Yeah.
They ramped up pay everywhere. Like, they advertised.
Where? And what was the cost of living? You can complain about inflation all you want, but if you're not going to talk about wages rising at the same time, you know what I mean? Like, you're not having a worthwhile conversation. It's just like this is pointless.
Like high pay, like places like McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like, what is
like McDonald's? Because you at a job as worthless as McDonald's, you know what I mean? Like, you don't deserve shit if you work at McDonald's. You deserve to be poor. You know what I'm saying? Even though places like McDonald's are the places that are putting other like small businesses out of business because it's so cheap and so accessible. You know what I mean? Like, you think you deserve more money. All you do is work at Starbucks. Motherfucker, all there is to do is work at Starbucks. Oh, you think you deserve more money, but all you do is work at Walmart. Motherfucker, there's only Walmart here. Only Walmart exists in my town. There's no small town, small companies. There's no small businesses. I will never have a chance, enough capital to my name to start my own business. I have to work for Starbucks. I have to work for McDonald's. I have to work for fucking Walmart, dude. And you're sitting here telling me that, oh, you think you deserve more money just for a living, for being a human? You think you have inherent worth? Oh, kind of fucking selfish, dude.
McDonald's pay now. I think it pays like $18 an hour.
Good. It should be higher, because in order for them to have a fucking life worth living in any fucking major city in the United States, you need more than that. You need more money than that. That's not enough to survive. $18 an hour is not enough to survive in most major fucking cities in the United States. What do you have to say about that? Holy fuck, dude. Bootstraps. Oh, fuck you. I hate Joe Rogan. He's so annoying. He's so annoying. No, I don't hate Joe Rogan, but his ideas are fucking stupid. And everybody that he surrounds himself with are fucking stupid. I hate it. For what it's worth, I pretend I work at Walmart every time I do a self-checkout. And every time I check out, I forget about the water and beverages in the bottom of the cart. Also, rising pay does bump into this headline. What? Job listings abound, but many are fake. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's good. All right, let's get back into this shit. Holy stun lock. God damn it, Celtic. Where were we? All right, it's time to start talking about Khan Yunis. Let's go.
Rules in Khan Yunis.
Oh my god, that's dank.
Living outnumber the dead, but only just. Leaving a loved one behind is less than easy. Processing loss is slow and painful. Here, saying farewell with a final caress. But doctors that work nearby never choose to say goodbye. They hurry hard to save young lives.
We were sitting. The day was just starting, and children wanted to go to the bathroom. Then the mortar hit us. We were inside the room. My 2 elder children fell. I went to see them, but mortar shrapnel hit my leg.
Treating shock difficult with time and medication, both in short supply. Sleep in hospitals like this is no substitute for safety. Elsewhere, the struggle to recover survivors a recurring nightmare.
We were sleeping in our house and suddenly there was a strike, like a barrel bomb. There are wounded people. Everything is destroyed. It has been 70 days living like this in war and destruction.
Another sunrise in southern Gaza reveals another airstrike. Daylight here provides no respite, only highlights further destruction. Willem Marks, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
DJ Tofu addressing the levels. These motherfuckers don't know shit about EQing any, like, they don't have it. Nobody pays audio engineers. You know what I mean? Nobody's willing to pay audio engineers. This goes back to what we were just fucking saying, dude. Nobody wants to pay an audio engineer what they're actually worth. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make your fucking content, like, listenable and, like, consumable. Easy to consume. And, like, and make it comfortable enough for people to want to come back and listen or watch your videos again and listen to your audio. Like, fuck, dude. Nobody wants to hire anymore. So that there's video editors that don't know anything about sound that are editing and all of it, you know, on their shitty fucking laptops using like nothing but like their laptop speakers to just throw shit together hastily to get it out. It's insane. As a 1 year Andy, I feel it. Yo, I went to audio engineering in college. I feel this so hard. Fucking audiophiles unite. All right, more on Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis Hospital receiving injured people after UNRWA school strike.
The White House is building pressure on Israel to pull back on its high-intensity military operation in the Gaza Strip and end the war with Hamas as soon as possible.
Have you will you cover the Fetterman thing about immigration and not being a progressive out of curiosity? I didn't plan on it, but I mean, the only thing that he's saying all he did to me, in my perspective anyway, is all he did was just tell us what we already knew. Is that like he's not he's not a progressive. But yeah, I don't know that there's really much more on that. Like, he is kind of a chud. We kind of liked him for his labor, his support for labor, his union enjoying ways. But other than that, and also he's for weed legalization, and I believe he's universal, a pro universal healthcare. But whatever. Yeah, it's fuck Fetterman, man. I don't even know that he betrayed us in that we didn't realize how fucking shitty he was exactly. We knew that he wasn't good on foreign policy, especially Israel-Palestine, obviously. We knew that going into it, but the way he deals with it, the way he deals with people criticizing him is very childish and stupid and silly. Blue collar liberal. Divorce arc for Fetterman next year? Wait, why? Anyways, all right. Khan Yunis Hospital receiving injured people at UNRWA school strike.
Despite that, the bombardment continues as the
His
war
wife is an
enters
anarchist?
its
Really?
70th day. You can see here clouds of smoke billowing into the sky after multiple explosions across northern Gaza there early on Friday. Meanwhile, in the south, Israeli shelling and airstrikes have destroyed homes in Khan Yunis.
She runs a
and
free
Rafah.
store, but does she ascribe that to anti-capitalism? I mean, that is based, but he made his Zionist bed and now he's rolling around in it like a pig.
Dozens of people have been pulled from the rubble. Our correspondent Hani Mahmoud
posted lots on Twitter about being a progressive. He denies now he has ever been a progressive. It could have something to do. I mean, maybe it's as simple as he was in. It's the difference being one moment of, one of those things was when he was running for office. You know what I mean? Trying to garner votes. And then the other moment was when he was maybe he's already in office and perhaps even courting AIPAC. Posting that clarity. She's pretty anti-capitalist. His wife is sick. He is not. Legal weed makes progressive bullshit. Yeah, I think, yeah. It's legal, progressive to me is okay, you might be pro legal weed. You might be pro Medicare for all, which is good for you. I don't know.
Is live for us in Rafah in southern Gaza.
I'll certainly caucus with you on those issues, but man.
Hani, give us an update on the situation there across the Gaza Strip.
Yes, well, good morning. And just within the past few minutes, 15 minutes or so, is a large cloud of smoke coming from the northern part of the Gaza Strip, Beit Lahia district, particularly the northern of Beit Lahia, where more airstrikes and artillery shelling targeting more residential homes in that particular district, and there is it's a continuation of what was going on over last night as well in early hours of this morning. We're talking about more of these residential buildings, more people becoming displaced. There are reports about people being critically injured, and reports about some who were killed were within the vicinity of the targeted residential buildings in that area. Across the Gaza Strip, mainly in Khan Yunis, where fierce fighting is going on between Al-Qassam fighters on the ground and the Israeli military under heavy coverage of aerial bombardment. A school, evacuation school was targeted, and there are reports about people were seriously injured inside the evacuation school, were taken and reported to Nasser hospital. We did not get a confirmation on how many people were killed in that school yet, but there are reports about those who, among them children and women, were critically injured and rushed to the hospital. Here in Rafah again, one more time, an area that's supposed to be safe, but people find themselves under these unpredictable falling, but particularly a Shabura neighborhood in Rafah, an area that has been targeted repeatedly since the beginning of the war. But what's really tragic about what's going on is the central part of the Gaza Strip. Not only
Yo, Rock, thanks for the 100 biddies. They're displacing the remainder into the West Bank to the Rafah crossing. The remainder into the West Bank to the Rafah crossing. They're going to be repatriated into Egypt and Jordan. That's the final stage of horrific ethnic cleansing in plain sight. They're displacing the remainder into the West Bank to the and to the Rafah crossing. Thank you for the 100 biddies. How do people see this and still support Israel? Immense amounts of mental gymnastics.
Suffer from ongoing artillery shelling and bombing from every once in a while, but it is a starvation that is causing a great deal of suffering and misery for the people who live there, the residents of the central area and those who were displaced and evacuated to the Deir al-Balah, Nusayrat refugee camp, Al-Maghazi refugee camp, and the other areas between Salah ad-Din Road and the coastal road, as it has been effectively separated from the northern part and the southern part, where there are nothing gets in or out. People talks about a depletion of everything, of all the basic needs that are important for their survival. And just one thing that I want to point out, that the direct result of those ongoing airstrikes and ongoing bombardment is people becoming displaced, and when they're displaced, they get hungry, they get thirsty, and that's a scene that we, within the vicinity of Nasser Hospital, of Al-Kuwaiti Hospital, we see where people, their daily morning starts like this, queuing in a crowd, getting some water supply and get back to their homes. But this goes on all day long since late hours.
Tofu, I studied this topic. You changed opinion. Well done. I changed your opinion. What do you word? What do you or did you mean something else? But thank you for the 100 biddies. Thanks, I appreciate all of the, you just seem like well read on a lot of the stuff that you chat about. So I appreciate your input.
Of night, people queue here just to get water, and that's a direct result of what.
Also, I didn't study shit. I'm just a nerd. I'm just a fucking goofball who does this for fun or whatever.
Of those ongoing bombardments.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby.
Thanks very much for bringing us the scene there down in Rafah and telling us events and airstrikes and the situation across the Gaza Strip. We'll speak to you more in the coming hours.
Oh, man. All right, before we look at this... All right, I guess I'll hit this now. Holy loud. Jesus. You're also my future legislative aide. Self-taught nerds are based, in my honest opinion. Yeah. Other people's opinion, you broke the media blockade on Palestinian oppression. Hey, listen, I'm one of many, but I appreciate you saying that. So much dank today, I know. You didn't even study the blade? Oh, I never said I didn't study the blade. What? The fuck? I studied hella blade. Blade E with 2 E's, that is. All right, before we look at this, how are we doing on time? We got 23 minutes till the ads. Let's see. Release Palestinian prisoners. We'll skip this. Let's look at this. Yo, Rock. Yo. Thank you so much for the 5 bomb. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. If you got a gifty from Rock, please make sure to thank them. Very kind, very generous. Thank you so much for supporting the community, supporting, the stream. I really appreciate that. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you. Let's look at this from The Intercept and Ken Klippenstein. Pentagon taps, quote, Tiger team to rush weapons to Israel. The Pentagon is working to expedite weapons exports to Israel by deploying a so-called Tiger team of experts to facilitate the transfers, according to procurement records reviewed by The Intercept. Some of the arms sales will be carried out through a new army initiative designed specifically for the provisions of weapons to Israel. The Israel-specific program, called the Israel Significant Initiatives Group, is located within the Army's Defense Exports and Cooperation Office, which oversees policy for U.S. arms sales. The Tiger team meets daily with the Pentagon's Defense Security Cooperation Agency, or DSCA, which executes U.S. arms sales to overcome barriers to arms sales to Israel. The, quote, Tiger team, a crisis rapid response team involving a diverse set of experts, is supposed to examine potential bottlenecks and delays in weapons transfers and offer advice for alleviating the issues. The existence of both the Tiger team and the Israel Significant Initiatives Group have not been previously reported. So this is all brand new revelations, apparently. As implementer of the vast majority of both State and Defense Department security assistance, DSCA sits at the center of our arms transfers to Israel, said Josh Paul, a former director of the State Department's Bureau of Political Military Affairs, which oversees U.S. arms transfers. He said the creation of a Tiger team is a policy choice by President Joe Biden to get weapons to Israel as fast as possible, despite, mentioning that, Israel probably should chill out. Israel should probably stop killing so many civilians. The United States government saying that, hey, we're a little bit worried about this shipment of M16s making its way into the hands of extremist settlers in the West Bank. We're not big fans of breaking international law with the weapons that we send to you. All of that while literally creating something called a Tiger team to make sure weapons get to Israel as fast and securely and efficiently as possible. This video shows, where did I get video? This shows that at all levels of government, from policy to implementation, the Brandon administration is doing all it can to rush arms to Israel, despite President Brandon's recent explicit statement that Israel's bombing of Gaza is, quote, indiscriminate. And despite extensive reporting that the arms we are providing are causing massive civilian casualties, said Paul, who resigned from the State Department in protest of the Brandon administration's ongoing weapons assistance to Israel. So that's the guy that we've watched like a couple interviews with. Like one of them was on Democracy Now! I think the other was on CNN. He's pretty fucking based. This will not be a proud moment for the Brandon administration, the State Department, or for DSCA. The Defense Department did not respond to multiple requests for comment about the Tiger team and the Israel Significant Initiatives Group. According to a source familiar with the Tiger team who asked for anonymity to discuss sensitive deliberations, the group of experts has raised harm to civilians in Gaza as a potential issue with U.S. weapons sales to Israel. The Tiger team is looking at issues of civilian harm and is raising those issues, but is being met with the absolute lack of interest and direction from the top to keep the process moving, the source said. So the source is saying that the Tiger team is even more hesitant about giving guns to Israel, giving weapons and arms generally to Israel than the Brandon administration is. That's fucking insane. Like, it's literally your job to get weapons to Israel, like specifically to Israel. And even they're like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Both the Tiger Team and the Israel Significant Initiatives Group are using defense contractors to staff up. Reference to the Tiger Team appears in a job posting by the Hoplite Group. In reference to the 7th of October 2023 attacks by Hamas on Israel, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency has served as the implementer of the Foreign Military Sales (FMS) process with Israel, the job listing says. There is a desire to generate real-time lessons learned to assess major bottlenecks, anticipate major hurdles to overcome, and analyze the limits of FMS support to partner nations. So essentially, it's like an elite commando unit of logistics experts. You know what I mean? Like people who like graduated from being like managers at UPS hubs and FedEx hubs to working for the Defense Department, working for the State Department. Another defense contractor, Sigma Tech. Wait, what? That's the coolest name. That's the coolest fucking name for a fucking arms dealer. That is the coolest fucking name. I need a t-shirt. Dude, do they make shirts? That's fucking cool. Sigma Tech. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, it's so cool. Another defense contractor, Sigma Tech, listed a position. Oh, they're hiring. Yo, who wants to put chat? Who's going to do it? Who in chat is going to be the one to say that they have Sigma Tech on their fucking resume? Come on, dog. Come on, for the memes. Do it. Apply to this job and get a job for a defense contractor for the memes, please. I'm applying right now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sigma Tech listed a position for an operations support specialist to work on the Israel Significant Initiatives Group. The listing has since been removed. Oh, so they filled the position. Sorry, chat. Fuck. Sorry. The White House convened a Tiger Team bars in preparation for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, according to the Washington Post. After the invasion, the Tiger Team reportedly developed contingency plans for how to respond in the event that Russian President Vladimir Putin resorted to chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. What would their job be? Like, all right, well, they're nuking people. You know, Russia's nuking people, so we better make sure that shipments of nukes arrive quickly and swiftly, and safely, or to, I don't know, I don't understand. What would they do? The assembling of a Tiger Team demonstrates that the Biden administration believes that all of the existing mechanisms of arms transfer, mechanisms which have proved their extreme ability to expedite arms transfers to Ukraine for the past 2 years, do not work fast enough. We must arm them faster. We need to get those numbers up, Jack. Jesus. The Defense Experts and Cooperation Office has previously touted its work providing security assistance to allied countries. Over the past year, for example, it has posted copies of several Defense Department press releases detailing security assistance to Ukraine, as well as other partner countries like Colombia and the Philippines. U.S. sends Ukraine $400 million in military equipment, a March press release is titled. The release includes a picture of a tank unit billowing smoke from its howitzers. Another press release from December of last year detailed a security package to Ukraine, right down to the specific numbers of munitions like artillery, tank, and mortar rounds. When it comes to Israel, the Defense Exports and Cooperation Office has not posted a single press release this year. Sussy. Secrecy has been a hallmark of the Brandon administration's weapons transfers to Israel. Super sussy, as The Intercept has previously reported. I mean, I wonder if that previous reporting is about the loosening of restrictions around weapons caches. No, it's not. Let's see. One month since Hamas's surprise attack, little is known about the weapons the U.S. has provided to Israel, whereas the Biden administration released a 3-page itemized list of weapons provided to Ukraine. It's really sussy. It's like they knew that these weapons might be used to conduct war crimes, and maybe we should chill out on listing what weapons we are supplying specifically, because if it comes to light that any of those weapons specifically, any of those models of arms specifically were used in specific war crimes, we could become liable. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to save this for later. Much to consider. White House spokesperson John Kirby acknowledged the secrecy in October. We're being careful not to quantify or get into too much detail about what they're getting for their own operational security purposes. Of course, he told reporters, which is funny because if anybody has the ability to get those numbers, those itemized lists, you know what I mean, or to get any information from those itemized lists ahead of time, or at all, it would be Russia. You know what I mean? Like only one of these people or organizations or like whatever ruling governments, Russia's government and Hamas in this case, like only one of them like has like continuous access to like the internet and electricity even, you know what I mean? I don't know, like what you're gonna try to stop Hamas from gathering intel, but like you're cool with like Russia gathering intel through the same means. It seems weird. It seems weird. Let's see. Shortly after the October 7th Hamas attacks against Israel, the White House asked Congress to remove key restrictions on this is what I was talking about. To remove key restrictions on Israel's ability to access U.S. weapons stockpiles in the country. That's those weapons caches that I was talking about. As The Intercept reported last month, which is we read this article on stream. The White House request sought to, quote, allow for the transfer for all categories of defense articles from the stockpiles, as well as to remove requirements that such weapons be obsolete or surplus in nature. Meaning, like, it gives them like no restrictions on how often they're able to replenish these stockpiles, just basically creating a never-ending flow of weapons into Israel. In other instances of weapons sales to Israel, the administration has cut out Congress entirely. Last week, the Biden administration bypassed Congress to authorize the sale of 13,000 tank shells to Israel. So yeah, Congress has less and less power as time goes on. They have less and less say over what the fuck happens when it comes to like violent action, military operations, whatever. But Congress can prevent a president from pulling out of NATO. You know, we learned that today, which is interesting. So here's that article. Chat, ads are about to run in 9 minutes exactly. Next, we're going to talk about released Palestinian prisoners' experiences. We're going to talk about the West Bank. We're going to talk about the murder of journalists and so much more, chat. But we have to do it after a quick ad break because, like I said, ads are about to run regardless whether we like it or not in just a few minutes here. If you would like to support the stream, get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe though, all right? For $4.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, you're feeling generous, you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okie dokie, we're back. Nori, what is your username? Are you Nori_420? For BTTV and for 7TV? Yeah, both? Cool. Hello? Add Nori. Hello? Hello? Let me fucking add this shit. Yes, that person. There we go. Boom. And then... boom. Let's go. Why would the US be secretive with arms and that they're giving to Israel? Well, you bring up a good point. Well, you bring up a good point, Matthias. You bring up a very good point. Yeah. Much to think about. Much to think about. I also had this on Lebanon. US rebukes Israel for more than 30 attacks on Lebanese military amid concerns of Gaza conflict widening. So they're even not very happy, apparently, about, you know, how they're dealing with Lebanon and Hezbollah. They're not even very hyped about that, yet they're still creating things like a Tiger team and whatever in order to make sure they get weapons get there very fast, expeditiously. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 7TV and BTTV, but not FFZ. Okay. Wait, isn't BTTV and 7TV and FFZ the same? I don't know. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Matthias. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's look at this. What time is it right now? How long do we have? Actually, let's look at this. Released Palestinian prisoners. Israel prison guards accused of torture and abuse.
Even the old were not spared. Without a warning, Israeli soldiers raided this man's home in Gaza. What happened next changed his life forever.
I'm 62 years old. They said you must leave the house now. I told them, I am old. Where shall I go? They stormed my house and asked me to tell them where the Israeli captives are. I told them, I swear to God, I know nothing about the captives. They didn't believe me and they shot me.
Bruh.
After surviving,
they don't care about the Israeli hostages. It's where the hostages. But they weren't there to find the hostages. They were there to hurt you.
Being shot at close range, he thought his ordeal was over. But he was wrong.
They took me with them. They then amputated my leg and forced me to sign a paper. They then threw me in the Karam Abu Salam crossing, and some people brought me here.
Several Palestinians have died in Israeli prisons since the start of the war. Israel has detained more than 4,000, including 255 children and youth, since October 7th. Many are held in what Israel calls administrative detention, without charge or trial.
They beat me badly. They hit me in a very brutal way. I can't even talk. I really can't talk. They beat me badly. I can't talk about it anymore.
Poor guy.
They may have got their freedom back, but they now risk being killed as Israel intensifies its attacks and raids across.
I mean, one prison, released from one prison into another, right?
Palestine. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
Subscribe. Now, let's go to CNN to talk about eyewitness testimony and footage revealing Israel's occupation tactics in the West Bank. Okay, how disturbing are we talking? Okay, so this is footage where they shoot innocent Palestinians, settlers wilding out. So we'll make sure not to show that. Okay, I don't know what else.
We stop at a service station in the occupied Palestinian West Bank. A man in military fatigues demands to check our IDs.
I have the right to secure this area and I need to check who you are and what you're doing here.
He has no identifying insignia, won't tell us who he is, but he's got a gun. So we oblige.
Yeah.
We're confused, and we're not the only ones. CNN obtained this video from inside Hebron, a divided city, filmed a few days after the Hamas October 7 attack.
You are not a soldier. You want me to shoot? Anyone who's not clearing out, I'll shoot.
The Palestinian man won't comply. He says he recognizes the man with the gun as a settler, not a soldier. In this tense climate, if a soldier issues an order, you comply. But is everyone with a gun and fatigues a soldier? The West Bank is under Israeli military occupation. It's also believed to be home to almost 750,000 settlers, Israeli civilians living in the occupied territories. Settlers consider this part of their biblical homeland and are expanding into Palestinian territories, even though the UN Security Council considers their presence illegal. Yet settlers are integral to Israel's security plan in the occupied territories, as Israel Defense Force reservists and settlement security squads. Responding, the IDF says, to security threats in settlements, towns, and villages. Palestinians told CNN they consider armed settlers a greater threat than ever before. Their remit from the IDF is blurring the lines as settlers encroach on Palestinian land. Like here, in the Palestinian village of Tuwani, where there's a settlement at the top of the hill. In this video, you see men in military fatigues. The IDF equips both civilian settler security squads and soldiers.
Yeah, look at this motherfucker with the beard. Like, yeah, like you're an IDF soldier, actual IDF soldier. Okay, dude.
In the region. As you can see here, it's almost impossible to differentiate. They point their rifles at residents and then they shoot, according to eyewitnesses. CNN shared the images we gathered in the West Bank with a senior IDF official who was unable to tell us who here is in the IDF and who is not. We asked how then are Palestinians expected to differentiate?
Good question.
The official told CNN there have been cases of reservists who did not act in accordance with army standards, adding there is no place in the IDF for such behavior. Every case that breaches army standards will be investigated. Palestinians, the official said, should contact their local brigade. But Palestinian rights activist and local resident Basel Adra says settlers in military fatigues are forcing Palestinians off their land.
These settlers and with their guns, and they're pointing it to the head of the residents, and they tell them, if you don't leave in 24 hours, we will shot you. So the family would understand that they're not playing. It's a serious threat of killing if you don't leave your home. That led for like 35 families to leave, and these settlers have been wearing uniform.
And they got what they want. They got what they wanted. You know, they want the land. They want to force Palestinians off the land, and so they got what they wanted.
Settlers have heavyweight support in Israel's far-right government.
Yeah, because of this dude, they're able to get firearms for cheap or for free in a lot of cases. And also, they made it very easy for you to get a weapons permit. Very easy, especially if you are a settler. And he Itamar Ben-Gvir has his own little mini private militia that is tasked with the West Bank that runs defense for settlers while they attack civilians, while they attack Palestinians and destroy people's property or whatever. The IDF in the area, Itamar Ben-Gvir's fucking goons, protect them.
Ben-Gvir, Minister for National Security, settler. After the Hamas October 7 attack, Ben-Gvir loosened gun permit regulations, making it easier for tens of thousands.
Meaning that it is state-sanctioned violence in the West Bank. That means directly the state sanctioned the violence that you are seeing in the West Bank.
Israeli civilians to bear arms. Bezalel Smotrich, Minister of Finance, settler. Also post-attack, pushed through over $100 million for West Bank security, including funds for training and equipping settler security squads.
Did they say US dollars?
Minister of Finance, settler. Also post-attack, pushed through over $100 million for West Bank security, including
US dollars, 100 million US dollars for West Bank security. The West Bank, where there are illegal under international law settlements, illegal settlements that are being formed with violence. 100 million in US dollars. Also, where do they get those guns? Like the United States has said, they are concerned that shipments of M16s might make their way into the hands of settlers in the illegal settlements of the West Bank. Well, there you fucking have it. Direct evidence of that being the case, as if they didn't already know that that was the case. It's just like we said earlier in the stream, a CYA tactic. They're covering their ass to try to make it seem like on paper they did whatever they could, to condition the aid and prevent any sort of like further like breaking of international law,
including funds for training and equipping settler security squads. But it's not just arming and equipping. We witnessed firsthand some of the restrictions the IDF imposed on Palestinians. Ihtidal's house is not even 5 minutes
hydrate,
away
motherfucker.
from the other side of this
Hydrate time, bitches.
but she can't get through.
Every day they tell her to go back, and every day she has to do this extraordinarily long loop to try and get in. She said they are intentionally making it difficult for us, making so we have to cross through areas that are hostile to us.
We say often like, oh, the cruelty is the point. You know what I mean? The cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. When talking about like the police, talking about all kinds of things, but that of capitalism, but that is absolutely still 100% the case here. The cruelty is the point. The point is to make it unlivable. Psychological warfare, warfare on their minds, on their hearts, on their souls, and on their physical bodies. Terrorism. Terrorism. That is definitionally terrorism.
Ihtidal picks up a few more things before
Couldn't make it to the birthday stream last week. Glad to be back today. Hope you and chat had a blast. Hey, Dinho, thank you so much thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How's it going?
sets off home, but not too many. It's a long walk uphill.
They closed off the road for the sake of a 5-minute walk. Now I have to go around a 1-hour journey.
Since the 1990s,
just to make going to the store a fucking miserable affair for you to experience. Just everyday life is made absolutely miserable.
the city of Hebron has seen many curfews. The day we visited, there was a curfew in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Ihtidal has to go through this checkpoint. Palestinians have to be searched. Settlers aren't normally checked. Ihtidal has to walk. Settlers can drive. Palestinians need permission for visitors Settlers don't.
Damn, that's crazy. So you're saying that one part of the population of the area has a certain set of rules and another part of the population of the area, the same area, has a different set of rules? Whoa. I feel like there's a word for this.
The IDF says all these measures are in accordance with their security assessments to provide security for all residents. Settlers and Palestinians live side by side, but the rules for each are very different. Faiza and her husband have lived in this house for 14 years. They inherited it from her husband's grandparents. Their house is overlooked by an IDF sentry post, yet they fear for their safety.
This scene is so inappropriate and depressing for our home. You can see up here what we've had to put in place to protect ourselves from the settlers.
As we leave Faiza's house, we get stopped by an Israeli soldier. He says we're not allowed to walk along the main road. We have to go back to the checkpoint to be searched again because we've been inside a Palestinian home.
Because they could have got tons of bombs, you know what I mean? They could have picked up on some fucking explosives.
So they can't have possibly brought in anything.
Sorry, just so I can understand. Just so I can understand, 'cause I'm really confused, as usual.
So, even though we went through that checkpoint,
okay.
Even though we went through that checkpoint, because we have been in the house of Palestinians, we now have to go jumping over people's garden walls.
So we can't walk on the street.
We can't go straight down.
Come back.
If you were going through the checkpoint and you stay here, it's great. But if as soon as you move from different areas,
yes.
So you need to get.
Now do you
rechecked.
understand it?
Damn, he sounds like an American, bro. That dude's accent. Hold on.
We can't walk on the street.
We can't go straight down.
Come back.
If you were going through the checkpoint and you stay here, it's great.
Maybe not American. Very good English, though.
Great, but if as soon as you move from different areas,
Yes.
so you need to get.
Now do you
rechecked.
understand it? Oh. Yes. So we need to get rechecked. So,
Yeah, it does kind of sound Australian.
so we're going to the route.
Okay, enough for next time.
Come on. Let's just go. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
See you soon.
But we can't get down. The access to the garden is closed.
So the path I can see is the other side of that fence.
Hey, classic banana milk. What the fuck are Australians doing in the West Bank, dude? Like, oh my god, bro. Dude.
But if you can see when I can't,
Nobody thinks this is weird?
House.
Anybody else think it's weird? You know what I mean?
So we're stuck. Eventually, the soldier has to call into his superior to give us special permission to walk on the main road.
Thank you so much.
We head out and back through the checkpoint where we're searched again. A tiny glimpse into what Palestinians navigate every day. The UN says that post-October 7th, over 1,000 Palestinians in the West Bank have been displaced, forced from home by security restrictions and sanctions. The US and UK are now sanctioning extreme settlers, but Palestinians say it's not enough. Not when settlers can cloak themselves in the authority of the Israeli state.
What are Australians doing in Australia? Chilling, yeah. Just post it up. Eating Vegemite, yeah. I have a Palestinian friend. Her family lives in Gaza, Ramallah, and Jerusalem. They haven't visited each other in 16 years. God. Because they can't get permits. Yeah. That's what from the river to the sea means. That's what from the river to the sea means. Motherfuckers be like, oh, genocide. Motherfucker, no. Families haven't seen each other in 16 years because they can't. That's what from the river to the sea means. My God. What's up, Professor Fappington? Doctor. Hi. All right, let's keep it moving. How Israeli settler violence forces Palestinians to flee their homes. So more on the subject from The Guardian. At night, they come and harass us and damage our property. They scare our children. We can't access our grazing lands anymore. They are settlers dressed as soldiers with baklavas on. They roam around and damage our property. All our suffering is from this settlement up there. It keeps expanding. Maybe soon it will reach us here. Wait, did I say baklava? Wait, did I say baklava? Delicious. Delicious.
We are driving to
And I don't take it back.
Masafiyata. It's a collection of hamlets and villages. It's home to about 1,000 Palestinians. Life down here has always been pretty difficult. There's a lot of pressure from both the Israeli army and Israeli settlers to get people to leave their homes. But since October 7th, this situation's gotten a lot worse. The
Baklava is delicious. Now I want some.
occupied West Bank is divided into 3 areas, A, B, and C. Area C is about 60% of the territory, and Israel has total military and civilian control there. The Israeli state has declared part of Masafiyata as a restricted military training zone. Israeli settlers still live there, but the government and the army demolish Palestinian homes and infrastructure. Settlers also use violence in order to force the Palestinians to leave. So we're going to a few of these villages today, and we're going to talk to people about what they're planning to do, whether they're going to stay or whether they're going to leave. Our first destination is the village of Atiran, a small herding community located next to what used to be the village of Zanuta. All 150 residents of Zanuta fled their homes in November.
بحاولوا هم بكل الطرق وكل الوسائل بيضيقوا علينا حتى نرحل من هان.
Oh, sorry, I should be reading this. Sorry. They are trying with all means and methods to suffocate us, so that we leave this place in order to displace us from here, so that we immigrate from here. We used to pump our water from the well. They banned us from accessing it, and now they use the well as a swimming pool. If that's not like poetic, man, like what? That's just like, yeah, okay. The settlers destroyed our car, attacking it with hammers and stones. All of its glass is broken. It doesn't have a mirror. We can't use it until it's repaired.
Generations of the Zaria family have lived in Atiran since they were expelled from Atir, a village in what is now Israel that was destroyed in 1948. They depend on the land and livestock to support themselves, since under Israeli law, in Area C, they are not allowed to build any infrastructure at all.
Life is very hard. We are deprived of the very basic essentials of life. They restrict us from using the roads. We are not allowed to bring water for us or the sheep. When did these settlers arrive in this area? About a year and a half ago, the settlers arrived here and started causing us problems. He began to assault us, placed his sheep in our grazing lands, prohibited us from accessing our grazing lands, and flew a drone over our sheep to scare them.
After 7th October, how has it changed?
The settlers pushed out the people of Zanuta and in Ainizan, and then they came for us. On Saturday, 11th of November at 10 a.m., 2 settlers arrived at Al Tiran market, holding guns and pointing them at the children and women there. They ordered us to leave the area within 24 hours. They will kick us out and then our neighbors. That's the strategy. What do you think will happen here in the future? I would like to say that it will get better, but I only see life getting more restricted. The Israelis kicked our family off their land in 1948, and now they have chased us down once more to expel us again. But where are we going to go in the end? We need financial support, food for the sheep, and protection. Leaving here is not an option for us.
The more time we spend in Masafa Yatta, the more stories we hear of alleged settler violence towards Palestinians and damage to property, crops, and livestock.
When the settlers come, they use this road to come down to our neighborhood. They arrive in cars or tractors and roam between our houses here. We have a small playground here, and when the settlers come, they sometimes play on the swing. They roam around and damage our property. They break our water tanks like this one. I also had a water well down there, but the settler took it over and built a tent next to it. What do the children think? Yo, Shayna, thank you for 6 months. Thank you.
Tofu L, Tofu L, Tofu L, Tofu point.
Hey, Tofu L. Thank you so much for 6 months. Thank you. The children get very scared. The settlers often come on a tractor. And the children by now recognize it and get very scared when they see it. The kids are escorted by the army when they go to their school in Tuwani. And she is scared of the soldiers, so I've placed her at a nursery in Yatta instead. Some time ago, activists from a coexistence NGO were here to protect us. The Israelis saw them with the drone, and they came here and removed all of them.
As we were filming in the village of Tuba, we too spotted drones overhead. Shortly afterwards, 3 Israeli soldiers arrived and escorted us out of the village. We were later released with a warning for entering a restricted army zone. Israeli settlers have a very different explanation for how and why events are unfolding.
Oh no, you're good, Shayna. No worries.
Masafa Yatta is another name for what is actually, technically, IDF firing zones, live fire training zones.
At the same time that we were filming in the area, a tour led by the Regavim movement, a pro-settler campaign group, took journalists to nearby Palestinian villages, claiming that the buildings should all be destroyed as they were built illegally.
Bro, what the fuck is this, like, safari tour? This, like, tour. And if you see to the left here is innocent civilians that we plan on wiping off the map. And if you look over here to the right, more innocent civilians that we plan on wiping off the map. Yeah, let's go. Thank you for joining us on apartheid tours. What's up, bipedal humanoid? You've heard of war tourism? How about genocide tourism? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yo, good night, Riot Vision. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time.
You will see paved roads, masses of schools. This is how they are living. All of this is 100% illegal and made possible by your European tax dollars.
In the recently abandoned village of Zanuta, the guide refuted any claims of settler violence being the reason why the Palestinian community has left.
This is one example.
Dude, there's so much time, effort, and money put into these like propaganda campaigns. Look at this shit. They have full-on tours where they drive you around in areas that they are occupying to convince you that they are not actually like occupying it.
For President Biden's accusations of settler violence, the vast majority...
Dude, it's not accusations. It's calling out of the truth. The vast majority of what? Wait, what is she going to say?
They are like this. So you're saying never any violence.
The vast majority of illegal settlements, illegal under international law, are peaceful. Okay, got it. You have a very American accent. Where are you from again?
There's no settler violence. These people just up and left.
Correct. 100%.
This person is from fucking Ohio or some shit.
Correct.
Despite the claims that there is no settler violence,
Bro, yeah, none. It doesn't exist. So Tofu, did you see that Israeli settler extremists have been banned from flying to certain countries? I did see that. What's up, Kairos? How you doing? Welcome in.
Palestinians and rights groups have collected hundreds of videos showing settlers using live fire.
And on top of that, they've the Brandon administration is concerned about weapons or shipments of M16s ending up in the hands of settlers. Meanwhile, since you're just getting in, they're creating teams like this in order to ensure that weapons get to Israel quickly, efficiently. You know? Yeah.
Physical assaults, intimidation, and damage to property and land.
The settlers came, they threatened us, beat us, and shouted at us. They threw me to the floor and pointed their M16 gun right at my forehead. My family said, "That's it, we are leaving. If you want to stay and die, you will die alone." So we left. I wish we didn't.
The first time I met 77-year-old Abu Safi and his family was at their home in the village of Al Radim. Now, just 2 months later, they have moved into his brother's house in the town of Yatta, abandoning the home they lived in for decades. When you left home, how did you decide what to take, what to leave?
We took... Oops.
What to take, what to leave.
We took what would suffice for only a couple of days. We left all our clothes and other belongings, and we didn't think we will be gone this long. We thought we will be away for a few days, and we would return when the war is over. Do you think you will return to Al Rathim? Yes, it's our land. It's our blood. Our blood is in Al Rathim. I have planted this land with trees and worked hard on it. By God, the feelings, death is easier. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel death would be easier than leaving Al Rathim.
This is the Safi family house, one of the two buildings. When I came here in September, I had a lovely chat with the family in this room. It was filled with plants. It was very neat and tidy. The extended family is about 30 people, so they lived in this house and one just over there. The family left in a hurry, obviously. You can tell by the clothes and stuff and the furniture that's left, but somebody's obviously been in here and decided that they're going to make it uninhabitable.
Make sure that nobody comes back to try to live here.
And smash it up. The roof's gone. The family would have taken the roof because that metal sheeting is expensive, but everything else is, not what I expected to find when I came here compared to last time. They even left the keys in the door.
Jesus.
More than 800 Palestinians have been forced to leave their homes since the 7th of October, which is the biggest displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank since Israel was created in 1948. The Safi family spent generations building a life here despite the difficulties posed by the Israeli occupation. They were determined to fight for their right to remain in this part of Palestine, but that fight is now over. And while the world is focused on the war in Gaza, violence and intimidation from settlers here in the West Bank could mean other families suffer the same fate.
Yeah. All right. What time is it? Let's keep it moving. We're almost done with politics for the day. We might not be able to get to a lot of this stuff, but we definitely need to finish the Israel-Palestine stuff. All right, more West Bank stuff. from Democracy Now!
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the occupied West Bank, where Israel's killed at least 12 Palestinians during a 3-day raid on the Jenin refugee camp, the largest raid there in 20 years. On Wednesday, Israeli soldiers raided the Freedom Theater in Jenin, a renowned cultural institution whose mission is to fight for Palestinian justice, equality, and self-determination. The theater's been repeatedly targeted by Israeli forces since its founding in 2006. In 2011, one of the theater's founders, Giuliano Mercamis, was assassinated. In July, the theater was struck in an Israeli drone strike. We're joined now by Ahmed Tabasi, the theater's artistic director, who is detained and beaten this week. 2 of his colleagues remain detained, including the theater's general manager, Mustafa Shetta. Ahmed, thank you so much for being with us. Describe where you are sitting right now and then what happened to you this week. We're seeing a raid that is one of the largest that Israel, frequently raids Jenin. One of the times it raided Jenin, it killed the Al Jazeera reporter. But Ahmed, if you can talk about what's happened now.
My teacher literally worked at the Freedom Theater, fam. She herself gave me the news of that happening. She actually knows the guy on screen right now. Well, send in love. Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry.
There is no words, actually. I could not find words to describe the pain, the sword that we have as a Palestinian, and especially the people in Jenin and Jenin camp. I'm sitting in the middle of my office and Mustafa's office, and for me, it's just like everything is destroyed, and you see all this mess, and I don't know why. It's because this is theater. It's not a military base. It's not a terrorist house. It's not an armed place or.
The cruelty is the point, remember?
There is no guns, there is books, pictures, cameras, music instruments, all of it being destroyed. The whole theater being, like all computers, all offices being destroyed, and they've been rotting and writing and drawing Hebrew things all around. And it just before yesterday, I was actually in my house, which is in front of the Freedom Theater. And I know I was waiting. They're going to come to check us in the house because they're going house to house. They're arresting everyone from like 13 to 60, 50 years old.
Military-aged male.
I was hearing them. They're coming to my house because they're going house by house. And then they just broke the door of my house and just went out to them and told them, please, there is children here. We are a whole family here. And we can do whatever you want. There is no need for violence. There is no need to do anything. But quickly, they put the guns on me. They took me, put me down, and they start to beat me. And I don't know why. I was telling them, like, I have a Norwegian passport, I'm a Norwegian citizenship, but they didn't care. They stormed in. They broke all the house. They broke everything, any electronic stuff, any glass. And they took my brother too. The children were screaming, crying, and even they were screaming on them. And because I understand a little Hebrew, they were swearing at the children. They were screaming at my mom and dad, which was old people. And then they start to beat me, and then they handcuffed me, and they took me, and they put some even like army clothes in me, and they start to take pictures of me, taking poses soldier by soldier, to show their girlfriends they are heroes. But while I was under arrest, under the guns, and they were taking these pictures for me. And then they put me in a truck. They took me to Al Jalama checkpoint, and they throw me in the mud. It was raining. They throw me beside the street where all the jeeps, the vehicles, army go around me. And I don't understand what is going on. Are they gonna drive on me? Are they gonna kill me? I don't know what is going on because I was blindfolded. And then they put me in another truck, and they took me to other place where they throw us again outside, start to do like an immediate interrogation about my identity and intelligence, but it's outside intelligence in the rain. They didn't let me even take my shoes or clothes to cover myself. It's December, it's very cold with the rain, and it was a torture in somehow, psychologically torture, mentally torture, that all the time the soldiers go around you, their guns touching you, and you just waiting the moment when they're gonna shoot you, are they gonna drive on you, are they gonna smash you, and they take you from place to place, makes you walk that you don't know without shoes, with the mud. So it was
this shit exists and people are still like right to defend themselves. This shit is worth mentioning over and over again, constantly, because you're always met with but Hamas, right? What about Hamas? What about Hamas? What about Hamas? This is Jenin. This is the West Bank. Hamas doesn't rule here. This isn't Gaza. So why is this happening then? It all breaks down. Like, nobody, like, when you talk about the West Bank, all of the right to defend themselves, all of the, everything just falls to pieces. All of the justifications for what is happening in Gaza right now, none of them work for the West Bank.
Crazy. I cannot describe. This is happening for me. It takes me directly to 2002 when I was 17 years old. It's exactly the same thing happening. The Israelis have the machine time to bring you back 20 years just with one button, with one invasion. And for me, I am wondering how long this is going to happen again and again in the same way. And still the whole world looking, and they cannot do anything. For us, we as a Palestinian, we are too bored of this life, that we are too bored of this legacy of the world, that they're promising humanity, promising democracy.
Yes, Celtic. Yep.
I cannot go on.
Sowing the conditions for violent resistance in the West Bank, and once it's there, they'll use the same rhetoric we see in the Gaza Strip. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah. In before the Jenin brigades are, also compared to Nazis and ISIS. The IDF has been caught using human shields in at least 30 different instances since 2000, according to international observers, including the UN. Some of those best examples are definitely also in the West Bank, for sure. Even if Hamas was in the West Bank, there's still no justification. Exactly, for sure. You're totally right. But it's just worth pointing out, though, for the sake of these arguments, right? Beyond racism, fascism. I mean, yeah, ethno-state. It's how do you acquire and maintain an ethno-state?
Again, we as Palestinians, now we arrived to the point that we cannot wait for another promise. We have to do something, even as Palestinians. But even though we still, in the Freedom Theater, is a cultural, artistic place where we have children, young people, girls, boys, women to come here to practice, to find a place where they can express themselves, where they can imagine there is a better life, a better place in this world.
Yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I went to Cinemarxism, friend of the show, Cinemarxism. Has been helping to put on these events in LA. Films for Gaza, where all the proceeds go to PCRF, and the Palestinian Film Institute gave them like access and the rights to be able to play a bunch of movies that they worked together with a bunch of Palestinian artists or filmmakers on like releasing the rights to for events like that. All the films are like made in Gaza. We watched yesterday a film called Habibi. Oh, look, this is the Palestinian Film Institute. we watched this movie, Habibi. It's based on the poems of like a super old. I guess it says it right here. Habibi, A Story of Forbidden Love, is a fiction feature set in Gaza. Two students in the West Bank are forced to return home to Gaza, where their love defies tradition. To reach his lover, Kai's, which is this guy, graffitis poetry across town. Habibi is a modern retelling of the famous ancient Sufi parable Majnun Layla. The full Arabic title is Habibi Rasak Karban. I'm probably completely butchering those, which translates as "Darling, something's wrong with your head." Essentially, based on this story of this poet who was apparently was mad with love for somebody named Layla, and wrote wrote poems constantly about this person until they went mad with love and died, or some kind of tragic story. Essentially, it's based on that, where essentially that happens. These two meet in college in the West Bank, are both for different reasons forced to go back to Gaza. And their like love is forbidden because they're like traditional values. There's like a whole like Romeo Juliet kind of thing going on. But he like spray paints graffiti all across town, like about her. The point of me bringing that up, is there's like a part in it where they're being questioned at the border, trying to leave Gaza. They like make a last ditch effort to like leave Gaza. You should also watch this film. It's only an hour long, but like it fits with what we're talking about. They're trying to leave Gaza and they're being like interrogated by IDF soldiers at a border. Basically, it's a really long story short. They're being interrogated. Like, they're being like yelled at and screamed at, and they're like, "What's the matter? Don't you like support the occupation?" They're being told that like they'll be allowed to leave Gaza, and they won't be robbed if they like get in exchange for information about anybody they know that is a part of the resistance, aka Hamas, in Gaza at the time. I think it took place in like 2000. The movie takes place in 2001, I think, or something like that. And they're like refusing to like give away like the names of their family, like friends and family or whatever. And there's like what's the matter? Like you're not a part of you're not a part of the resistance. You don't while they're like refusing, you don't support like fighting back against the occupation. And he says like we are artists. He's a writer and she's like an engineer. We're artists. We have our own ways of fighting the occupation. He fights the occupation with his pen, and it just reminds me of that. Like this is a place for people to learn how to express themselves. To express themselves in healthy, like productive ways. You know what I mean? Like these are like, this is like, art is like some of the basic things, like one of the most basic things that you need in order to like have like a thriving society. Something is like that you might not even really think about much, but like theater and art, having movies, having music, just art period is so important for like your well-being as like a human being. And like even that is being stolen away, like taken from them. That reminds me of this. I don't know if that's like dramatic and a little corny and cheesy, but it just reminded. I watched this yesterday. You should check it out.
Decide their future in different ways, to choose to be different from the reality that we're living in. Still, the Israelis come and they're telling us, no, you cannot dream, you cannot think that you can be something different from the reality around you. You are under occupation, and that's your destiny as a Palestinian, to grow up, to be born, grow up and die under brutal, crazy, violent occupation, that they don't believe in anything, not in art. They arrest us as artists, as the people who do theater. They arrest, they destroy everything that shows there is a culture, there is art, that we Palestinians, we are a normal people. The Israeli soldiers believe we are not a human being. That's why they're killing us in very easy way. That's why they destroy theaters and cultural places, because also they believe no one in this world can ask them to stop. No one can tell them you can't do this. They believe, as an Israelis, they can do whatever they want, and no one in this world can tell them what you are doing. So I'm asking all the artists in this world, and as Giuliano Merkhamis and Zakaria Zubeidi, the main founders of the Freedom Theater, was believing the third intifada, which we're doing now, it's going to be a cultural, artistic intifada. We asking also all the friends all around the world, you have to unite, and we have to fight not just for Palestinians. We have to fight for this planet, for the humanity, for each community and each country still under colonization or under occupation. This planet is very important, that we're gonna live together in this planet without all this hate, without all this violence, that the only country creating this and make all this world unstable, it's Israel.
I wanted to play the words of Giuliano Merkhamis, again, the co-founder of the Jenin Freedom Theater. He was killed in 2011 in Jenin, shot by masked assailants. We talked to him when he was in the United States. He talked about the theater's mission that you're sitting in right now, the theater that is once again ransacked. This is Giuliano.
My name is Giuliano, and I am the director of the Freedom Theater in Jenin refugee camp. The Freedom Theater is a venue to join the Palestinian people in their struggle for liberation. We believe that the third intifada, the coming intifada, should be cultural, with poetry, music, theater, cameras, and magazines. This place never had a theater. This place never was exposed to these arts. So actually we are building everything from scratch. We are building capacity building of actors. We are building capacity people of audience. Sometimes it's easier to create actors than audience. We are dealing with the young generation to expose them to this art. The location of the Freedom Theater, and don't let this view to deceive you. We are sitting in the mid of the most attacked and poor refugee camp in Palestine, the refugee camp of Jenin. We are talking about almost 3,000 children under the age of 15 suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. It means they pee in their pants when they are 11. It means they cannot concentrate. They cannot deal with each other without violence.
That was a promotional video that Giuliano Merkhamis did for the Jenin Freedom Theater, talking about the theater's mission. And we're right now in the Jenin Theater, in the Freedom Theater, with one of the people who, Ahmed Tabassi, who is now the artistic director. Giuliano was killed, assassinated in 2011. So, Ahmed Tabassi, you were held for 24 hours. The general manager of the theater, Mustafa Shetta, is still being held. Do you know what's happening to him? And the other scores of men who have been taken at this point, Israel saying they are Hamas.
In a way that the Freedom Theater, as you said and as you mentioned, being attacked all the time, that Jenin camp being attacked. It's like we are part of this place, and the Israelis have no differences to look at the organization like Freedom Theater as an artistic cultural organization, which should be saved as an international organization.
Yo, Frankenstein.
Yes, at the same time, Mustafa
Thank you for 15 months. Let's go.
At the same time, I was taken.
Hey,
and
thank you so much. Thank you.
Taken to other place,
What's up, Frankenstein?
which is clearly that they're gonna hold him. We still do not have any information about him. Soon after this program, I will go to his family to see if they got any news about him. But for sure, there is many friends around the world trying to push to get some information, or at least to push to release him. Another student also was arrested yesterday. You know, even our kids, after the July invasion being killed in front of the theater, we have now three young people being killed from the children of the Freedom Theater. And still, like 15 years now, 20 years we working, building this place. In the last July, being destroyed, we rebuild it again, we fix it again. But now, after 2-3 months again, they come and destroy everything. They even stole the computers. It's crazy. This army have no morals. They steal computers. They are not a soldier. They are just thieves. But yeah, it's crazy.
Terrorists.
That, we talked to a lawyer that he gonna start looking for information and see what the situation of Mustafa. But for sure, Israelis do not give informations that easy, and because he's still not in a like a clear prison, he's still maybe under interrogation, and that's what we are worrying about. Because also, the head of the board of the Freedom Theater being already 1 year arrested before 1 year, and there is no any clear evidence about what is the accuse about him. So you see, as an artistic field, as an artist in Palestine, that's the way that we live our life. That's the way we do our theater, our work in art. We are not looked as a different way, but that's our mission. That's my mission, to keep the Freedom Theater open, to save Giuliano's legacy and keep fighting for the same things that we believe. And we know that in Palestine, to be an artist, that's also a chance that you're going to be arrested or killed even.
I wanted to end today's show, if you will stay with us, Ahmed, with another theater director, Peter Schumann, the 89-year-old co-founder of the legendary Bread and Puppet Theater. It's here in New York at the Theater for a New City, with a show that is an ode to Gaza. I went to it last night. Peter, we only have a minute, then we're going to continue the conversation after with Ahmed.
Dude,
but
swagged out. Dude looks so sick.
Share your thoughts with Ahmed right now about what you're doing as he called for solidarity with his theater.
Oh, my God, Amy, just to listen to this report on Ahmed and this company, oh, my God, them crying all the way through it in fury and in solidarity. It's unbearable. And to think that this stupid organization called the Freedom and Democracy or some bullshit like that, that it
you can't
exist.
Curse, Peter. You cannot curse on the air.
Okay, no more cursing. Okay, no, I oh, that's so wonderful, right? Unbelievable that this is a Congress of cowards.
Tell him, Peter.
President of seems to be an idiot. So
get his ass.
It's unbelievable what this country is supporting. I don't get it, because it isn't just Israel at all.
Well,
let me
ask in the last 30 seconds, Ahmed Tabasi, about the U.S. position.
Peter.
And if you have a message, Ahmed, for President Biden.
I'm sorry for the Americans that the Israel, all this support, all taxpayers goes to Israel to kill children and kill women. For me, this money should go to create art, to create culture, to support artists, to build theaters, to build artistic and cultural organization all over the world, to save artists in China and Russia, even in US. I want this money not goes to create weapons. Americans, you are getting your picture in a way, not in a right way, because all this military support and all this military crazy support goes to change your pictures as a human. I believe our friends in America, we have the Friends of the Freedom Theater in New York. They are Jewish and they are supporting us.
Ahmed, we have to leave it there.
The text.
Ahmed Tabasi, Artistic Director of Freedom Theater, just released by Israel, and Peter Schumann. Thank you. Democracy Now! Is
Peter
funded
is
by
so cool.
viewers like
I love
you.
Peter.
Please give today.
I wish
at
Peter was my fucking grandpa.
democracynow.org/give.
I wish Peter was my grandpa. All right, chat. We had a little bit more politics stuff to do, but you know how it goes. Sometimes we stun lock a little too hard, and that means we can't get to all of the stuff. But that's okay, because that means we're gonna transition to greatness. We're gonna transition over to fun, comfy content. All right, we're gonna fucking just chill out. We're gonna have a good time. We've gone over all of the major news that we need to take a to look at today. So we're gonna watch some comfy content before we call it here tonight. All right, we're gonna get into some cool, fun shit, some cozy shit. But here's the thing: before we get into comfy content, we have to run an ad break, because it has been more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry. Because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, support the comfy little community that we've created for ourselves, and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, one of our unsubbed comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. If you are unsubbed, say hi in the chat, make yourself known, and maybe somebody will feel generous enough to shoot you a little gifty. We're currently at 15 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support so far. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you'd like to see it continue on full time, please do consider supporting. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. What should we do now? What time is it? Okay. New Anthony Fantano? What is this?
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're in love, because we're about to talk about love. As someone in our subreddit posted about a musical as well as romantical experience, a guy asked me if I liked death grips on our first date. I just started watching Candy this past...
Red flag. Chat, red flag or not? Let's go.
And suddenly remembered this date I went on a little over 2 years ago. We were in his car just getting to know each other, and I mentioned that I really liked 100 Gex. He asked me if
as a Death Grips fan, red flag, exactly.
I liked Death Grips and started playing their music after I said I've never heard of them before. It was not the easiest listen in the first 20 minutes of meeting someone in real life. He turned out to be pretty creepy, and now I kind of wish I still had his number so I can ask him for other music recommendations. This person also posted their last text interaction. Yeah, this interaction is rough. I'm not somebody who's
what
like
was it?
Text interaction. Yeah, this
I've been having a terrible night. If you sent me a VN moaning, I wouldn't be complaining. And they responded question mark, or did they respond to their own oh no, they responded to their own text message saying question mark, like hello, you haven't responded. And then they said the next day, damn. And then 3 days later, they said, tell me happy birthday. Bro, no.
Interaction is rough. I'm not somebody who's like a stickler for double texting or triple texting or whatever. If you got something to say, you got something to say. And also, I'm not going to stand here and act like I've never texted somebody while I was sad. But it's not a good look to hit somebody up being like, I'm sad. If only you could send me a voice note of you moaning. Maybe not the best thing to reach out with out of the blue. Okay, let's shift gears here and talk about how to introduce Death Grips into a romantic context. Because, believe it or not, I've actually had a little bit of success doing this. When I say success, I mean I've shown Death Grips to other people who I have been dating at one point, and they either liked it or were like, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm into that. Like it was either a positive or just like a neutral experience. Definitely not the awful, sour, terrible reaction that is often talked about online when it comes to
what is this?
To a partner or somebody who you're seeing about how much you're into Death Grips. And the reason I've had success with this is not because of some sort of secret unspoken music riz. It's just that there is a time and
I got that. You don't have that, Anthony Fantano? The fuck? I do.
Is a place for just about everything. And the key is knowing when that time and place is. I would say in most cases, like maybe more than...
Audio files. Is a voicemail moan like a dick pic for y'all? You ever like ask your favorite OnlyFans model if they could rate your moan?
9 out of 10.
Queen, can I send you my moan and could you rate it out of 10?
Cases. The time to introduce Death Grips is not in the car.
Chat, I will rate your moan for $300 a piece, okay?
Within the first 20 minutes of meeting somebody. Now, of course, there are exceptions. I mean, you...
30 seconds tops.
Could know off the bat that somebody that you're seeing is also into some really weird or alternative music. In many cases here, like with OP's story, I would actually kind of presume that because somebody is into 100 Gex, not only would they dig Death Grips, they might actually know who Death Grips is, given just how much Dylan Brady
they probably already
taken
know,
away from Death Grips.
You probably already know who Death Grips is if you like 100 Gex.
How much aesthetic overlap there is on some tracks. With that being said, Gex has a pretty wide and interesting appeal and are popular on all sorts of pockets on the internet. You'd be surprised.
Wait, did I not say that? 1-800 Control? I thought I said Maximum 30 seconds. Did I say minimum? Yeah, the longer the better.
To find out how many
nah, fuck that. For every extra 10 seconds, you owe me another $100.
Fans actually just have very kind of pop-centric tastes and aren't into a lot of loud or extreme music, which there are ways of kind of feeling that out or probing about that without sort of, you know, kind of jumping out of the gate being like, are you into Death Grips? Which, again, music-wise may not necessarily be the best thing to lead with. When initiating a conversation with a date
Hi, I like you. You're pretty. Do you like Death Grips?
Or a potential partner, you want to make a wholehearted and an objective assessment of what your music taste is. You want to think about those artists or songs or albums that you enjoy the most that wouldn't necessarily harsh the vibe, and lead with that in terms of sharing what you're into. Now, I'm not saying nor am I advocating for you to be inauthentic or, you know, if you're seeing a Taylor Swift fan,
we're really getting like dating advice from Melon.
You don't want to lie, you don't want to fake the funk, and you don't want to pretend to be something that you're not.
Dating Thinny advice Tano here.
Pretenses. And look, sometimes over this music stuff,
the internet's rizziest music nerd.
You aren't going to see eye to eye and you have to let shit go. I've had an experience where I was ghosted when asked about some music that I'm into and shared tracks from Viagra Boys, Justice, and also Janelle Monáe. And I'm sorry, I don't want to be in a situation
that's a diverse set of music right there.
The comedy of sports, the endless and undeniable grooves of Cross, as well as the pop bliss of Take a Bite. So again, it's not about lying or erasing your Last FM scrobbling history or making sure your top 5 artists in your Spotify Wrapped are only singers that appeal to women. It's about saying what of the artists that I listen to are some of the most
for Riz points to like flirt, like, yeah, look at my top fucking streamed artists. Don't you like me? Don't you want to have sex with me?
Widely accessible or fun or easy to listen to.
No, but I listened to Bruno Mars 800 times this year.
As I'm meeting this person for the first time and I'm either showing them stuff to check out or I'm literally in the car.
In them? Brother, I'm sorry?
And I'm either showing them stuff to check out or I'm literally in the car, first hour together IRL, and I'm not ruining the mood by putting on Death Grips Hothead. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, look, I love that shit. It's amazing. I have reviewed it positively, but it's not set.
Bro, he is like single-handedly responsible for like the popularity of Death Grips. Anthony Fantano and like 2 Pitchfork writers, 1 or 2 writers over at Pitchfork are like responsible for them being like the #1 like thought of artist that's thought of when people think of like alternative rap, you know.
If there's anything to this date or this relationship that you're trying to embark on, there will be an opportunity to Death Grips pill them later. Maybe introduce it during a time where you're not like in this second date limbo period where the other person is.
His ex-military review is actually the reason I found them. I'll admit it. There you fucking go. I found them through, and you want to fucking, here's how fucking lame I am. I found out about Death Grips through a fucking Pitchfork article.
Figure out whether or not you're a weirdo.
Well, maybe see if I can I'm pretty sure it was Pitchfork.
Off the bat, they will think you're a weirdo. Which again, there are exceptions because if they're a weirdo too, or if maybe you've met them at a Death Grips concert, I mean, go for it. It's fair game. But if music taste and music preferences is something that you haven't totally worked out or come to understand with your potential partner yet,
it's like one of these. The Money Store, like 2012 review. One of these like old reviews, and I'm pretty sure it was a review of a show actually, like a show they played.
You know, I would kind of breadcrumb it in a way. Share in stuff that off the bat is more likely to elicit a positive response and get gradually more unfiltered with some of the stranger stuff you're into down the road. And at that point, it could be something as simple as, hey, check this out. Here's this fun
thing. I didn't realize this was just going to be like Anthony Fantano giving advice.
Listening to.
Because I really don't care.
Here's some weird shit that I'm really crazy about.
Bro, I have too much Riz. I don't need any more.
At that point, like maybe a month down the road, if this person person, after getting to know you for all this time, is still going to stop talking to you over something as silly as a song that you're crazy about, even if it is kind of loud and experimental, that person's freaking weird and they're not worthy of your time to begin with. When you do eventually get to the point where you want to introduce Death Grips, try to make an assessment of what are the catchiest or best songs
training
to kind
orders.
of like, get somebody into their stuff. What were the songs or music videos or records from them that got you excited at first? What are some of their most popular tracks generally? Is it Get Got? Is it I've Seen Footage? So on and so forth. As the person here on Reddit is positing, they wish they still had this guy's number so they could get more music recommendations. So maybe this person ended up liking Death Grips a little bit more down the road as they warmed up to the idea, to where they now want to know other stuff this guy is listening to. Now, OP, I have good news for you. Because this guy is into Death Grips, he's most likely watching me. So anything he would have recommended you is gonna come straight from me. And you're already watching me, babe, so it's good. God, I'm terrible. But yeah, also, given the last text from this guy, there may have been other issues afoot with him being a weirdo beyond just being into Death Grips. And finally, if your reaction to this video is, Anthony, I don't know what to introduce a new partner to as far as like my music taste, everything I listen to is weird and abrasive. I mean, that's kind of a personal issue and more of a problem of having kind of maybe narrow music tastes, even if your taste is kind of wild and experimental, which there's not anything inherently wrong with. There are lots of people like that, but I don't know, just for the sake of balance and, maybe emotional stability as well, I think everybody should be into at least a little bit of like, pop stuff or singer-songwriter stuff or dance stuff. Not every day needs to be, an endless grind of power violence and noise rock.
Why? But I love power violence, Anthony Fantano. Power-thiny violence, Tano. Don't tell me that. I listen to power violence to go to sleep. Charles Bronson, fucking, come on, dog.
And industrial hip-hop, or
bro, I listen to Drop Dead when I am sad, music
concrete or whatever the fuck. But yeah, this video turned weirdly serious and I think I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. Love you. Over here next to my head,
love you, Thany Fantano.
Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel.
You
Anthony Fantano, Death Grips, first date forever.
Destiny Grips Tano here. What is this? The little drummer boy? And the apple bottom drummer boy?
Apple bottom jeans, boots without fur. The whole club was looking at her.
Yeah.
She hit the floor, the next thing you know. Shawty got low, 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 low.
Low, 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 low.
Low, 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 low. Apple
banger? It's a hit, folks. It's a hit. Banger alert. Banger alert. Let's switch it up. We haven't done something like this in a while. Look at this, the newest video from Techmoan. Sony's self-destructing MD recorder from 2070 from the future.
I was watching the 2023 science fiction film The Creator the other week, and whilst I enjoyed the film very much, there was one thing that jumped out at me. Whilst the movie was set in the year 2070, the telephones that they were using looked very familiar. These appeared in two scenes, and perhaps if I do a bit of zoom and enhance, you'll understand exactly what it was that drew my attention. Yeah, that in another life is a Sony MZ-R5 ST minidisc recorder.
MZ.
And seeing one in the movie made me think that this is the perfect time to take a look at my mint-in-box example that I bought a few years ago, but I've yet to try out. I've always appreciated the look of this machine. It's got a very interesting and unique appearance, which is no doubt why it was repurposed as a movie prop. The one I have here was found on eBay and appears to be barely, if at all, used. It's come from
old stuff. Now it looks so foreign. It looks like alternate futuristic. Yeah,
or unsuitable for their requirements. In fact, a few of the accessories are still sealed in their original packaging. One thing that was in the box that wasn't part of that original bundle, though, is this microphone whose sponge windscreen has disintegrated,
fell to
shedding black
pieces
dust all over the inside of the box, reminding you that whilst this might look like it belongs in 2070, it really is over 25 years old.
Jesus, bro, it fell
when it
apart.
first came out, I looked at the ever-useful Minidisc wiki, and at the bottom of the page for this device, I was met with some very pertinent but also worrying information.
I love Tecmo. My Sony headphones did that.
This device are two NiCad batteries that are used to retain the time for the clock, and after a quarter of a century these will almost certainly have leaked, and if you have one of these devices you need to open up the case and get those batteries out now. So that task has become the very first thing that I need to do before switching mine on. Like most owners of these, I had no idea that there were a couple of batteries inside it, so I crossed my fingers and hoped that mine hadn't leaked.
Oh boy.
Well, that hope didn't last long, as yes, whilst at first glance it doesn't look
it's crusty.
catastrophic,
That shit's crusted up.
A considerable amount of leakage.
Yeah.
All I could do was remove the batteries and try and clean everything up as much as possible. I'd only know what damage had been done when I powered the thing up. It might still work perfectly. Then again, it could be completely dead. If only I'd known about this hidden time bomb back when I bought it, I would have took those batteries out a lot earlier. But I can't go back and change it now. There's no use crying over spilt alkaline.
Spilt alkaline.
Put it back together, attach the power adapter, turn it on, and see whether I got lucky and dodged a bullet this time. And it was looking good to start with. It turns on, it can detect that there's no disc inside, and after inserting a disc, the machine reads the contents of that disc just fine. However, after plugging in my active speakers and pressing play, I'm not hearing anything. From the information on the screen, it's clearly playing the disc, it's just there's
Can
no
you send me
sound
your
coming out of
tech
those
moans?
rear RCA sockets. So I then tried my headphones in the front socket.
No,
and again,
no,
there
I
was no
can't.
audio whatsoever coming through. This was not looking good. There is, however, another 3.5mm socket on the back, but that was dead as well. So with all the analog outputs dead, the only thing left to try was the digital one. And fortunately, yes, this time the audio was coming through just fine.
After I stop the action, you're going to practice using these buttons.
So now I can move on to demonstrating the features of the device. The first thing I wanted to do, though, was set that internal clock, the non-essential feature that nearly ended up destroying this thing. I wanted to find out also what was on the disc that I found inside the box. It turns out the answer was nothing. Well, there was something. It was 3 short tracks of silence. And ironically, I can see when they made those recordings, the previous owners hadn't set the clock. So this machine was in the process of self-destructing, all because of a feature that no one had ever used. The next thing I wanted to find out, though, was whether the analog inputs had been killed off by those leaky batteries as well.
That Sony is so nice.
Deck to the inputs on the back and press play on the tape, record on the mini disc, and as you can see from the VU...
Did that thumbnail say massive bottom? The beauty of a massive bottom. Yeah. You know, bottom end. You know, the bottom end. Of course.
The audio.
What else would it be? What did you think it was? What did you think that meant?
True. So, yeah, that confirms that all the analog inputs and outputs on this base unit are dead. One last thing to test, though. Can it still at least record from the optical inputs?
Let's find out.
And thankfully, the answer to this is yes. So really, it makes it a digital-only recorder and player. It's still got some life in it. It's not ideal, but it does still perform a function.
I mean,
it's such
that's
a shame
high quality.
About the damage
That's high
caused by
quality
those
stuff.
hidden batteries, though. I mean, this thing was mint. No one had even gone around to unwrapping its remote control. So, of course, I did that. And at least the button cells in these things don't seem to mind sitting around unused for years. It needed replacing, but once that was done, it was working just fine.
And you got a remote on that bitch.
It's got to be said, this is still an older type of minidisc machine. There's no NetMD, there's no MDLP, there's no keyboard input for easy titling, and entering titles via the keys is a laborious process. But the big advantage of this system of a portable recorder with a dock was that you could leave most of the parts you didn't need on a portable at home, which resulted in a more compact personal stereo unit. The MZR5ST wasn't Sony's first minidisc and dock combo. A year prior to this, there was the MZR4ST.
I love just looking at these old magazines and like these advertisements. Just like, it's so satisfying to look at. Everything just like neatly lined up, a bunch of cool buttons. Like, I just really want to play with these things. I just want to touch the things, you know, touch the buttons, you know,
which enabled them to make the smallest possible recorder up to this point. This dock unit didn't have a tilting screen, and of course there were numerous other
buttons. Of course I remember buttons, silly Billy. I have lots of buttons
between the two, but one commonality is that the portables that came with each were unique to these sets. These portable models were not sold separately.
Old Playboy magazines have the best advertisements
with their docks. I don't think the R4 set was ever marketed outside Japan. All the ones that I've seen have their buttons labelled up in Japanese, whereas the R5 was clearly intended for an international audience as it came with English labelling. Let's have a proper look around it. It's really an interesting looking device. The portable recorder is held in the main unit with an electronic catch, one that can only be released when it's connected up to power. The idea of buying one device that covered both your home and portable requirements made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's got all the inputs and outputs you'd need to connect this up with an existing hi-fi. And as for those two optical inputs,
you just got to drop it in.
Of course, one would generally be used for attaching this up to a suitable CD player, while the adverts in Japan suggested connecting the other one to a satellite receiver.
Another good channel.
With the power now connected up, I can eject the portable, and it's got a really tidy way of electronically attaching up with the main unit. All the connections are hidden away behind a panel that's designed only to slide out of the way when the things are interfaced together. Whilst the portable could operate via an internal LiPo battery, which allowed for a quoted playback time of 5.5 hours, there is also the option to attach up a AA adapter, which would be capable of powering it for 9 hours.
Ooh.
And with both together, you get a total of 16
Look at that,
hours.
dude. This was like so sick. This was like so badass. An extra battery attachment. When this came out, you're like, what?
Body and the buttons feels very solid. There's a lot of metal used. It's heavier, but also more substantial than many of the later minidisc models.
Remind me when I went down a rabbit hole, looked further into the Super Nintendo SNES Japan only internet thing. Need one of those for my phone? They actually literally sell those.
The screen on the portable unit only needs to show basic information, as the track titles are displayed on its inline remote. And this is the first year that Sony used this familiar stick design of remote, and again it appears that the one I've got here has never been used.
Whoa.
I noticed that the base has been designed so that the remote can remain attached to the player when it's docked, and that got me wondering if this headphone output would still work. But the answer is no. It's only active when the player isn't in its dock. When it's docked, you're supposed to be using the 1/4-inch headphone output on the front of the base unit instead. One handy feature of this dock is that it has a battery charger built in. The idea is that you buy a second battery and then you'd always have a fully charged one ready to go.
Don't put it in there.
Of course, the one in the portable also gets charged whenever that device is docked. However, just like any other Sony LIP8 battery, this one will not be getting charged.
It just pooped it out.
However, just like any other Sony LIP8 battery, this one will not be getting charged because after all these years. However, just like any other Sony LIP8 battery, this one will not be getting charged because after all these years, it's dead. Just like all of them. In fact, to make matters worse, nobody's making new batteries of this type anymore.
Rip.
Fortunately, there are a couple of workarounds. If you carefully slice open the LiP8, you can replace the cell inside with a 14500 rechargeable lithium battery. But if you don't fancy that, I found a nice chap on eBay here in the UK who's 3D printing this battery holder. I picked one up to try it out and it works just fine. Again, you add in a suitable 14500 lithium cell and you're good to go. The portable charges up this battery whenever it's docked in its base station, and you don't need to be using it. It still charges the battery when the device is in
This is pretty
standby.
high-tech stuff,
So
man.
not all the battery news in this video is bad news. Now, if you're old enough to remember recording music off the radio and you'd sit there with your finger over the pause button trying to keep the DJ...
I was literally the last generation. I definitely was like the last generation of kids who were still doing that. Because there were late night radio, there were like late night shows on certain radio stations that would play cool shit. Like there was like underground hip hop nights on the normal like rap channel. There was like Friday nights. I think it was called like Friday Night Flavors. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but it was like late nights on Power 106. It used to be like underground hip hop on Friday nights, and so it was like worth it to like record those for later. Like they were like little mixtapes, because that was like the only way that we could like do that. Power 106 in Oakland. There probably is one, and it probably is in Oakland too, but LA. But yeah, used to do that all the time.
Your recordings, but make sure you get the whole record. Well, this feature might have come in handy. The time machine option allows you to start a recording from 2 seconds before.
I was referencing the Childish Gambino song. Oh, I never really listened to much Childish Gambino, to be honest.
And I must make a special mention of that large screen. That is way more comprehensive than most home machines and has a sense of fun about it too. Just look how the titles display in a variety of ways. Someone at Sony programmed this for no other reason than it looked cool. In fact, I'm going to let it cycle through the effects in the corner of the screen so you get to see them while I talk about the active speaker output socket. In the manual, it suggests connecting this up with Sony's SRS Z1000 speakers,
Z1000
alongside this machine. If you look at the bottom right of the brochure, you can see a blurry picture of these in a neat little desktop setup. But there's no need to squint at that tiny picture because I just so happen to have a set of those here as well.
Let's go.
It might look like plastic speakers, but in fact, while the front and back panels are plastic, the main body is metal, and they are surprisingly heavy, solid, and well constructed.
Nice.
The right speaker plugs into the left one, and the left one plugs into a power adapter. It has two 3.5mm inputs on the back, and there's controls on the front, including the volume and the power on-off. However, the dock also has its own dedicated volume control for this output, both on the unit itself and on the remote control. And with everything connected up together, it really makes a beautiful setup, in my opinion. Of course, in my case, due to that damage, those speakers don't make a sound, but hey, they definitely look the part. So just imagine it's 1998, you come home from work, you've been listening to your mini disc on the train, you take your player out of your pockets, extract your earbuds, unclip your remote from your jacket, and you pop the player into the dock. And the music carries on from where you last left.
I mean, that's pretty fucking sick, dude.
Through your
I'm not gonna lie.
stereo
That's pretty
speakers.
fucking cool.
And while it's doing this, the player charges up the battery, ready for the next time that you want to use it on its own. Now, while I do have plenty of other mini disc recorders,
the mini disc is like really high quality to record into. Like I would be using this as like a place to mix down like analog stuff if I wasn't gonna mix down into my computer into Logic or something, and I just wanted to mix something, mix a bunch of shit down straight to something hardware. Mini disc would be a really high quality way to record without a computer.
Capable of NetMD, MDLP, high-speed CD to MD copying, easier track titling. I still wanted to take another look inside this one just to see if the analog sound issue was caused by a short and easily fixable break in a trace.
Okay, but can you play Doom on it? Damn.
Those batteries have
Good
really
question.
done a job on this circuit board. I can't even see where some of the traces are supposed to be. They've been completely burned away. In fact, it's probably a bit of a miracle that this thing is working at all. A mint machine being eaten away from the inside by a couple of hidden batteries. I suppose the designers never considered that anyone would want to use one of these things 25 years later. And that was very nearly a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you look hard enough, you will actually find a brief mention of the existence of those batteries. Right in the back of the manual, it mentions in the section that you never read, the one about disposal, where it instructs you to remove those batteries when you're throwing the machine away. But it also tells you to never disassemble the station unit except for disposing of it. But
So
counter
basically,
to that advice,
planned
if you do own
obsolescence.
one of these and by some miracle it is still working fine, well, open it up today and get those batteries out of it. My advice, though, if you do encounter one of these for sale somewhere, I'd recommend just walking on by. It's a shame, but they were unknowingly designed to self-destruct. It's amazing, really, that any of them managed to survive until 2070.
MD is okay. HVAC is nice for compression and efficiency, but even in 92, CD had it be for sample rate and signal quality. Word. Try burning a CD burner in 92 though, or buying a CD burner in 92 though.
Anyway, that's it for the moment. As always, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Well, that was cool and nerdy. Bum, bum, bum. My favorite burger, but vegan and better, the vegan Western bacon cheeseburger from Carl's Jr.
Today we are making a Western bacon cheeseburger like Carl's Jr. but vegan. And this was my favorite fast food burger as an adult before going vegan, and for good reason. The combination of bacon, barbecue sauce, and onion rings is unparalleled. And if you've been here a while, you'll know that I've made this a few years back on this channel, but I wanted to remaster it. So with that said, let's whip one up. First, let's tackle the barbecue sauce. Now, of course, you could just get a vegan-friendly barbecue sauce at the store, but it's fairly easy and rewarding to make your own. All we need to do is get 1 cup of ketchup, 1/3 cup of vinegar, 1/2 cup of packed brown sugar, 2 tablespoons of hot sauce. I'm using Frank's. 1 tablespoon vegan. What's this here sauce? Make sure it's vegan.
What's this here
1
sauce?
tablespoon smoked paprika, and then salt and pepper to taste. Whisk that up. I gave it a taste and felt it could be a bit sweeter, so I added in 2 tablespoons of vegan honey. I have a recipe for that too, but you could just use maple syrup.
Yeah, vegan honey.
Well.
That shit
Now
blew
I'm
my
gonna
mind.
heat
Like, what do
this
you
up for a
mean it's
bit.
vegan honey, bro? Like, what?
Melt down the brown sugar, and once it's bubbling, I'm going to kill the heat.
I asked the bees nicely.
I'm going to taste again for seasoning and adjust as you would like it. Keep in mind it's going to thicken as it cools, but if you want yours thicker, you could reduce it down more, or maybe use a pinch of xanthan gum as well. But that's our beautiful barbecue sauce, and now for the onion rings. And again, you can do store-bought, but these are the only vegan onion rings.
Vegan honey is just like sugar and water. Like, literally, it's just you got to make it like thick. It's got to be like syrupy, I guess.
I can find in my area, so let's make some. We're going to get 1 large onion, white or yellow, whatever you like will work. We're going to cut them into about 1/2-inch slices like so.
Damn.
And then we just need to separate out the rings as well. Next, let's put together our dredging station. For the dry dredge, we're going to do 1/2 cup or 60 grams of flour, 1/4 cup or 30 grams of cornstarch, 1/2 tablespoon of baking powder, and then 1 to 2 teaspoons of salt, and then 1 teaspoon of cayenne. Give that a whisk, and now for the wet dredge, we're going to do 1 cup of unsweetened plant milk, 1 tablespoon of apple cider vinegar, 1 tablespoon of hot sauce, and then 1/4 cup of flour, which is going to help thicken the batter so it sticks to the onions. Lastly, for the breadcrumbs, you can use these or panko, but I'm going to use my new favorite, oyster crackers. Just grind them up like so, and then we're going to need about 2 cups worth. Now let's get a wide pot or Dutch oven, and we're going to fill it with a couple inches of a neutral oil like peanut,
probably
canola, or
fire.
vegetable. We're going to want to get those to around 350 to 375 degrees Fahrenheit, and yes, air fry and baking directions will be on the blog as well. And while the oil heats up, we can bread our onion rings. We're going to go first in the flour. I recommend using a fork over your hands. It's a lot easier and cleaner. Next, we're going to go...
And now that we've done that, you're going to want to go ahead and take your sacrificial lamb and gut it like so. That's right. You're going to want to make sure to place it securely on the altar. So when you are calling out to the Dark Lord, you don't make a mess while doing so.
Make sure you get the excess to drip off, and then finally into our breadcrumbs. And again, coating thoroughly. You can double dredge these if you like, but I didn't find it necessary. Oh, and it's worth noting that this is probably easier in some bowls. I just use these pans for filming purposes. Once our oil is up to temperature, we're going to carefully add our onion rings.
It's actually like a really that's like such an ethical thing to include in your video like this. Like, I only do it like this because it looks good on the video. Like, it's actually not efficient. Because motherfuckers just be like, oh, cutting to it, like, doing something, like, putting something together and then cutting to like a finished product. Like, look, we did this. All you need to do is what we showed you, but not exactly.
And then fry them in batches. They only need about 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh,
Go
what's up,
ahead
Blue
and
Room?
lightly poke them so they don't stick to each other. You can use a fork or a spider spoon if you like. I find that the fork is
What is a spider spoon?
pretty easy. Once they are golden brown and beautiful, go ahead and take them out.
those are
and
beautiful.
Add them to a wire rack and salt them immediately. You can also keep them warm in the oven on the lowest setting while you fry up the rest. And you'll probably have extra rings and sauce, so just enjoy them like this if you like.
Oh, hell
And
yeah.
now for the bacon, you could use some pre-made stuff like this Thrilling Foods bacon. I also like Hooray Bacon and all.
Bacon with a K, touch of maple with black peppercorn, 100% plant-based, harm-free, no GMOs or gluten, a complete protein, keto-friendly. You and your family will enjoy bacon strips as much as conventional bacon, and all without doing our planet any harm or else. Oh.
Vegetarian bacon as well. But today I'm going to whip up my rice paper bacon, and I've made this a bunch of times on this channel, so I'll go ahead and just link to the video and recipe in the description.
rice
but this
paper
is by
bacon.
far my favorite homemade
Vegan bacon recipe? Why you'll dig rice paper bacon? Damn. That looks like a straight up fucking Carl's Jr. ad right there. The Western Bacon Cheeseburger. Hot girls in bikinis eating messy barbecue burgers. Barbecue sauce all over the booby burgers. Burgers with boobies and barbecue sauce on the boobies. Bacon. Bacon boobies. Boobies with the bacon on it. That looks fire as shithole. I'm not gonna fucking lie though. Yeah. How are you gonna turn that into bacon? What? Whoa. Damn. Damn. How to make vegan bacon bits. Crush it up, you dumb fucking idiot. Ooh, okay, well then we're watching this one next. Like what? Like the fuck? Not yet. Chill.
bacon, as it's cheap, easy, and delicious, and also crunchy as heck. Also, in the context of this burger, it really does a good job of replicating the bacon, as some parts are crunchy and some get a little chewier from the
Is
barbecue.
this tofu? Were you talking about this burger on the booby burger? Butthole booby burger? Butthole? Butthole in the burger booby. Barbecue booby.
Turn the heat on me, so I'm like that hot. Call out the engine, ring up the station, I am on the spot.
The Southwest patty melt.
What is she doing to that burger? Bro, she's in the back seat of her car having sex with the burger.
You love the most, like it on
Ma'am, you're under arrest for indecent exposure in a public space. What were you doing to that burger?
Sauce. It was actually kind of mind-blowing.
You're under
so now we
arrest.
just need to cook our burgers.
Ma'am,
and you can
put the burger down.
use some plant-based meat like me, or make a TV.
Vegans would never understand. You act like I don't be having sex with my vegan burgers like that. You act like just because I eat plant-based burgers that I don't be booby burger with the butthole on the barbecue sauce booby burgers, bruh.
Burger
Fuck out of here with that shit.
I got right here, again, linked in description. But we just want to form our patties kind of thin. For this size burger, I'm going to go with 3 ounces, and I'm going to be forming them by smashing them
You
like
smash
so.
the booby on the
This is my
burger.
new favorite way to form patties, as it's quick and ensures a flat
Booby
patty,
burger.
which will get us a better browning, which equals more flavor. So definitely get a burger press and some burger paper like this if you can. So now that our patties are formed, let's get a pan heated up to medium high. We're going to toast our buns. Oh, and by the way, most burger buns in the US are accidentally plant-based. These are the ones I'm using. Just check the ingredients. But once our buns are toasted, let's add our burger patties. Season with some salt and pepper and whatever else you like. Cook those for about 3 minutes and then we're going to give them a flip. And there's the nice browning from our flat patties. Next, we're going to add some vegan American cheese. I'm using the So Delicious brand today.
So delicious.
Some water
It's
and then
so
cover it in milk.
delicious.
And then a minute later, there we go. Those
So Delicious brand is okay, but like, follow your heart cheese, like especially American cheese for fucking burgers and shit, for booby burgers. Follow your heart brand is the way to go.
Beautiful patties. Next, we'll get our buns. Add some barbecue drippy drips.
Put some barbecue on the buns for your burger.
Our onion rings, the burger patties, some vegan bacon.
Some bacon
more
on the
sauce,
burger
and our
with
top
barbecue
bun. And of
on
course,
the
you know I'm
buns.
going to wrap this baby up, and man, oh man, that first
Wrap
bite.
the baby
I know I
up
say
with
this
the
a lot, but
burger
this
on
is
the
way better
buns.
than I remember it being. Like I said, whoever came up with the combo of
God,
bacon,
that looks
barbecue
fucking
sauce,
fire.
and onion rings is a genius. It truly is one of the best burgers invented, and
She's
making
not my
it at
type.
home is the way to go. Also, if you want to hear how this burger was indirectly responsible for me going vegan,
Mr. Beast, I just ate some of your Mr. Beast burger, and let me tell you, your burger makes for a better fleshlight than food. I've spent the last 20 minutes fucking the shit out of this burger, and it feels great.
Feels great.
My cock is so happy. Thank you, Mr. Breast.
Thank you, Mr. Breast Burger with the
Mr.
barbecue
Beast,
sauce on the buns.
Oh, time to go to bed.
Did you check that everything was switched off?
Yeah.
Why is everything in German? Sleeping with a German?
Everything.
Okay.
I'm knackered.
Yes, it's time to hit yourself on the ear. No,
What?
it's too warm.
Are you still awake?
What is it? I was sleeping like a marmot. Nein, nicht in die Tonne.
Hey, wake up. What was that?
It was just a bad dream. Wake up.
What was it?
You're snoring too loud. Even the neighbors can hear you.
Sounds like someone's breaking in.
Naja, hopefully they don't make as much noise as you.
What is this funny?
No, you forgot to switch off the lights in the bathroom.
Oh. What time is it?
5:30.
Why are you getting up so early?
The morning hour has gold in the mouse.
What? Oh, time to go to bed.
Did you check?
Germans, is this true? Germans, how do we feel about this? He's German tofu. I gathered that much. Okay.
vegan, check out the blog or the short I released yesterday. But I really do think y'all should make this, and if you want to see some more fast food copycats, check out this playlist right here. And until then, I'll see you all next time.
See you next time. But now I want to see this one. The easiest, tastiest vegan bacon, rice paper bacon edition.
Hey,
yeah,
everybody.
look at the thick ass bread on that bitch. Look at where what? Texas toast looking ass. God damn, the buns on that. Holy
it's the burger dude. And today I want to show you how I make rice paper bacon. One of the easiest and tastiest vegan bacons you can make right
that's
in your
too
own
much
home.
guacamole.
And this recipe is really just
what even is this? Oh, it's like a breakfast sandwich, but with like hoagie rolls or whatever the fuck you'd want to call that. That probably smacks. That probably smacks. Wait, what are those vegetables? What are these green things? Oh, those jalapenos? I'm not a big jalapeno person.
Sauce Stash, who also based his recipe off of Yup It's Vegan. So be sure to check the description as I'll leave a link to their recipes as well. And we're going to start off by making the bacon marinade. So we're going to do some soy sauce, followed by some neutral oil. I used vegetable oil. And of course, we got to add some nutritional yeast as dictated by vegan law. Next up is some liquid smoke, which is going to impart a smokiness to it. Followed by some maple syrup.
That's what that does?
A little bit sweet, but you probably won't even really notice. And then some smoked paprika, which is obviously going to impart some smokiness as well. And some chili garlic sauce. That's what it looks like. You could also use some sriracha. Next up is some garlic powder.
That was literally sriracha, though. What?
Chili garlic sauce. That's what it looks like. You could also use some sriracha. Next up is
I guess that the first stuff was probably a little more sweet than sriracha.
Garlic powder. And then I'm also going to use this umami.
Sambal oelek. Liquid smoke is just bong water. Don't get grifted. Ew, imagine. Ew. Gross. Behold the peak of German comedy. Translate a joke from your country. Two hunters meet. Both are dead. Behold the peak of German comedy. All right. That's hilarious, guys.
Seasoning, but you could also use some of this accent seasoning.
This is so funny. Bro, Germans need to stop, bro. They need to not. This is so hilarious. Why is it always this song? Why is everybody doing it with this song?
Boots with the fur. She was grooving to the DJ's tune and the whole damn club.
Fuck off, dude.
It's technically MSG, so if you don't want to use MSG, go ahead and skip it.
It's a good song.
But I do like the way that
It's a
the
good
accent
song.
tastes. It kind of makes it taste.
Listen, T-Pain is a legend, dude. We love T-Pain. Fucking streamer extraordinaire, Twitch
Actually, like
streamer
fast food
extraordinaire.
bacon,
Dude,
so-
T-Pain and I are co-workers. You ever think about that,
I
chat?
gave it a taste with a clean finger and decided, you know what, I'm going to throw some accent in there just because. And I gave it a whisk, and then we're all ready to rock. I'm going to give it a taste, and I'm going to decide it tastes great. You could also use these kinds of products if you have access to them. They will obviously make your job a little bit easier with imparting a bacony flavor.
A
And here's
bacony
the star of the
flavor.
show, the rice paper, and you can find this at most Asian markets. I actually can find it at my local Ralph's, but you could also find it at places like Whole Foods, Sprouts, that sort of thing. It's pretty inexpensive as well. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get either a deep dish. I'm using a skillet here because it's all I had, but fill it up with a little bit of water, and then take 2 of the sheets of rice paper and just kind of gently coat them in the water like that. They can be kind of brittle and easy to break or crack, so just be real gentle with them. And the water is going to seal them together. You want to go ahead and try and press out any air bubbles that you can find. And then typically, in the past when I've made this, you'd start off with a cutting board like this, and then you would lay down your rice paper and try and get all the air bubbles out by doing that. And then you would go ahead and slice it up. I'm using a pizza cutter, which I find to be the easiest way to do this. And you can cut it lengthwise and then cut it in half like that to make them shorter.
Okay.
The problem with this that I found was that it gets very sticky. It's almost like the glue on the back of, like when you get a magazine subscription and your address, the sticker and the glue that they use to get the sticker on there. It's kind of like that.
Gross.
And then after that, you have to, take them and dip them in the marinade, and it's a little time consuming, and I got to be honest, I'm pretty clumsy, so it was kind of difficult for me the first few times I did it. So I thought, instead of doing it this way, what if we took our marinade, just put it in another skillet, and before we slice up our rice paper, we'll just go ahead and coat it in the marinade like that. The reason I like to do this is now that the marinade is on there, it's not sticky, it's a lot easier to work with. And so once you feel like you've gotten a good coating of marinade on your rice paper, we're going to take that same cutting board, and then we're also going to get a wire rack. Now just imagine that all those slices of bacon aren't there yet. This is obviously later when I kind of perfected this whole little thing. So just pretend that for the sake of argument that there's no bacon on that wire rack.
Bro,
Then
why
go
don't
ahead
you
and
just edit it that way, dog?
Smooth down the edges.
His
because we're gonna
videos
take our
clearly got
pizza
better.
cutter.
This is 3 years
For
old.
those keeping track, yes, this is the second pizza cutter I have in this video. The first one I broke in between these 2 shoots.
Damn.
So go ahead and slice up your slices of bacon however thick you like. You could either leave them long like that, or you could slice them in half again. And then when you're done slicing them up, go ahead and let them rest on a wire rack like this. Or you can also save them for later and just put them in some Tupperware. And then that way, if you don't want to fry all of your bacon up at the
Yeah,
same
but then it looks like you have fucking poopy covered toilet paper in your fucking fridge, and you don't want that.
time, You can just keep it for later, and then if you want to have a couple pieces for breakfast or for a sandwich,
Bro, I ain't eating that like that. Are you kidding me?
Whatever. You can just pull a couple out of the Tupperware and fry it up real quick. And these do fry up very quickly, so it's not a big deal to...
Bro, fry it up first, okay, and then store it in your Tupperware. Don't store the poopy fucking toilet paper in your fridge.
And they'll keep in the fridge for a few days. At least in my experience, they don't go bad too quickly.
Lore, he breaks the first one fighting the fake bacon, but that's a cutscene we missed. Damn. What's up, big mommy Alexa? Welcome.
But once you got all your bacon cut up and you're ready to fry them, let's get a skillet with a little bit of oil in there. And I highly suggest just cooking one piece of bacon as a test at first and just kind of getting a feel for it.
I feel like I need something meatier than this. Like, I wouldn't be able to get over the fact that it's just fucking rice paper. You know what I mean? Like, it probably adds a nice crunch and a nice, like, flavor to any burger. So it's mostly for, like, the texture, right? But I want, like, something... I need something actually meaty, okay?
Long you cook them for.
Give me the meats.
Longer you cook them, the crispier they'll get. And in addition to that, they will crisp up quite a bit after you cook them and you let them rest. So really, I would recommend just doing one as a test. Just
real bacon? No, it's got... I mean, I don't eat real bacon, but it's got to be meatier than rice paper.
Don't need to
I mean, it looks pretty good.
As much oil as I have here. The next day, I cooked them in basically not too much oil at all. I kind of just sprayed it with some cooking spray, and they cooked up just great. They did get a little bit crispier quicker, though. And once you got them all cooked up, I like to let them rest on a wire rack. And now I'm going to go ahead and show you the...
I mean, it looks like fucking bacon.
Here. These ones on the right, I cooked a little bit longer, so as you can see, they are a little bit crispy.
Like, if you told me that this was real meat, I'd be like, all right, yeah, I ain't touching that.
And the ones on the left, I cooked for not as long, and they're a little bit chewier. Slightly crispy, slightly chewy. That is the texture and consistency that I go for. And I just suggest experimenting, figuring out what you like. And once you do know what you like... To be fair,
American bacon is kind of overrated anyway. What's Irish bacon?
Go ahead and make a BLT. You could make a classic breakfast. You could make a guacamole bacon burger. Man, that thing was good. You could also do a breakfast hoagie, which I really don't understand why breakfast hoagies aren't a thing. But you could also make...
like, you got to cook it more because being able to see through it and shit, it's like, all right, come on, man. I need you to, like, try to fool me a little bit more.
Wendy's Vegan Baconator. And I'll go ahead and I'll leave a link right there if you want to go ahead and make that Baconator, which I highly suggest.
Damn.
But either way, I hope you have fun with this rice paper bacon.
Rice paper bacon. Well, that's cool. What happened to my playlist? Not to post meat to a vegan, but bruh. Why are you showing me this? What is this? What is this? That's Irish bacon? Oh, bro, that's not even bacon. That's like straight up fucking, that's like a steak. I guess that's the difference though, right? Is bacon is like, in America, American bacon is like strips, like little like thin. Oh, it's very thin. Honestly, I prefer that bacon. I mean, I don't know. I'm American. Your bacon is turds out of your ass. Oh, yeah, I like that better. I mean, yep, that's back bacon. Yeah. It's probably kind of like how we do American cheese, you know? Listen, Americans, we like to do it our way. Okay. We like to do it our way. Look at all these different... This is bread, bacon. Making bacon from bread. Wow, is it good? Bro, get you somebody that looks at you the way this dude looks at this fucking fake bacon strip. The best vegan bacon recipe from the Edgy Veg. The Edgy Veg? Bro, if you call yourself the Edgy Veg, I'm not watching your fucking content. Are you kidding? The Edgy Veggie. Fuck out of my face, bro. Not pork. Okay, that looks like straight up raw meat, though. Okay, well now I'm curious.
No other vegan pork belly is as good as this one, so let me show you how to make it. First, this isn't my recipe. I was actually tagged in this, and it's by a recipe creator called Veggie Ann. So I'll leave a link to her Instagram and website where you're going to go and see the actual recipe. Now, I made some changes, so I'll talk about those. But first, let's get moving. We're going to need some textured protein. In my version, I'm using textured crumbles and textured strips. Veggie Ann used a larger textured chicken, so hers is definitely going to come out a little bit different, but I'm going to use just plain textured protein and flavor it up myself. I was kind of hoping to be able to do this very similar to my bacon flavoring. Now, like I say, variation is key for everything, so I'm going to do 2 different flavorings for both different sizes. That way I can kind of get like a dark meat and light meat. Now, we're going to start with just a cup of water in each.
Yeah, I feel like the foodie YouTubers, a lot of these foodie YouTubers are like really ethical in the way that they do that. They're like constantly giving other people credit where it's due, and then they're fucking saying like, listen, mind you, I'm only doing it this way because it looks cooler on the camera. You should probably do it this way at home for the most efficient whatever the fuck. Like, that's nice. Thank you for saying that.
One of these, along with an even amount of soy sauce, liquid smoke, maple syrup, nutritional yeast, garlic powder, onion powder, and then for smoked paprika,
bag of house plastic containers, I can trust him. Yeah, you know, that's how you know he's serious about this food shit.
1 teaspoon for the smaller, like the bits. And same with the beetroot powder. I'm going to use less in the larger pieces and more in the smaller pieces. I want those small pieces to be really dark. Now, lastly, I'm just going to add a little bit of sage and a little bit of clove.
You new bag of house, I can trust you now.
Kind of that porky
Welcome,
flavor.
friend.
Now, all we have to do is just mix these up and add our chunks and strips. Mix those up, put a lid on them, and let them rest for about 20 or 30 minutes. And these are done and they look pretty good, but at this point we do want to kind of squeeze out some of that excess juice. Otherwise these are going to be way too juicy. So I'm just going to transfer these into a strainer and then just give them a squeeze. Now, not too much, but just enough to get out some of that excess juice. Now we want to do this to both the strips and the chunks, and this is going to be a mess. Again, I'm sorry. But in the end, it'll be worth it. You're going to end up with a better
flesh.
bite. So now that we have the meat portion done, let's take a look at the fat, which is going to be a combination of rice flour and tapioca starch. Now I'm just going to whisk those two together just to make it so that way there's no clumping or anything. And then we're going to add some coconut milk and water. Now, I'm just going to keep whisking.
How do we know this is real footage? Yeah, here's how I know this is fake. Coconuts can't be milked, okay? There's no such thing as coconut milk. All right.
Smooth. And then I'm going to turn on the heat. Very low heat for what I'm doing. You can probably go like low medium if you want to speed up this process, but I'm trying to keep this kind of like a smooth texture. Now I'm going to whisk throughout because once this starts to thicken, it starts to thicken pretty fast. And you're going to end up with like a really nice, stretchy, almost cheese-like consistency. And that's about where I stopped. Now I want to split mine in half because what I want to try to do is add a little bit of flavoring to some of this. So I'm going to pull out that marinating broth and just add maybe
human
like a
blood
tablespoon to it. And then
just like a tablespoon of human blood.
A pinkish side
for
of
the
fat
blood
mixture.
gods.
Now, for the skin, we're going to be using bean curd sheets or tofu
human skin.
And I'm using just a small...
No! No! Leave my skin alone. You unhand my skin. No! Human skin? Fuck you. Fuck you. Back off.
Now, for the skin, we're going to be using bean curd sheets or tofu skin. And I'm using just a small square dish that I found really it was completely unnecessary. Now, we're going to start with the pink flavored side and just add enough to cover the bottom. And then I'm going to be using the textured protein crumbles to make like a thicker skin. Now, I'm going to press those down into the fat and then add another layer of the flavored fat section.
Crazy.
And that's going to be just a hair thicker than the original layer. And then I'm going to add the textured protein slices. Now, once those are all in, kind of jigsaw puzzled all of the pieces to make sure they fit really nice.
He's
and
putting the
together.
meat inside of my skin.
Of that fat
Ew.
mixture, smooth it out, fold over the skin. I'm going to remove it from the dish and then trim off any of those excess pieces. Now, at this point, I'm just going to wrap it up in a little bit of parchment paper, some foil, and I'm going to toss it into a steamer. Now, I'm going to steam this for about 25 minutes.
Bro, I'm kind of lost.
Now, when I'm steaming, I'm actually going to make a whole other version. I'm going to try to get a version that's closer to Veggie Ann's, just so I have something to compare it to. do. And by the way, this recipe didn't use all of those textured protein crumbles. You still have quite a bit left. So if you made this amount of it, you can actually kind of throw these into an air fryer for, just a few minutes until they crisp up. And essentially what you've made is bacon bits. Pretty cool, right?
More bacon!
25 minutes, which is plenty of time for today's. It's been about 25 minutes, so these are done. I'm just going to toss them right into the fridge and let them sit for at least 3 hours.
Why the fuck are you looking at you
Now,
like this?
Right into the fridge and let them...
POV. You've been shoved into the fridge. You're marinating in this man's fridge and he's about to pull you out to fucking cook you and have you for a delightful treat. POV, I'm born. POV, you're getting... Oh, you're getting fucking brought into this world and this is the doctor? What do you do? This is the doctor. What do you do? Oh no.
For at least 3 hours. Now, after the 3 hours, I just pulled them out and started to chop them up. Now, you can see this version here. This one's mine. I love the marbling look on this.
This one's mine. My own.
Ideas for the future.
Ew. It looks gross. Ew.
I sliced it open.
I guess it worked. Ew, bro. That looks like fuck. Ew. I don't know what it looks like. It looks weird. It looks weird.
Wow, I really love the marbling on this. It came out pretty good, and I actually decided to slice off like a bacon-like slice just to see how that would work.
Whoa.
So I'm going to use a nonstick pan, just a touch of olive oil, get that up to heat, toss these in, and then I'm just going to toss them around for a few minutes, probably 5-7 minutes total.
Dude, that looks like fucking flesh. Are you serious?
Just until they kind of browned and got crispy on each
Bro,
side.
what?
I also added a pinch of salt and black pepper to these just to give them a little flavor outside of what they already are. Now, you probably wouldn't just serve them just like this. You would want to put them in like a sandwich.
Yo, that looks like pork belly.
In some sort of sauce or stir fry, but I really just wanted to give a taste just to see exactly how these came out. Now, after a few minutes of frying them up, you could see
that's pretty fucking close, dude. Look at that. That looks good. Like, that looks like straight up meat. If you told me that was pork, I'd be like, cool, yeah.
Look really good, like nice and golden brown. I just did the same thing to the other version, and you can see when I cut this one,
yo, what the
there's
fuck?
A lot bigger fat cap. So I actually trimmed a little bit of that off because it was honestly a little ridiculous. I think if I were to do...
Yo, what the fuck? That's so weird.
This again, I realized I kind of missed
the fatty shit is crazy.
Instructions a little bit and kind of reversed the fat cap and meat side. But all in all,
okay, I think I'm gonna follow this guy.
Done. They look really good. I mean, look at that. So I do want to try them plain, but I also want to try them with a little sauce, and I'm kind of working on something special right now that I'm excited to share with you pretty soon, but not yet. So now let's just see what Monica has to say.
That's really good.
I'm stoked about
Nailed
that. Okay. Now let's try that one.
It's really good too.
Yeah, they're both really good. I don't know. I'm gonna dip this one now. I just want to give it a good dip. I mean, they're both really good.
They're both really good.
Which one do you think's the winner?
Yeah, it's really hard.
Dude, that looks like meat.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's really good. I mean, they're both really good. This one has a little bit more flavor.
Yeah.
This one has a bit more firmness to it.
Yep.
So if like this one just had a little bit more flavor, like this is the texture that I like the best, and then you just have to get it a little bit more flavorful, and it's perfect. Like the flavor's a little salty, a little like kind of
Kay's cooking. Who's that?
Flavor. The bite is definitely like snappy on the outside and also firm on the inside, but a little bit snappier on the outside.
Yeah, there's like a nice skin to it.
Yeah, that's how I would describe
Yeah,
the
it's
flavor.
fucking tofu skin, bro.
They're both similar. I really thought there was going to be a huge difference. I will say with your first...
Wait, what does
like,
snappy
your first
mean?
Thought of like this one, the original, it's a better texture. I could have worked on my version a little bit better. But all in all, the original like Veggie Ann's version... or, most of her version, the way that she made it, I think it comes out a little bit better than when I added those texture crumbles. I think that kind of threw it off, made it a little bit softer than what I wanted. I was hoping that it would be like a really dense skin, but like Monica said, it actually made the skin a little bit more crispy or crunchy, and that's not what I was going for. So let's try the little bacon, the slices. I just want to see if this will bacon.
Okay.
So cheers.
Will it bacon?
Yeah.
Bacony.
Yeah, super bacon.
So good. It's so good. It's bacon. What's this? Ew! Oh! What is that, bro? No! What? Ew, bro. What? Ew, 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 ew. What is this? What is this? Bro, that's not food, dog. That's green. Bro, that's green. There is green bits in your fucking meat, dog. That's meat, right? Kay is getting ideas from TikTok. This is like AI training on AI. Bro, what the fuck? That's British? Natural green. Yeah, dude, that's how you know it's healthy, because it's green. Queen K's. So am I the only one in the whole world that doesn't know who this is? What the fuck? Just give her a shot. She means well.
People, and I'm back cooking again.
With the Iron Maiden shirt, I already love her. I already love her.
Today I'm going to be doing a different form of spaghetti bolognese.
Wait, she's not American?
Right, as you can see, I've got a few things that I'm going to do. Like I said, it's a different one. So I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to beat some eggs up. Get this mixed up. I need a bit. And I've got some spaghetti sticks here.
Spaghetti sticks.
Spaghetti, whatever you want to call them.
Spaghetti sticks. Ew, bro, it's green. Why is it green? Why is it green? Am I colorblind? What's happening? No, it looks green. It looks like blue and green. What is this? Bro, it's supposed to all be pink. And some maybe gray. Maybe gray. But that shit got some bluish green colors in there, dog. Yeah, everything kind of does look a little green. Maybe it's just the camera. Maybe it's the lighting. The video has a green tinge. All right, it just makes it look extra gross, bro.
Mincemeat. I'm going to mix the mincemeat around.
Bro, y'all eat this shit? How y'all eat this? Y'all eating this? Oh, so gross. Oh, I'm not. Oh, ew.
I've got. I don't know.
Bad news, Iron Maiden fans.
I've got some spaghetti sticks.
Spaghetti sticks. Kay, you are awesome. I also like Iron Maiden too. I don't like Iron Maiden. Why do you wear an Iron Maiden shirt then? Cause I like the shirts. Giga Chad. Wait, so that she has more than one Iron Maiden shirt? Wait, that's a different Iron Maiden shirt. That's a different shirt. Yo, what a queen. What a fucking Giga Chad. Holy shit, dude. I don't like Iron Maiden. Oh. Okay.
Spaghetti, whatever you want to call it.
What the fuck?
God, I could have told it now. I wonder I had a thought.
I only fuck with the t-shirts.
I don't even know how to do this. I've seen it on video, but I don't.
Does she just like really like Eddie? Eddie, like the character, the zombie character from Iron Maiden? Like what the fuck?
I don't even know how to do it. Grab the steaks. Grab the soggy mincemeat.
Oh, why though? What are we cooking? What are we cooking? Bro, when I make pasta, I make it spaghetti. I make spaghetti bolognese. I don't know how to fucking say it. I make it bolognese style. But I don't fucking do this, dude. What is this?
Round the sticks.
But why do you do it like that? Why do you put it around the fucking...
Shit, sticks are too big. Oh, it's falling apart. Shit, sticks are too big. Oh, it's falling apart. We have another go. Give it another
she fucked up. She's gotta go back again. Ew, stop! Ew. Ah, why am I watching this? I'm not... Are you enjoying this?
Put it in. Put mincemeat round it.
Ew, bro, it's so gross.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get another 3 in. And I will show you the rest of it. Right, as you can see, this is exactly how it is. I don't think I'm supposed to have put the egg in the mincemeat, but I only got to see it when it was like this. So what I'm going to do is pour some.
Yeah, this doesn't fly under the new TOS rules. You know what I'm saying? This doesn't fly, bro. You're not allowed to just be showing meat on fucking stream like this, dog. I'm gonna get banned.
Tomato.
Oh my god.
Did it. I'm gonna use it all.
Why do white people just like cook everything casserole style? Like everything can just like, you just pile a bunch of shit. Like it's all about like convenience or something. Like it's always dump like 6 or 7 things into a casserole thing, and then you put it in the fucking oven. It's always some shit like that. It's always like just pour 10 different things in a thing and then put it in there and make it hot every time.
Save some. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in the oven for about 20 minutes, because then when they come out, then I've got to put the onion in, and that's how I was shown.
Wait, what? That's how? Wait. So she's gonna put that in.
As he did it.
Gross.
I don't want to use it all because I need to save some. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in the oven for about 20 minutes, because then when they come out, then I've got to put the onion in. And that's how I was shown.
How I was shown.
And as you can see, I've peeled and top and tail the onions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
top and tailed it
very thinly.
Okay, do not chop your finger off. God, this makes me so nervous, dude. I hate this. Oh my god, dude. Dude, it's driving me insane. She's gonna chop one of those fucking things off, bro. It's going straight into the fucking spaghetti, dog.
I know what you're gonna all say. You're gonna say, now why is she using that knife?
Yeah, dog, that's way too small, bro. You're gonna chop your shit off
when she's got a sharp one. Well, I've just nearly took my hand off by trying to get through the onion. So,
bro, you better chill.
Part of the onion sliced, and when the oven's had 20 minutes, or should I say, the spaghetti sticks or whatever you call them, it's had 20 minutes.
Spaghetti sticks.
Sprinkle the onion on. Gonna sprinkle the onion on, and I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. Right, you probably can't see, but this is how it's said to do it. Sprinkle them all over. There.
It's just pure chaos. Did the meat get grayer too? Did the meat get grosser in the time that has passed? Why does it look like it decayed even further? Like it's gone into molding to like what's happening right now?
I know the tops look a bit burnt, but you did see me putting the juice on.
Ew.
So that's the onion.
The spaghetti is crispy. It's burnt. Bro, that's not crispy, bro. That's burnt, dog. What is this? I'm freaking out. Bro. Oh no. Dude. No, there's no rescue ranch today, Blue Room. I wish.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that was there. Bits of running. Right, and then it says...
Bro, this is so chaotic. I'm freaking out.
Oh, I can't open this. Then it said... That's big. It said any spices of your choice. So So I'm doing, that's a lot. That's a lot of bloody parsley. But anyway, it don't matter.
That's a lot of bloody parsley.
And then it said, put the rest of the stuff
Yeah. Oh.
over the onions, whichever you want me to say.
Huh?
I need a tin of tomatoes for this, like. Yes, I'm going to open a tin of tomatoes as well because it needs to be all
Onions. Onions.
covered. Right, so yes, I've got tomatoes.
Bro, the crispy spaghetti sticks. That's
over.
killing me, dog. She burnt the spaghetti, brother. Oh my god, dude, look at the corner is so burnt, bro. Are you joking me? Oh, you're gonna cut up your insides swallowing that, Kay.
That's the tomatoes, so that's going to go back in the oven for another half an hour to cook the onions.
Jesus.
And,
What's up, devil?
But it should be okay.
It's called browned tofu. Oh.
And that is the different spag ball. And Lee's coming to do the taste test.
Are they in the bathroom?
Right, so let's see what it tastes like.
The crunching, dude! The crunching! It just... delicious. So good, so scrumptious. I like this crunchy spaghetti, Mom.
So
Thanks.
let's see what it tastes like.
This isn't, bro. This is like a fucking fever dream.
Yeah.
What is he saying? What did he say?
Probably, yeah.
Bro, I can hear you chomping, dog.
Why don't you try to be that in bed then?
Dude, it is so crunchy.
That bit on that side. No, other side. That's it, yeah.
Working out. With a bit.
See, a lot softer.
Yeah, a lot softer. That's good. That is the good side.
A little bit hard, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's not that bad then. Happy it's medium.
Onions should be crunchy.
Mm.
Is it crunchy? Good.
Yeah.
Crunchy.
Minced meat.
And minced meat should be alright.
Bit burnt.
Ew.
Twice over.
Alright, thumbs up.
Alright. Good.
Live from the bathroom. The washroom.
Right, like Lee said, crunchy in places. Obviously, a lot of it got done. I did it exactly as it was put, but I think I put so much juice in it, but it doesn't really matter. So if you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a big old thumbs up, it'd be much appreciated. If you want to leave a comment, please feel free, the more the merrier. If you haven't subscribed, then get subscribing. And I just want to say there's going to be a link in the description to my
Merchandise.
my merchandise.
Why are you laughing?
I can just say you can have any colour you want and you can have any size you
There's
want.
no merchandise.
So thank you. Bye. Any size you want. So thank you. Bye.
What did she say? She just said...
You want. So thank you. Bye.
Bro, this is a fever dream. Bye. Bye. Sorry. I can't stop.
So if you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to give me a big old thumbs up, it'd be much appreciated. If you want to leave a comment, please feel free, the more the merrier. If you haven't subscribed, then get subscribing. And I just want to say there's going to be a link in the description to my
Merchandise.
My merchandise. I can just say you can have any colour you want and you can have any size you want. So thank you. Bye.
Bye. I'm sorry, dude. I can't. That was the fucking weirdest shit I've ever fucking watched, dude. Get subscribed.
So thank you. Bye. Any size you want. 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 So thank you. Bye.
Alright. Alright. That'll be enough of that. Bye. Bye. I'm not gonna stop thinking about that all fucking night. I'm gonna be like trying to sleep. Bye. I'm gonna see her face in my dreams, bro. Amazing. 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 Alright, chat. It's been fun. It's been a good stream. It's been a hoot. It's been a hoot, but it is time for us to head out. To head oot. It's been a hoot, but it's time to head oot. I hope you enjoyed hanging out with me, chat, because I enjoyed hanging out with you. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for being a part of the community. Thanks for being very poggers. You know what I mean? Thanks for being comfy and cozy pilled. Thanks for all the support. Speaking of support, we are 10 away from the daily sub goal. Pausers? Mod check? Pausers? Any last minute gifters? Any Oilers? Mod check? Where should we go hang out though? Where should we send this raid? Let's see. Who did we raid yesterday? I don't remember. Yo, Welk. Let's go.
Oiled.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 14 months of support. I appreciate it. As Alex Prop said, what did Alex Prop say? Go for the Kaiser raid. Oh, I remember. What's the username? Raid. What's the username? Kaisa? It's just Kaisa. All right. Let's do it. All right, chat. Spam some emotes. We're raiding somebody new, so make sure to send some good vibes over there. You know, say hello. I hope you enjoyed your stay with me. I enjoyed your company. It is officially the weekend, so I won't be streaming until Monday officially. Yo! Crash Test Zombie, let's go! Thank you for the 10 bomb. Oiled. Consider yourself oiled. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very, very generous. If you got a gifty from Crash Test Zombie, please thank them. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We hit the sub goal. We did it, baby. That's a W. Appreciate you. Very, very cool. Much love. Thank you so much. All right, guys. We might pop in this weekend for a secret, top secret gaming / maybe music stream. Join the Discord to find out if we're going live. Take your meds, drink some water, be nice to yourself, be nice to others. Don't be a dick, but also don't be a pussy. See you guys Monday, maybe this weekend. Night, night.
Patry. Buy it all. We're buying it all. Funding genocide is also bad. Tofu, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're not gonna play who's hypothetically worse and stuff. It's all bad, and I think getting into the who's specifically worse in which case is not helpful to anything. How was your stream? Hello. Hello, hi Tofu. Hi Tofu. How's your stream? What were you playing?